So just let us a few situations you have. Let's read for a free Wi-Fi called Yet. So if you just need to be on Wi-Fi and do something, that one. Really confident that my things are this game thing too. Just for the people to let us know if you can hear us, if this sounds okay, if it sounds weird.
check, test, check, test, check, test, check, test,
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Tell me how that was said.
From here because I don't want to be on my camera. I won't tell you anything is up.
The only thing is it was repeated. So if we heard a question, I think this.
Okay, I think we just looked at it. Alex. Morning, everybody. Thank you so much for coming. I'm Alison Mackey from the Linguistics Department, and this is Alex Johnston, also from the Department of Linguistics. We're very happy to welcome you all to Georgetown today. We're very sorry about the tech issues. They say to err is human, but to really mess up, you're going to need a computer. And we have, but hopefully we're getting it fixed now. I've just heard as I came into the room an urban legend, which has turned out to be true, which is that a PhD student at Georgetown in 1995 tried to raise their child bilingually in English and Klingon. So I think we have a long tradition here of constructed languages and events. I want to say thank you very much to Alex, who I'm going to pass the microphone on to now, for all her organization of this event, which is really a complete one-off and a first in the area of constructed languages. So thank you for coming. Welcome to Georgetown. Alex will say a few words, and then without more ado, we'll get started on today's events.
Thank you so much, Professor Mackey, Chair of our Linguistics Department here at Georgetown. My name is Alex Johnston. I'm Sociolinguistics faculty here at Georgetown, Director of Master's Programs and Career Management here. And I have had such a pleasure getting to know David Peterson and Jesse Sands over the past year, ever since they gave a talk at Georgetown last October, which started a wonderful relationship whereby they chose Georgetown as their place to host this first time Conlang Conference, Copicon. And I would love to say that they have been such a pleasure to get to know, and we really want to welcome all of the Conlang community here. You've been a pleasure to get to know. I hope you have a wonderful day here at Georgetown. Please don't hesitate to ask me if you need anything. And again, I hope you have a wonderful conference today. David and Jesse, take it away. Come on.
All right. So welcome everybody to Copicon, our little brainchild from a few years back that has finally come to fruition. We have a lovely slate of speakers for you today, and these are they in that order. And I wonder if we can get that thing off the top of the screen. Anyway, but oh my gosh, can I? Okay, yeah, that's
you know what? It doesn't show up on.
It sure doesn't. It's just for all of you in the room. You get to see a participant-enabled closed captioning. Enjoy. So anyway, we wanted to give you a very brief introduction as to why this event is called Copicon.
All right, so we're gonna make this really brief given our delayed start, but giving you a little timeline because if you're not a regular viewer or patron of ours, you're probably wondering why the heck is this called Copicon? So it all started February 27th, 2020, when we aired our very first LangTime Studio episode. We do a weekly live stream on YouTube. And so this is from our first episode. 4 episodes later, March 19th, David had his first Copicon candy on screen as a reward for us actually getting something done on a language. And so he was like, I'm going to treat myself with this Copicon candy, a coffee flavored delicious bit of morsel that I had never heard of. He continued to do that every live stream. And I kept saying how jealous I was because I love coffee and I wanted my coffee candy, but I couldn't find it anywhere close to where I live. So on May 19th, I received a letter from David whereby he had attempted to send me a Copicon candy, but it had been cut open along the way and someone ate it. So I got a letter and I actually texted David and I said, was this intentional? Did you send me an empty package just to brag that you ate a Copicon? It was not intentional. So he then tried again. And on June 4th, well, he sent me a whole package after that. I think he felt bad. On June 4th, I had my first Copicon candy on screen. All right. So this became a weekly tradition. We do something, we reward ourselves. And so we had a Copicon every week, except for the weeks when we were traveling and forgot to bring candy with us. In January, we were working on a patron live stream, working on our rabbit language, when we came up with this idea to create the word nulitis, which literally breaks down as the kind of first pot or stew pot. And it came to represent the first cooking of the winter when an entire warren came together. So then we started a Discord channel for our patrons to share pictures of food, because it turns out we all love food. And I mentioned we really need to have an in-person nulitis because these dishes look delicious. David followed that up saying, yes, once we're all able to travel freely again, we need to get together and have this nulitis con. That was just put out there for the world. But then 5 months later, Mateus shared yet another amazing photo of food. Mateus has kept us all hungry for years with pictures of food. And Jake followed up. So Mateus, Jake, all here, followed up with saying nulitis con can't come fast enough. And Minnie, who is also here, said, seriously, when is this in-person thing going to happen? And Jake said, wait, we need a word for this. And Mateus said, well, we should have Copicon sponsor it because, we eat it every week. And Jake said, Copicon. And there it was. So this was actually an idea planted in May of 2021. It took another year and a few months before we were actually ready to do our first poll of a site selection. So David and I researched cities around the world that were potential spots to host a Copicon, with Washington, D.C. as one of those 7 options. As that poll was going on and as we were doing multiple rounds of selection, that's when we visited Georgetown last October and met the lovely Alex, as well as Shannon, who is one of our workers today. And following that, so that's when we made our initial contacts. In December, Georgetown graciously agreed to host this conference, and then that puts us here today.
Wow. All right, so we want everybody to enjoy Copicon. We're going to get started. I'm going to announce our first speaker in just a minute, but I realized I made one tiny baby little error, so you'll just excuse me for black out. Yeah, but clearly somebody is like listening to it, and there's some feedback, so I have no idea what's going on. Ask the YouTube people if it's okay. Let's see. I think that I can just I have no idea how to get rid of that thing at the top. I really wish that I could get rid of that. But anyway, we'll worry about those things as we go. So our very first speaker is a friend of mine whom I met when I joined the Conlang community back in 2000. She is a longtime language creator. She also happens to be the creator of the character Reginald Barclay from the Star Trek series, if you know of that. She is a professor of English at Rochester University named Sarah Higley, but I know her by her nom de plume, Sally Caves. Please welcome her.
Hello, please excuse the creaky voice. Do you see the first slide? There we go. All right. Is everything okay audibly? All right. You can hear me. Okay, good. Thank you so much, David and Jesse and Alex. I'm honored to speak at this colloquium you've organized and grateful to the Georgetown Department of Linguistics for hosting it. That's my book on Hildegard up there. You know, I can't teach a course on magic language in the Middle Ages without referring to her non-magic language and how it justified this book. My own youthful engagement in the art as well. I'm here to tell you about a course I've been teaching for the past 7 years. I just watched the talk you put on your website that I gave in 2006 in the first language creation conference at Berkeley. 17 years ago. I used. Pictured here. We need the next one. Shall I just do it? I'll just do it. Okay. All right. Pictured here is a website that the publicity office at the University of Rochester posted for an exhibit I mounted at the Russell Hope Robbins Library in 2016 during the semester. I introduced this class, and the image here is Michael Bacon's drawing and his Conlang card. The exhibit coincided with David Peterson's visit then, who talked about language creation and his professional experience working for motion pictures and television shows and how you can make money from Conlang. It was sponsored by, as I said, the Rush Reese Library and the English department, and I gathered materials from Conlangers who contributed their precious artwork and calligraphy. So then we have the aforementioned Michael Bacon and Trent Pearson, Britt Watkins, Stephen Travis, and of course Sylvia Sotomayor's Kalin, and her robe all written over in box script. Kalin box script was in another case, another pictures. These were shown along with the text from our rare books collection. To the left is a page from John Wilk in the 17th century experiment, a real character in philosophical language, which they looked at. And the web page kindly showed videos of my students' remarks about language invention. I taught this course twice more in 2021 and 23. It's rather a maverick for the English department. Part history, linguistics, language philosophy, literature that got in there, codicology and visual arts within the blurry, porous, far-reaching context of the medieval that addressed our fascination with making language do other than just communicate. Let me pull this down a bit. In the quotidian way. I did, for the sake of my field, I focused on enterprises from that period, in the medieval. This is 9th century Rabanus Maurus, covered in his written verse. But we strayed into John Dee and definitely Tolkien, the Black Speech. While imaginary language today may have moved away from religious or occult purposes, some of the same questions can be asked of it. What is the spiritual, intellectual, oral, and or visual appeal of unknown language and letters submitted to a page? How and what does it perform? Much of what this class does is get students engaged creatively, not just with words, but with images, as our own Trent Pearson has done here, right? The word in medieval Christian Europe held special status as God's son and signifier, and the manuscript made language personal and visible. Our print today tends not to let script overtake message. So I begin my course with this. Can anyone identify it? No. It's the opening page of Matthew in the Lindisfarne Gospels, 8th century. It says, Liber generationis Jesu Christi filii David filii Abraham, the book of the genealogy of Jesus Christ, son of David, son of Abraham. But try reading that quickly. Sherry, the page is a complex interlace of letters and designs done with compasses and rulers and pigments and gold. Its opening characters huge and dense with abstract decoration. Can any of you make out the word liber? Good. Laura Kendrick tells us in animating the letter that this Asiatic style, Byzantine and Middle Eastern, basically penchant for the decorative and indirect, of which these insular designs shared an origin, countered the early church fathers' preference for the Attic style, of which these insular designs, Byzantine and Middle Eastern penchant for the decorative and indirect, of which these insular signs shared an origin. They countered the early church fathers' preference for the Attic, right? The plain and straightforward. The word of God was meant as doctrine. It was to be clear, evangelized in comprehensible writing, contra the Montanists, the ecstatics, the glossolalists, and their penchant for privacy that didn't teach. St. Paul. This page and others like it does something to the visual look of the words, distracting you from their meaning, turning you to surface texture and the glory and incomprehensibility of heaven that mysticism upholds. Now I want you to picture a medieval Christian congregation from the 10th to the 14th century, a lay populace of nobles and commoners for whom these sacraments, ceremonies, christenings, weddings, Sundays, and holy days were conducted in a language that had to be interpreted for them. At Mass, they listened to the priest intoning the Kyrie, offering the host in Latin. It is little wonder that hieratic church Latin developed occult connotations among the laity, that grammar became glamour, literally, that the paternoster became a word for an apotropaic spell. So we look at the Old English versions of Solomon and Saturn. Saturn asked Solomon to awe him with the power of the paternoster. Does Solomon interpret the Our Father for him, explain its message? No. He describes it as a physical thing twigged with palm leaves, its very letters turned into warriors that savaged the devil. The Red Book of Darley, one of two that record this battle, supplies runes for P-A-T-E-R-N-O-S in runes, and the remaining letters in the Vulgate version of Christ's prayer. Have you ever heard of the Black Paternoster? The Black Paternoster? Okay. It's a charm spoken at bedtime to ensure your salvation if you die. Now I lay me down to sleep. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Bless the bed that I lie on. Why would a straightforward prayer in the Gospels that asks for God's goodwill be so transmogrified? It's a kind of mysticism. It doesn't spread doctrine in the usual way. This is what much of the class is about, the co-option of religious language for purposes it wasn't intended, as a basis for magic powers it invested in one, with emphasis on the arcane, the mystical. Conjurations, curses, blessings, charms, incantations, books of secret knowledge with their sigils and their charactares, occult letters. In his book, Magic in the Middle Ages, Richard Kieckeffer makes the point that magic stood at the crossroads of science and religion. It served household, agricultural, and medical purposes, and it also served a subaltern religious world, whether angelic or demonic. But he says relatively little about the power that resides in making language magic. Formally and historically, in medieval Western Europe, magic is the use of a supernatural agency outside of accepted religion to compel. The word in English goes back to the Indo-European word mach, have power, present today in our modal verb may, its preterite our word might, power. The performative, according to J.L. Austin and other language philosophers, enacts a change in something through the use of words said in felicitous circumstances. Many of the Christian sacraments perform in this way. Te absolvo washes away your confessed sin. Sufferers of infected boils back in 10th century England might hear their physician chanting this. Tigas, 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 calicat, aclu, cluel, sedis, adelicas, etc. So what does, it's followed by Latin adjuration after that, in itself a charm. So what does the stuttering utterance do that's better than the Latin? So we discuss these things. The title of my course, Magic Language in the Middle Ages, was clickbait. Magic language lures the students in with a seductive word. It isn't language. And teaches them, besides this, something about language philosophy, linguistics, performatives, phonology, phonoaesthetics even, and also Conlang, as well as this loose term magic that I'm using somewhat permissively. We primarily examine divine and angelic speech as it was imagined and interpreted openly, such as that in the 15th century Irish Tenga Bithnua, ever-renewed tongue. The language in which Philip prophesies, even though his tongue is cut out 9 times. We were able to see that none of it had any semantic correlation with its Irish translation, but that unlike the language Philip speaks to Jesus in Pista Sophia, a list of distorted names presented as speech, angelic, distorted names. The scribe went to efforts to make it look like real language on the page with both lexical and functional words, long and short, and I hope you can see that. You can hardly distinguish it from the Irish. I've put these lines next to it. Seeing Whitley Stokes' edition of it reveals its phonological preference for labials and liquids and front vowels. Whereas the angelic language John Dee recorded in his scientific celestial communications are almost impossible to pronounce, guttural and dense with consonant clusters. And his angelic language, he never called it Enochian, but that's what it got turned into in the 19th century. There's even a dictionary of it that Nico has. So just like personal glosses and glossolalia, each creator shows a preference for certain sounds and structures. We examined some medieval ciphers. No, we did not crack the Voynich manuscript. But students using one of the several EVAs, European Voynich alphabets, noted its entropy and its preferred suffixes and prefixes, even if we never sounded it out. When they transcribed a natural language using its characters, it didn't look right. As you can see, maybe you can picture it. Yeah, it didn't look right. Now, this was the hard part because there were 2 sections to the class. In 2016, we collaborated on a group language ICE. It was a packed semester. David visited the class, so did Richard Kieckeffer. Students made their own individual scripts for ICE and moved on to conlanging and wrote a paper about what in the course inspired them to invent and about their inventions. But as the course grew larger, it was harder to collaborate. The final goal became produce something like the semiotic web, all right, which I don't have a picture of it, but I do have the picture of the book that it comes from. This is described by chaos magician Patrick Dunn, wherein special words and symbols operate like a private performative, less like a sigil and more like a condensed image. We studied medieval magic languages, but I was not about to teach them to perform magic. Instead, I was going to give them this notion of the semiotic web, in which you change essentially your attitude towards something. So then, each student would produce individually an imaginative, visual, and verbal insignia that would enact, by making and pondering it, a change in their personal perception of a cultural anxiety by redesigning how they spoke to themselves about it. An anxiety we had. In 2021, the theme was patience as we dealt with the pandemic. Each of them gave a PowerPoint presentation explaining their symbol, painting, or language. And this creator favored the vowel ah in the phonology they developed. Va, van, va, chandra, advalantra. Isn't that beautiful? I love that. Patience in the world is around the self in the present. Is this a declarative or is this a performative? In other words, something that would enact a change. Could it inspire patience? In 2023, it was healing. I was astonished by the results. Students opened up about their fears, their trials, their insecurities, their bouts with illness, pain, isolation, and shared the positive impact of constructing this reminder of their power over those negatives. This sigil describes a student's desire to conquer their autoimmune disorder and other anxieties during the pandemic through their knowledge of herbs. When folded up into a crane, the substance is hidden from the public and the surface becomes a work of art, a reminder of the blessing inside. I was so deeply moved by that class last semester. It confirmed what John Kahada said yesterday about Conlang's close relationship with self-identity. Come now. That said, one of my favorite exercises in the class is one where students contemplated Hildegard of Bingen's Lingua Ignota. How many people have heard of that? Excellent, that's good. Lingua Ignota, and they were to invent new words for it because it's terribly omissive. The Lingua Ignota is the only systematized and glossed invented language in medieval Europe. A self-identification she made public because she boasted about it. She was a lover of system and discipline. And this is something that I make clear in a recent essay that's in progress. Now this is from, the Lingua Ignota survives in full in just 2 manuscripts. And this is the Reason Codex Wiesbaden that I consulted. It was brought forth pro lata by an influential and brilliant 12th century German nun and magistra from the Rhineland, anchoress, founder of 2 convents, composer of music, author of 3 works devoted to her visions, author of 2 scientific medical texts, the Physica and Causes and Cures, a correspondent with kings and popes, a healer, an apothecarist with her garden of medicinal herbs, a preacher, and a creator of 1,011 unknown words with their Latin and Germanic translations. The Lingua Ignota is accompanied by her Literae Ignotae, her unknown alphabet. The lingua was held in high esteem in her day, referenced admiringly by her biographers, and perceived as something divine or divinatory. It starts with 6 spiritual personages: God, Aegons, angel Aegans, saint Tiviens, weirdly positioned before savior Livions, devil Divelits, and spirit Isparits. The rest are all nouns for tangible things. No abstractions. And from members of the family to the insects in the field, the Linguic Nota describes in a taxonomy Hildegard's ecclesiastical and lay community, an exhaustive list of neologism for the parts of the body, illnesses and handicaps, ecclesiastic and lay offices, architecture, clothing, trades, implements, workers, sinners, and circus performers, and fully a third of it is devoted to her greenery, her viriditas, one of her most famous and popular words in her language, which expressed more than just greenness. It was that the spiritual sap that made you alive. And she's the only one to apply that word to the human body, like a kind of humor. All right. So what does it do, however? I am less sure now than I was in 2006. It baffled its rediscoverers. Why would a holy woman make words for such unholy, such ordinary things? Basin, stammerer, prostitute, penis. Right. It may have begun as an imaginative project she felt was given to her in the same way her music was, divinely, and she may have shared its early words with her closest nuns. There is one famous antiphon of many she composed, containing 5 words that echo those within the list. Orskis, immense. Orshibuts, in the list. Oak tree, immense tree. Kritsanta, anointed. Kritia, in the list. Church. Loifolum, of the people. Here declining loifol, in the list, like a Latin word. These have an incandescence the list lacks, because they are sung to this day. And they have a context within a ceremony. Perhaps at the urgings of her provost Volmar and other friends, she enlarged her unknown language for publication. It's a good guess that many words were invoked on the spot as she filled out the list. The repetition of the Latin translation in her own word, divelits, for instance, for devil, suggests as much, and she has accidental repeats. But she has prefixes and suffixes and compounds. We were peering through the manuscript at something personal, even though she declared it publicly. In the exercise, the students took categories from her physica, large animals, stones, metals, terrestrial elements that were missing from her Linguic Nota, and invented Hildegardian words. I had them imitate her phonology, borrowing and compounding, and present their creations to the class. Extra credit for writing them in her script. This taught them something about phonoaesthetics, even phonosemantics, onomatopoeia, and even though we're not entirely sure where she put emphasis in her words, or which of her diphthongs are narrow or wide, or how she pronounced her clearly favorite character, Z, the letters on the page, there's your Z, the letters on the page convey the muscularity of this language. She gives the mouth a workout. Unlike the softer syllables of the Tingavithnua. This exercise prepared students for making their own phonologies and morphologies. What would it? Okay, lingua, lutz pomphia, eyeball. Tenga, we don't know what it means. Febiafuan. Right. This exercise prepared students for making their own phonologies and morphologies. And these 2 contributions are my favorites. Stuototsia, mare, with its clip-clop sound, and my favorite, Fotzorklimix, lightning, which just basically sounds like what it is. There it is. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Stuototsia and Fotzorklimix, which I'm going to use. Once I wanted her to be the earliest conlanger. Her list and alphabet made sense to me. Now I view the list in context with her philosophy of humanity as a microcosm of God's linguistic world, dressed in new leaves, purified and made green by new signifiers. Its head is with her signs for God and the angels, and its feet in the green earth, replicated again in her exhaustive section on all the parts of the body from top down. It's very telling that her compounds, obviously those words she had memorized, mostly express parts of the body in its clothing. The entire list is what humanity contains, sacred and profane and in need of healing. Executioner, that's another student contribution. I guess it's Silivrites. But its purpose for me is darker than it used to be. Did it function like a semiotic web for her? Was she arrogant in providing what was clearly a more hieratic language than even Latin or Greek? I mean, she made a new word for God, for God's sake, right? Right. It was unearthed in an age that didn't value the spirituality of language invention, but attributed it to madness, femininity, inutility, and pointlessness. Language for everyday purposes is meant to be transparent. That was Augustine's argument in De Magistro on the teacher. Augustine of Hippo saw the function of language as a tool to teach others not only our thoughts and perceptions, but our grasp of God's role as ultimate teacher. Which is of higher rank, he asked, the signifier or the thing it signifies? His son, Adeodatus, helps him make his point. By the substitution of one letter, chenum, filth, might be celum, heaven. So the word, says the son, is to be ranked higher than the thing one doesn't want to come in contact with. No, says Augustine. It's called Augustine's rule, a strange form of sign theory. Whatever exists on account of another must be worth less than that on account of which it exists. Do such rules of signification get suspended in creative language? Hildegard, it's a question I could ask you about conlanging. Hildegard's unknown words stand out larger than their glosses. Where in religious or magic language is a line between sign and idolatry? The right use of writing and power was a part of the big medieval debate among the church fathers, medieval church fathers, because after all, Christ was the ultimate word and signifier. For this woman, God is also the healer of body and language, and she channels that. I'm glad my students could meet her. What they did with their words, characters, and sigils was contemporary and inspiring, but also rooted in antiquity. Irifirimbi. Thank you very much.
Yes. So we're going to, since we got behind a little bit, we are going to save questions for later. I'm going to try one technical thing very briefly, and then we will move on. Also, I had an idea. Tell me if you can see my... No. Oh, no, that's not what I was trying to do. No, I know. So, by the way, there's a song that Sally wanted to share, but we are having a slight little baby issue with sound, and I was hoping I could maybe fix it. But also, I know I can fix this. Check this out. So that's gone. But no, I don't. So for those who are wondering, I don't have YouTube open on this computer. That's not the issue. That's not the problem. I am output through the headphone port. Play sound effects through. No, I know. Yeah. Anyway, I was just taking a look. I have no idea how to fix this issue. Oh, yeah. No, it was something. You know what? Since everything is muted right now, I want to see what happens. Let's see what happens if we start playing this. Let's see if it actually makes any noise at all. Go down. It's playing right now. See, I'm telling you, it just wait. Yeah, see? Yep. So it's just going to do feedback if we turn that up. Yeah.
Basically, what this is from the The Green Knight by David Lowery. I don't know if you've seen that film, but this is the sort of the hallucinatory experience he has with the giant women. And Daniel Hart, who is the composer for the music, he invented all of the medieval music himself. This is not original, this is contemporary, but he used two words from Hildegard of Bingen's language. And when I found this out, I was so moved, and the most amazing song accompanies it. And I don't know if you can play it so that anyone can hear it.
Oh, it was playing, or it's playing right now. But the problem is, we can give it a shot. Okay, go.
That's another one. Somebody made that for
That's incredible.
unbelievable.
All right.
Okay, we need to click through the others too.
No, I know.
Oh,
Wait.
there it is.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Sally. All right. And for future speakers with audio, now we know what to do. Okay. So again, we had planned time for questions and answers, but we're going to kind of move ahead because we're a little behind. And so up next is my collaborator on the Sangheili language for Halo. The Halo series on Paramount Plus. But I had a special request for him. For most everybody, I said, just talk about whatever you want. But for Carl is one of the best conscriptors I have ever seen in my entire life. And there are a lot of people who love to create writing systems, but who don't really quite know how to go about it, or maybe think they do, but actually don't. And so what I said to Carl was, what can you tell people about designing good glyphs? And that is what Carl is here to tell us. Carl?
Thank you. Wow. I got it. Actually, David's prompt was make good glyphs. So,
I think for YouTube, I think I want you to use the mic.
yeah, I don't need a microphone.
I know, but I don't know.
Okay. Can they hear me, Jesse? Ask them if they can hear me.
No.
I hear you good.
All right. Thank you, Tom. Before I get started, this is a notebook that will become relevant when I get to the last slide of my presentation. If you would just look through it, pass it around. Everybody's welcome to take a good look at that. And I like this quote from Sampson in the book he has about writing systems. What gives any particular element of language its role in the language is not its superficial physical properties, but rather its relationship it enters into with the other elements of the language. A good way to think about writing systems, because they don't exist in a vacuum. They have to be applied to an actual language. To reference Sally's Voynich manuscript, we don't know what language it is, so it sort of does exist in a vacuum, right? Also, I didn't bring any music. I think the most appropriate song for me would be the ABC song, so sing it to yourselves later. All right, so we're going to go over why make a script. We're going to talk about some natural systems, their foundational elements. We're going to talk about aesthetics and functionality, because those are the two primary ways you test a script. Does it look good? Does it work good? Then we're going to go over some constructed writing systems that I find both functionally well made and aesthetically pleasing. You're welcome to disagree. It's okay to be wrong. All right. So why would you want to make a script? There's lots of reasons. Maybe you're making a journal. Maybe you're creating a game. David and Jesse's languages that they're doing with LangTime Studio going to be incorporated into a game later, I think. Maybe it's a code between some friends or family. You're going to want to be careful with some of your family members. You don't want to tell them all the code, maybe. I don't know. An artistic endeavor. This is kind of how I started, because I had no idea how languages work when I first started creating writing systems. So I make languages to play with writing systems, whereas a lot of folks kind of go the other way. They start with the language and then they make the writing system later. Are you doing it for a constructed language? Is that language for a scholarly pursuit, such as Sally's course that she teaches, or is it for a novel, movie, or other media like David and Jesse do? Is it for world domination? The Romans might have some comments. To the right there, you'll see a sample of my primary writing system, which I simply call Moya. And it developed over time from the basic symbols to the left there into a Shoto-esque format. So that word just means self-awareness, right? And the more you write it, the more it's going to develop in that same pattern with almost any script. Now you've decided why you're going to make it. You need to figure out what kind you're going to make. This is an overview of the types. You can have sort of combinations of these. You can have various elements of one incorporated into another type of writing system. So the ones that we're most familiar with are going to be your segmental ones, the alphabet, which we all read. We're reading it now. Latin, Cyrillic, Greek are the primary ones that most people will be familiar with. Abjads, Arabic, Hebrew. Syllabic, you got your Abogidas, your Devanagari, your Tibetan, you got your syllabaries, Hiragana, Cherokee, and ideographic, most notably Han characters. We'll talk about a couple of the more logographic scripts later. That's my favorite kind. Here are some common features of natural systems. If you've ever looked at any writing system ever, you have seen these features, even if you didn't recognize them. Each system has an internal logic unto itself. Some elements of that internal logic may cut across to a different writing system or a different language, but not all of them will. Writing systems adapt to the language that they're being used for. Language rarely ever adapts to the writing system. When the Romans were conquering Western Europe, the languages that were being spoken in the villages that they were conquering adapted to the Latin script. It wasn't the other way around. Or excuse me, I'm sorry. The Latin script adapted to those languages, i.e. the diacritics that we see in like Slavic languages, even French with the accent marks, etc. Germanic languages were probably the ones that had to adapt the most as far as the way the Latin script is written. Think of the English digraphs we use, TH, CH, SH, English being a Germanic language. Most writing systems will end up being two-dimensional. Even epigraphic systems sooner or later will become two-dimensional. No writing systems maintain a three-dimensional foundation. Dynamic versus static. The way the Romans wrote with the Latin alphabet is not the way we write with it, right? We've changed the shape of some of the letters. We've added letters. They didn't really use punctuation much at all. And what they did use as far as punctuation, we don't use that version of punctuation anymore. We also use different numbers, much easier numbers. Official standards versus common usage. If anybody uses social media here, you've used emojis, you've used shorthand acronyms that maybe only a few people know. So writing systems are no different than the way we speak. When you're talking to your close friends, you might only jot down a few letters. They're going to know what it means. Just like you use everyday parlance or vernacular among people that you work with or your doctor, things like that. All right, so each writing system is going to have elemental foundations to it. What you see on the left, of course, is the Hanzi brushstrokes. There are 8 or 9, depending on which Hansi scholars you ask. In the top center, you'll see a monogram of the Latin alphabet. Every single letter that you can read is contained within that image. On the far right there, and this one threw David for a loop, by the way. That is the Mongolian script. The telltale sign is the fact that the parts of the symbol there are described with Cyrillic. Because in Mongolia, even though they have their own writing system, they use Cyrillic for official purposes. On the bottom there, you can see that the elemental foundations of each one of these characters has remained pretty steady throughout the millennium. The top line being hieroglyphics and the bottom line being part of the alphabet song. All right, if you can read, you need to think in Egyptian. We see the evolution here of the letter A or Aleph or Alf. Basically, if we include the Brahmic scripts, which is a contested idea developing from Egyptian hieroglyphs, then about 90% of the world's writing systems developed from the Egyptian hieroglyphic system. That's pretty impressive, I think. There's runic in there. There's Old Turkic, lots of fancy stuff. All right, so there's a lot going on this page, but the basic underlying principle is that over time, all scripts will simplify. When you do cursive handwriting, believe it or not, you have Charlemagne to thank for that. But even when he developed the minuscule letters, that was supposed to be a simplification of the capital letters. It was a purposeful simplification. But whether you do it purposefully or not, all characters will over time simplify. My favorite example is the one on the right side over there. I guess that's supposed to be a grasshopper over fire or something like that on the Oracle script. And of course, it looks nothing like that in the modern regular script. Cuneiform, also, it was being simplified for writing purposes, but as you can see, the character actually didn't simplify. It got really abstract, which is also another feature of writing systems. They tend to move from a logographic symbol to a very much abstract, lending to alphabetic writing. All right, this is my favorite part, aesthetics versus functionality. This is the balancing act that most conlangers have problems with. Does it look good? Does it work good? You need to focus on phonology, phonotactics, syllable structure. What kind of syllables are you using in your language? Orthographic rules can be completely unrelated to phonological rules. The letter C, as useless as it is, we use it all the time. Basic design principles or aesthetic choices. Are you going to be writing with writing tools and direction? Are you going to be writing with a brush read like cuneiform? Or are you going to be using a brush like Chinese does currently? Are you going to be using a pen, a pencil? Maybe Og and Magog are using rocks. Established foundational system, back like the charts you saw there. It's good to sort of sketch out ideas, what elements you want to include in the symbols that you plan on creating. They don't all have to jive together. Tengwar is a good example how there is a very systematic approach to the baseline phonemes, but then there are also exceptions made. Simplicity of design does not always equate to ease of use, right? I'm okay with Tokipona, but when you talk about simplicity of design, that doesn't necessarily mean that the people who want to learn the language will find it easy to use the system of writing. One of my friends that David and I talk to on a regular basis, he insisted that I put that last bullet point there. Absolute phonemic systems are not a thing, right? Just like absolute language pronunciations are not a thing. You meet someone like myself from Alabama, I might say a word a little differently than you do if you're from New York, right? There is no absolute phonemic system. It doesn't exist. All right, so overview of aesthetics, basic design principles. We sort of talked about that already. When you think about Latin minuscule letters, right? They mostly consist of vertical lines and circles or partial circles with only a handful of them, including any diagonals, right? And so that goes to those fundamental elements of the overall script, and those developed over time. Because if you look at the original Phoenician, you can't necessarily describe it that way, right? And then it filtered through Etruscan and the Greeks, but it ultimately ended up the way it is now. Writing tools and directions. Direction, you think of bustopedron, back and forth, you think of vertical, you think of left to right or right to left. These are important questions to ask when you're going to think about the aesthetics because of your brush strokes. One of the reasons that Arabic calligraphy is so beautiful is because over time, the fact that it is read from right to left and the way the brush strokes happen have made it possible to connect all of those characters together. Collections of random shapes will result in a visually unappealing system. Yes, every single time. Collections of random shapes. If you try to put a circle and a triangle and a square on a piece of paper, sure, that's fine. Now try writing them very quickly. Try writing them very quickly over and over. Try doing it about 100 times. Sooner or later, one of those shapes is going to start to look like one of the others, right? The shapes will conform to the speed or the rapidity with which you write. Asymmetric writing is a good place to start, but must be followed by reform and revision. I can't stress that enough. Asymmetric writing is fine, but that's just a starting point. Functionality. This is actually more important than aesthetics. Most people focus on the aesthetics, but functionality, if it doesn't work well for the language, you might as well just stop. Abagidas and syllabaries do not work well with Arabic and Hebrew because of the way the words work, right? I don't know how many people are familiar with the triconsonantal root system, right? So the consonants stay static, but the vowels change place. So if you were to try to write that with an abugida or a syllabary, it wouldn't really work that well. Maybe with an abugida, but with a syllabary, it wouldn't, because you'd be using different symbols to write the same consonant roots. An alphabet does not work well for tonal languages. There are, I think, over a half a dozen transcription methods for Chinese and the various dialects within the Chinese spectrum. None of them work very well. Pinyin is the only one that works well enough because alphabets really aren't good for tonal languages, not without copious diacritics. Again, we're talking about writing tools. I can't stress this enough. If you try to write cuneiform with a Hanzi calligraphy brush, it's going to look like trash. I promise. Epigraphic systems tend to have fewer curved lines. Everybody likes to point out hieroglyphics and Mayan. The Mayans, when they chiseled their stuff on their stela, they didn't do it on a regular basis. It had to be for a ceremonial purpose. It had to be for the declaration of a temple, or it had to be for a history of a ruler. Most of the time, Mayan glyphs were hand painted either on pottery or they were drawn on paper, parchment rather. Cursive and curvy scripts tend to be brush written. Again, it's the same principle, right? You're not going to see a lot of curvy lines chiseled into the side of a cave wall. It's not going to happen. Does your system adequately represent all the sounds or ideas? Of course, the ideas part would be for logographies, but if you do what I like to do, incorporate a syllabary with your logography, then you're fine because you can write out a word rather than worrying about having a glyph for every single idea. English, because we use the Latin alphabet, we have to use TH, CH, SH, so on and so forth. So maybe the Latin alphabet isn't the most ideal for English. Of course, we're still going to use it, I'm sure. Turkish actually developed new characters for sounds. Those sounds have changed over time. The thing is, when Ataturk made his declaration that they were going to switch to the Latin alphabet, it was mostly for political reasons, not for linguistic reasons, right? So they had to adapt the Latin alphabet to Turkish, right? It didn't necessarily go perfectly, but it went better than I think a lot of people thought it would. Is your system reproducible? Can it be duplicated or adapted into multiple mediums? I have probably a dozen scripts on notebook paper that have never been put online because I don't know that I can do it well enough. So when you think about designing a system, think about the multiple types of mediums that it might exist in or that it might appear in. That'll help you think through some of your shapes and your functionality. All right, so here's a short list of a couple of things we're going to look at. These are all systems that I find aesthetically pleasing that also function well. Some of their aesthetics will be self-evident. Some of the functionality may need some explaining, but that's what I'm here for. This weirdo that I know, David Peterson here, made this system. It's an older system. I don't think you work on this language anymore, do you, David? No. I like it. It's very aesthetically pleasing. The question is, does it function well? But if you look on the right side here, you'll see that he adapted his syllabary and he overlaid some of those syllables to create new words. And then he created unique symbols for grammatical functions as well as some logographs of ideograms, right? What's important is that it displays a consistent design principle based on simple brushstrokes and includes phonological and semantic meanings as well as grammatical features, okay? And you can see that it is a mixed system, similar to Mayan or Japanese. Not all logographies exist in a vacuum. Even Chinese uses some phonological characters or phonetic characters. All right, Andrew Mendes made pseudoglyphs. This is one of my all-time favorite systems because of its simplicity and artistry combined to make an absolutely fascinating script. It's basically a quasi-logographic glyphs. What Andrew has done, most of his words, he starts with the sounds that he's going to use, but in a select few cases, he starts with what he wants the shape to end up looking like in the hand-drawn glyphs you see. And then he works backwards to find out what phonemes are going to be represented. So the word is often dictated by the symbol rather than the inverse, which is awesome from a conlanger perspective. But the artistic perspective here, as you can see, the vertical sample there in the middle, those symbols derive from those block symbols at the top, which is an absolute masterclass in script creation from my perspective. All right, Jonathan Gable, he's a fan of Tokipona. He's also an artist, and he decided to design a logo syllabary. I only included a couple of the logographs there, but as you can see, the syllables are actually more abogida than they are syllables because you have the base consonant and then you have the symbols for the vowels. His website, there are numerous examples, different styles of writing. I would encourage anybody interested to check that out. John Quijada, who will be speaking here in a little while, has created an absolutely insane writing system. I worry about his mental health, but it's okay. It's okay. The writing system actually conveys grammatical meaning or grammatical elements, right? It does include phonetic information, but as you can see here, this is just one chart that I pulled from this page. There are probably a good dozen or two, I think, on there that explain the how to read the grammatical information contained in just one glyph. As you can see here, the intricate grammatical features involved there. All right. All right, and this is a friend of mine. He is working with me on a side project currently. He is a trained Persian calligrapher. He has a couple of scripts that he's made. This one here is sort of an alphabet mixed with abogadic elements, right? He did it that way because of his syllable structure. Again, he took into account the function of the language before he decided on the end aesthetics of the system, because he knew that those two had to work together. They cannot work independently and be successful. On the right there, he didn't have too many samples of his vertical script, but I wanted to include the key to it because it is very beautiful, I think. And I don't know who this guy is. So the notebook that you've hopefully seen or is being passed around, I created my own logo syllabary inspired by Mayan, Chinese, Hangul, etc. If you look there in the top middle, you'll see that the base consonant characters are derived almost directly from Hangul. I took some liberty with the vowels. And if you look on the far right in the vowel section there, those are prenasalized, meaning when that character coincides with one of the consonant is then prenasalized. That was the primary innovation in this script, is that the prenasalization is marked along with its vowel rather than a separate symbol. I was concerned that I wasn't going to be able to figure out a way to do it. And it came to me early morning, one morning, and I was very happy with it. And since then, I've created over 1,000 logographs that work with the syllabary. And then I've created, as you can see, different styles. The left there would be the epigraphic, the middle would be the handwritten, and the right in the middle there would be textual or printed. And so when you concentrate on aesthetics and functionality, the examples I've given, these are the kinds of results that you can see. All right. And I guess we're going to wait for questions then.
Yeah, we're going to need to.
No worries. Before I sit down, though, I do want to thank the university for hosting this and David and Jesse for inviting me to speak. Thank you very much.
So yeah, unfortunately, with our bit of a delay, if you do have questions, if you can find Carl and Sally and get those questions asked, that would be great. Of course, they may need a slight break here too, but we are going to take a break and try as hard as possible to get our next speaker, Sylvia, started at 11:35. And so we'll see you again in about 12 minutes.
I just need it.
Sorry, good voice. This is Japanese line. So once the woman can be AI, and that was the goal of it. Because there's 136 announcements going, and I wanted to be all the 136. Yeah, I noticed. I would something to be on. Yeah, it's anyway that I think it's and I didn't brings the point to the holiness of your life. Yes, I can tell there is nothing more. Yeah, that's why I do a lot of it. Oh, yeah. We have a lot. Yeah. looked the way we didn't say anything about the way we mixed it's almost electronic with and then we're going to show us word or right. Okay. So transition, no, you're right. But that's a different. It's a really tough place about you have to keep it a secret.
By the way, the Kopikon candy's up at the front if anybody wants it. Also, this. So I'm gonna go grab it.
There are questions about stickers that are for grants. I got.
Okay, so this is. Right, it needs like that. We're using it like
All right, everyone, 2-minute warning. We're going to gather back in 2 minutes.
So last night, earlier today, we're just ready to die.
Yes, yes. And Mateus was, well, was up here, so probably, took a break to get coffee or something. But yeah, it's here today. And yes.
Yeah. There we go.
Hello.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're going to move on to our next presentation. And I have here with me my very, very good friend, Sylvia Sotomayor, and we kind of set up a little bit of an interview. So let us
because I didn't think of what to say, you see. So he has to ask me questions.
Okay, so first, Sylvia Sotomayor is somebody that I've known since I've been in the Conlang community. She is the creator of Kalin, which you're going to learn a little bit more about, and you also learn a little bit about Sylvia. So first, this is Sylvia, by the way, and that's my daughter Meridian. And Sylvia is a longtime Conlanger in terms of when she started. You know, lots of Conlangers start when they're kids. Some of them start quite a bit later. I think you started a little bit in the middle. So go ahead and tell us, Sylvia.
I started around 14. I read the Silmarillion in 8th grade.
There you are, by the way.
That was definitely a gateway drug. And so I mean, I'd read other Tolkien before that, but I think it was that one that actually got me into the whole, you know, I can do this. And so the one, this picture is probably me at 14. This is my high school senior photo. And in between those, Kalinian, which is what I called it in those days, went from being something like just a handful of words to being almost full-blown pseudo-Elvish, because that's what my main inspiration was. And then I got to college, and in an effort to get my grades up, I took a linguistics class and never turned back. And in studying linguistics, Kalinian turned from pseudo-Elvish, let's see, for a while. I think for one semester it was polysynthetic. For another semester it had ergativity. Basically, whatever struck my fancy in those days. And even though the curriculum didn't so much emphasize it, I read pretty widely in linguistics, and I discovered the whole idea of language universals.
Yeah, so let me introduce those to you. Those of you Conlangers will know this, but for those of you without a linguistics background, especially at this time, what year around this?
This would have been in the late 80s.
Late 80s. Okay, so especially for those who are linguists, keep this in mind. I think we have more of a nuanced approach now, but at the time, I don't know when he started, around the 60s, maybe, but Joseph Greenberg kind of revolutionized linguistic typology because he invented these things called linguistic universals. He kind of drew a sample which truly wasn't a representative sample as we understand it now, but he came up with these things that he noticed. For example, languages with dominant SVO word order are always prepositional, and he numbered these. So this was linguistic universal, Greenberg universal number 3.
Nowadays, these are just suggestions.
Yeah.
Universals.
If a language has inflection, it always has derivation number 29, 36. If a language has the category of gender, it always has the category of number. Now, so there were lots of these, and they were stated just like this, as all languages do this. Then linguists discovered, like, well, actually, maybe this one kind of does this, and there would be like kind of a way to explain it away. But nowadays, we understand that there's very few linguistic universals. There are linguistic tendencies. So if a language is VSO word order, it is most likely to be prepositional, and so on. There is one linguistic universal that we almost think still holds to some extent.
Yes.
And that is that all languages have nouns and verbs.
And Kalin then turned into something that I could take the verbs out of and make verbless, though you could argue that my 4 little relationals are actually verbs.
Yeah.
In which case I have a language with 4 verbs.
Here, so let's show people how it works. All right, so we have the language Kalin, which again, kind of, it started in its early stage, and then, you know,
from Kalinian to actually being more formally Kalin.
Okay. So if you say that Kalin has verbs, it has these four and no others, just these four, and they're called relationals. Yes.
They discuss what relation the other words in the sentence or clause have to each other.
So here's an example. We have these four sentences, and you'll notice that they are almost identical. So it's the first word is ora, and then there's a relational, and then is it ya or ja?
Yeah.
Okay, Yachela Yahuwah. So ora relational, Yachela Yahuwah. Okay.
Yes.
And then, and so ora is just basically saying this thing takes place in the past tense, right? Yachela is a bowl. Yahuwah is a noun, and this is very important. It's a noun that means something that is broken.
Broken in pieces, non-functional, something like that.
Right. And so now you have these four sentences. The first one with la means the bowl was broken.
Or yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Yes, you're quite right.
It's past tense. All right. The next one means the bowl broke. This is a dynamic statement.
It moved into the state of brokenness.
Yes. So that's what that relational means. It changed its state from this thing to this thing or became this thing. There was once a broken bowl.
Yep. Say isn't often, that is not actually the primary purpose of say, but it is also used as sort of an introductory way, a way of introducing a participant.
And then the last one is the bowl has a broken part or piece.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
And so, yeah. And so again, these are the only four relationals in the entire language, and everything else is basically a noun, right?
Yeah, or a modifier,
yeah.
article or something. Yeah.
And so with just those four relationals, Sylvia manages to create an entire language. And it's not as if the language is impoverished for verb meanings the way we understand them. It's just that essentially they're spread across the phrase. And most of what we think of as verbal meaning is assigned to a noun.
Yes.
So.
All right. No, sorry.
Anyway, so that is the Kalin language. And from the perspective of, I will say, a conlanger, it was really quite ingenious. So we have a lot of conlangers in the community who create engineered languages that, have like funky design principles. This one was clearly one of the best, but also it still had the feeling of a language. Like it was very naturalistic. It wasn't very artificial.
I was using the science fictional idea of if you're going to, create a different world or a different future or something, you just keep everything the same and only change one thing.
Oh.
And so that was my idea, that was the one big change, was just having this very limited set of relationals rather than verbs, and everything else I did try to keep as naturalistic as possible. That is a very apt analogy, and I never thought of it. That's brilliant. Wow. Well done. I've also been reading science fiction from a very young age.
This is true. All right. So something else that's just kind of, I think, a lot of fun for Kalin is that you developed a number of different writing systems for Kalin.
I did, because I experimented. And basically, since Kalin was the only language I had, anytime I wanted to experiment it, it became part of Kalin. So this is the basic script for Kalin, which is, and I liked that line, so I made sure we had the line. But otherwise, the characters underneath the line are a combination of basic Roman and Elvish and whatever else seemed to look good.
Yeah, but it does the trick. But this is just the start. This is just the start.
Yes.
Get ready. Here comes some more. So then you also have this script.
Now this I went to a museum in Portland once, and they had a exhibit on manuscripts, and there was these Russian land grants, these legal documents, and the Cyrillic, since it has so many of those ascenders and descenders, they would go 3 or 4 lines down and connect letters. And I said, oh, that is so cool. I have to do that. And so that's where this came from.
All right. Next, we have this, these,
Yeah,
block
'cause, you know,
letters.
you have futuristic robot box scripts, you know, and so I tried with that too, and it mostly worked. And what was fun with this one is I could make it vertical as well, like that,
Yeah.
and that was fun. Though I didn't do very much with this one because it was kind of weird.
Yeah. And then Sylvia came up with this, and this really blew me away. So this is called the interlace script.
Right. So remember, Sally was showing us lovely pictures of the Lindisfarne Gospels and everything. Well, the other thing I was really into when I was young was calligraphy, and my lab partner got me into the Society for Creative Anachronism. And so I basically studied medieval manuscripts for a while, very informally. And I learned how to make knotwork and so forth. And then I used that as the basis of a script. And it is associated with Kalin really only because at the time that was my only language. But really you could use it for any language. It doesn't have to be Kalin.
Yeah. So this is, it's probably better for you to go and look at this on your own, but this is just kind of an example of how it works. And so you can see that there's some elements, right, that are linguistic and some that are not, right?
Right. Well, each particular part corresponds to a letter, but it was designed within the con culture. It's supposed to be something that is just used for decoration and either that or ceremony or secrets. It's not supposed to be readily readable, which is good because it's not. And I sometimes have a hard time reading them after I have created them.
Yeah.
But
That's another example.
like here is one, and basically that pattern repeats, sometimes mirrored or such. But it basically spells the name of the family.
Now, she also, by the way, I found this extremely helpful. This is from her website. She put together kind of a moving one, a GIF of how you can read it.
Yes.
And so
JavaScript broke and I haven't fixed it yet.
Yeah. Here, let me, okay. So start at the bottom.
Right. That's, yep. A and Y and TH, and there's the N at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just honestly. And so we have a couple of other examples of the script. This one features the first one.
So that in the interlace is at least part of what is here in the regular script. And that was done. So for a while, the Conlang mailing list, listserv that David and I first interacted on would host what we call a holiday card exchange. And we didn't really care what the holiday was, though it generally happened in the wintertime. And we would make things, cards and other things in our languages and send them to each other. And that was what this was for.
Is that what this next one is too?
That is also what this next one is for. Yes.
Just lovely. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. But this one was very, very special to me. So for a while, I gave out an award called the Smiley Award, which was, kind of like not to say that we're there, but a lifetime achievement type award, but given to a language, not a language creator. So a language creator could win more than one. But I gave one to Kalin. And one of the things I mentioned was how much I loved the interlace script. And Sylvia put my name in the interlace script.
Peterson and the interlace script.
It's just wild, man.
So I have these tiny little cardboard cutouts of all the different letters, and then I kind of arrange them. And then when I figure out how the arrangement should work, then I go to my computer and actually draw it.
Wow, really? Oh
Yeah,
my gosh.
it's a lot of work to put these together. which is
Yeah.
why I don't do it very often.
And see, this is why I make sure to mention it so that she knows how much I appreciate it, because I really do. And this is another one.
That was the design for, I think that says
LC.
Conlanger in Kalin.
Yeah,
And that was in the Zazzle store that the LCS had. I
right.
don't know if that's still up. I don't know.
Believe it or not, I think it still is.
It is?
Yeah, I think
Okay,
it's
so
still
people
around.
buy this design.
You can get this on a tie. But then this, I think, is one of my favorites.
That's this. This is the laptop sleeve I designed for a previous laptop, though it fits the current laptop very nicely too. And what it says across the top and what it says in the interlace are pretty much the same. And it is a prayer to the goddess of technology that the machine may always be in working order.
Okay, and then I also wanted to talk a little bit. So Sylvia worked on Kalin for her whole life, long time, and that was your only conlang.
I kept saying I'm just a one conlang woman, whatever you want to call it.
And then something else happened.
And then one day I decided, Kalin doesn't do motion very well. I should try something that does motion better.
And that brought us to the language Sorimadu.
Yes.
And this, and especially the way that you showed it, I think it just really demonstrates something incredible. So we saw already that Kalin had these 4 relationals that kind of accomplished a lot of verbal meaning. Sorimadu has these.
Yes. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 verbs.
And you'll notice that
Doubled.
You'll notice that these are just images. They're not,
Well, actually, they're little Unicode arrows. But
yeah.
yes.
And these are the verbs. All of the verbs, all they encode is some sort of either motion or stance.
Yes.
So these are the verbs. And then there are 2 cases for the nouns. And this one absolutely, really blew me away. There are 2 cases. And for those of you who studied linguistics, you will have never heard of these cases before. They are motile.
They're not cases, they're genders.
What?
They're like genders, they're noun classes.
Can something be both?
Not really.
Well, then how come out with
Maybe occasionally but
yeah,
technically they're like some nouns can be in multiple noun classes.
sure.
Right. So this is the same thing.
Are there some nouns that can only be in one?
Yes.
Okay. Well, okay. Motile and sessile. Essentially, motile means can move.
Can move. So animate.
And sessile means cannot.
Inanimate.
And so here is an example. This is a spoken language, but what I'm providing for you here on the top is going to be a spoken line. The middle is an interlinear and the bottom is a translation. And I hope that this is correct. We have,
Close enough.
yeah, close enough. See, this is what I was telling you about. We had it anyway. So Lumara said ibibi, and it's my mother is short, and you can see this line here, and that is
The stance.
Yeah.
And basically the 3 verbs of stance, which are basically stand, sit, and lie,
right.
correspond to the shape or the animacy of the subject of the verb.
Yeah.
And so all animate nouns, all people basically use sere for stand.
But the water, for example, and the water is deep.
Because it's,
Now, this one I find just lovely. So you can explain this verb. The water is getting deeper.
Right. So the base verb there is evi, which basically means to move outwards or to expand. And so since this has got a more in it, you are expanding.
Right.
And so that's what that means.
And then the opposite, the water is getting less deep, is identical, except
It's in the opposite direction. It's going, it's coming in, moving inwards or shrinking.
that's right. So I wanted to share this example, which I think is really, really ingenious. So follow along. We have Lene Angi Gelele, and is that correct? Okay,
Yeah.
so I go through the woods.
Angi is that one with the arrow and the big round circle. So the destination is nebulous.
Yeah. But this one, we've added something. So Lene
Yes.
Eyangi Gelele, I wander around in the woods. And this prefix here kind of says like, okay, that motion happens, but somewhere
Yes.
inside,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay, so then bear that in mind. This is a very straightforward one. Now here's something a bit metaphorical. Lene eyangi ihlet, I am ashamed.
I wander around in shame.
But then there's this.
Yep.
Yep, I wander around in shame. Lene eyangi ihlet, which I
Yes,
think is
because
just
I had just listened to John on metaphor, so
anyway. So yeah, this was just one example. Sylvia keeps doing stuff that is really kind of wild and out there, and just
it's okay. My next language will probably have a full complement of verbs. What's going to be weird is I've decided that it might actually be an interesting challenge to, rather than to reduce or take away something that people expect to find in a language, is to add a few things that are grammaticized that normally aren't.
Mhm.
And the idea I'm working with, but I haven't yet come up with anything that works, is judgment, basically turning good and bad into grammatical words that have to exist in certain contexts, at least. And so and I decided that good probably is also meaning the same thing as yes. So it probably started as an affirmation particle. You know, you ask a question and you answer yes. And so it also shows up in, like, when I was trying to translate the Talking Rock story.
Mhm.
So when I start conlanging, I come up with some idea of the sounds, though it's always subject to revision, some idea of the verbs subject to revision. And then I start trying, and some grammar subject to revision. And then I start trying to translate a couple of things. And one of the first things I tend to translate, there's two texts. One of them is the Talking Rock story that you made up. And the other one is the instructions on how to make tea that Kalin shared.
Yeah.
Yes. And so, like when you say, because I'm a mean talking rock, because has that same little affirmative particle in it. And though that might not be true in the next iteration of language, we'll see. And then, of course, there's another particle that basically is disapproval. And then I decided that maybe the nouns should also have that. So there's a case system for the nouns, and there is a version that is technically neutral, but ends up being positive, more or less, and a version that is definitely disapproving.
Got it.
And one of the inspirations for all of this, of course, is my cat, who disapproves of everything. So there's my cat.
All right. And so if you want to learn more about any of Sylvia's languages, she's prepared some links for you, which you can find right here. But yeah, thank you very, very much.
All right. Thank you.
And
Find me at the back if you have questions.
yeah. So again, we can do questions later. I think that we're going to have some extra time for it, but I want to make sure that we get us to lunch on time. And so we're going to move on to the next speaker, which I think is me. Here, can we get a shot of me? There we are. Okay. So, all right. I'm going to cue you when I want the sound. I don't need it yet, but basically. Okay, it's good. Okay, it's there. And so you're gonna. All right, not yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there. I want to explain to you exactly what I'm doing and how I came up with the idea. It's kind of a wild one, so you need to stick with me. First of all, here is a picture of me, Sylvia, and John Quijada, and each of these people had a factor in helping me to come up with what I'm doing next. So Copicon, we came up with the idea. It's based on the coffee candy, but I kind of had this idea to give it this theme. And the theme was based on Woodstock. So Woodstock was this amazing music conference, which was totally wild, where they invited like all the hottest bands in the entire world to the middle of nowhere in New York and just said, we're going to play all night. And that, of course, was my idea for this one. I said, oh, we're going to have a bunch of speakers and they're going to perform as long as they want. And then Jesse wrote up a schedule and said, oh, and I said, because like, I don't want to start before noon, and Jesse said, okay, we can do this and do all this. And if we cut time here, we can end at midnight. So that was when I changed plans. But anyway, I really loved this idea, this theme of Woodstock and the aesthetics of it and the ideas behind it. And I wanted to bring it to conlanging. So then segue, this is me holding my little sister. I only have one sibling and she's 20 years younger than I am. She was born in between my sophomore and junior year of college. And so one of the things that I did was when she was born, and then for every single one of her birthdays up to like 18, I wrote and illustrated for her a children's book. One for every single year. These were 3 of them. Crazy Coyote and the Onion is one of my favorites. One of the books that I wrote for her was called The Missing Spungo. This was partially inspired by an animation I did in 7th grade. This is a story about jelly beans, jelly beans that can talk. And then there's a moral in it. It somehow references, not Dante, Milton. Anyway, but jelly beans are something that I find really interesting, in particular, jelly bellies. Jelly bellies are from California, and unlike regular jelly beans, they have very unique and specific flavors, like really, really wild flavors. So it's like coconut, cotton candy, French vanilla, Dr. Pepper, and you taste them and it's like, dang, these really, really taste like those. They kind of came back into being, and people really heard about them around the time of Harry Potter, because they famously released a line of these beans that were like these candies in the books where you couldn't tell what they tasted like, and some of them tasted like really bad things. So you have earthworm, earwax or something. So one of the original ways, though, that Jelly Bellies became famous was Ronald Reagan, of all things, also from California. And in order to try to kick smoking, he got kind of hooked on Jelly Bellies specifically. They actually made a picture out of Jelly Bellies for him, and he had them throughout his presidency. Ronald Reagan and I also share a very strange connection, aside from the fact that we're both from California. You'll notice here, if you look very closely, this is my Wikipedia page. This is Ronald Reagan. I want you to notice when he took office. And as my mother told me, because I was born at 12:27 a.m., she said, the nurses brought her to me. And then there was Ronald Reagan taking the oath of office and then flying over or going over to greet the hostages that came back from Iran. And so I don't necessarily like him, but but we share the same love of jelly beans. And so I had this idea that was also inspired by Woodstock. And by the way, on the first day of Woodstock, what happened? The skies opened up and Ravi Shankar played in the rain. And it was kind of unexpected. But then on the next day, there's a fellow named Wavy Gravy. And okay, so go ahead and bring me up on 9 and 10, if you would, over on the audio, pretty please. Can you bring up my computer? All right, I'm going to play something for you. Hello? There we go. Yeah. All right. So jelly bellies. We're making a language out of jelly bellies. We're going to use the grammar. We don't want to put bizarre constraints on eating, which is like, oh, you can only eat this one and then not this one. And it's like, no. You don't want to do anything like that. And it should be discernible by all. In other words, you don't have to be a super taster in order for this thing to work. So for jelly bellies, the candy, they've got all of these flavors. There are 34 official flavors, 12 jewel flavors, 20 kids mix flavors, and blah, 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 blah. Overall, there are 225 unique jelly belly flavors. As you know, a minimal language needs somewhere between 100 and 400 lexemes. So I figured that this can work. These are some of the constraints that I put on myself. First of all, we're going to eliminate similar flavors. So in other words, you shouldn't be having to distinguish lemon drop from sun-kissed lemon or pina colada from crushed pineapple, sour apple from jewel sour apple. That's too complicated. So we're going to eliminate similar flavors. We're going to eliminate the gross flavors, none of the ones that they did for Harry Potter. Those are gone. And eliminate, and by the way, I put buttered popcorn on there. Oh, insufferable. We're also going to eliminate the flavors that are not for everyone. So like not Carolina Reaper or gin and tonic or black licorice. We're also going to eliminate the esoteric flavors, not because they're necessarily bad, but because you might not necessarily be able to place them. I'm sure the lychee one tastes very nice, but I'm not familiar enough with lychee to really be able to pick out a jelly bean. There are some confounding factors. Each jelly belly has a unique color. And so if you're a sighted individual, you can easily tell the difference between the colors like you're supposed to. It's hard to pick out a specific flavor without comparing it to something else, right? So like sometimes it's like, okay, I don't know if this is necessarily orange unless I compare it to something else and know that it's that, all right? So there's that confounding factor. Also, it's okay, and I Googled this. I tried my best to do research. I have no idea how to even ask the question to get the right answer. I don't know how many flavors a human being can distinguish at once in their mouth. And it's like every time I asked this, the results I was getting was like, how many flavors can humans distinguish? And it's like, well, there's sour, salty. It's like, no, that's not what I mean. And it's like, well, there are this many taste buds on the tongue. No, that's not what I mean. It's like, well, this part of the tongue tastes this. No, I want to know how many at once. I know and so I honestly don't have any idea. So this was my prognosis. Essentially, we've got enough for a test. There's not enough for a full language. And we need to pretend to ignore the colors. All right. So everybody's got to be on their best behavior. And I'm absolutely clueless on the simultaneous taste issue. So that's why this is an experiment. This is a small test. So now, in terms of how to do this, I went back to a language that I created or tried to create in 2002. Very few people know about this. I tried to share it on the Conlang list, but it was like, it really went nowhere. It was this language that was called Hokkei. Anyway, so yeah, it's from around 2002. It was 100% inspired by Sylvia Sotomayor, and also John Quixote. And by the way, John, you're probably the only one who's going to get this language experiment J, meal R, remember? Yeah, from the book. Okay, so anyway, this thing had operators and non-operators. Operators define relationships between non-operators. It's very similar to Kalin. And non-operators had two forms, but to this day, I don't understand why. Like I recreated some sentences here. I'm not going to try to pronounce these. This is just a disaster. I was trying to create a truly alien language because most aliens that we see, they're just humans with like forehead ridges, right? And the languages are basically humanoid. I was trying to create something truly alien. So we have this example, the fish hugs the frog hugs the fish does a froggish job of hugging, the frog gives a fishy hug because, like these things were like all the verbs were nouns too. And so I try to feel like, well, what does it mean if like, I don't know, the hugging sees the hearing? What does that mean? I don't know. Anyway, so this is the language Hokkei. I couldn't wrap my head around it and I gave it up. But I never forgot it. In fact, when I was digging through as I was preparing for Sylvia's presentation, she has a Fiat Lingua article on Sodna Leni. If you go down, she has an appendix. In the appendix, there are some messages email messages that we sent back and forth. In my reply, I don't know if you even realize this, Sylvia, I have actions then are something that can be grouped. That is, actions are more similar to each other than they are to animals, let's say, and so could easily be classified as a noun class. I was doing something along these lines the first time I tried to create an alien language. Never finished, was too difficult. This was sent in 2012. That was 10 years later. I've been thinking about it the whole time. Now I found an avenue for it. All right, so working with jelly beans. So number one, there's no affixes. It's not possible unless flavor mixing was possible. That is like you'd have to have it in a single bean in order for it to count as an affix. And ordering is either impossible or pointless. So in other words, like if you can say, well, okay, you have to eat this one first and then this one and this one, then it's like, why? You basically defeated the purpose. And there's no real coloring solution unless unless you can make the beans yourself, you can't do it properly. All right. And so this is how the language works. There's an operator class. There are non-operator classes based on semantics. All classes are defined by flavor regions. And when we get to the end of the talk, you'll see why maybe that wasn't such a good idea. Anyway, so non-operator classes are things like this. The class number one are the pronouns. So red apple is I, orange crush is we, peach is you, one person, top banana is you, plural people. And then class two is the beverages. These are actions. So you have root beer is seeing, 7-Up is hearing, cappuccino is hugging, Dr. Pepper is sleeping, cream soda is talking or discussion. Then we have the small mammals. So the blueberry, so we have the mouse, the rabbit, the dog, the daiquiri, the opossum, and the cat there. And then the other classes would be things like this, other animals, plants, minerals, created objects, etc. Now, here's how things have to work and why it might be a little difficult for humans to use. There must be an absolute, necessarily arbitrary hierarchy for all non-operator classes. So, for example, with the small mammals, you have to put them in order. So obviously, cat is number one. Mouse is 2, rabbit is 5, dog is somewhere at 27, and then the poor opossum down at number 981. So, all right. Now, these are how the operators work, and this part is kind of crucial. All right. Operators work with or on non-operators. They determine grammatical roles. They determine the number of participants. They give aspectual information and set clause boundaries. This last one is really important. These are the four most important jelly beans you will ever see. All right. So first, perfective, imperfective, we can just call that past, non-past, or whatever. So we know how those work. A complete thought means that the jelly beans in your hand say the whole story. An incomplete thought means eat these jelly beans, more are coming to help fill in the gaps. We're not done yet, okay? And so then that obviously it separates into 4 jelly beans. So it's like a toasted marshmallow is like, this is a complete thought and it's in the past or it's completed or something like that. For this one, by the way, we're not going to do a long text. So we're only dealing with complete thoughts, toasted marshmallow versus French vanilla. They're surprisingly close in flavor. I'm sorry. Okay, so next, this is how kind of these things work. The other operators, those are the first type, and there's only 4 of them. The others, there's going to be lots of them. And what they do is they tell you that there's 1 argument, there's 2 arguments, there's 3 arguments, and then the arguments tell you who does what to whom and via what. All right. So like, 2 arguments would be like the first operates on the last or the last operates on the first. Remember, we're talking about the hierarchy of non-operator classes. And then for 3 arguments, the first operates on the middle via the last, things kind of like that. These are operators type B. Anyway, so for this, for our experiment, we're probably going to top out at around 3 arguments before you say incomplete thought, more is coming, right? So you have to like speak in kind of a different way. You can't say a whole bunch of complex stuff in one clause. You just have to keep chaining them. Let's see. What was this? May include modification. Oh, yeah. First modified, like, yeah, you could do that with those. We don't happen to. Sentences will require serial constructions. Yeah, that's essentially what I just said. All right. So the cat chased the mouse in the house. For example, the cat chased the mouse in the house. This is how we do it. First, there's going to be an incomplete thought plus a perfective. This is the first part. First over middle via last, and 3, 4, 5 cat mouse chasing, right? And then we have complete thought plus perfective, first located at last, chasing house. All right. So this is kind of how it works. Here are the jelly beans. Okay. I don't even know how to explain this. I'm doing my best, but all right. So here's what we have. All right, there's a picture of 2 hands. The first hand has 5 jelly beans. They're all 5 different ones. And so in your first hand, what you're going to get is the cat chased the mouse. And you're also going to get the information that the thought is not complete, that more information is coming. So you know the cat chased the mouse, but there's something else about it and you don't know what. So you eat all those. Then with your second handful, you get chased in the house in a complete thought. And so then you put those together. It's like, oh, the cat chased the mouse. Also chasing happened in the house. And now it's done. And so that is how you say something in this language. Now, it is time to test. All right. So, don't start yet, but everybody is going to receive one of 4 envelopes. The envelopes are going to be pink, gold, blue, or black. They are also going to have a sticker on them because we couldn't get 8 envelope types and we needed that. All right, so do not look at the jelly beans inside if you want this to be a true test, because you're going to be able to see their colors, right? So don't look at them. But no, you don't necessarily have to eat them all at once. It just doesn't matter what order you do it in. Okay, before we do it, obviously some disclaimers. Do not eat these if you are or think you may be allergic to any of the ingredients, obviously. Do not eat these if you dislike any of the flavors listed. There's going to be a flavor list up here. Okay. And though the jelly beans we absolutely purchased them, Jesse and I put them into the envelopes ourselves. We were wearing gloves. If you don't want to eat anything we've handled, don't take an envelope. We will not be offended. Here's a photo of us assembling. And by the way, this is my little sister took the picture. And so, you know, she's all grown up now, but she's the one that I did the jelly bean book for. Okay, so here we go. There's a QR code on the screen. Sherry, this is when you go to page number 2. This has a list of every jelly bean that you could possibly be receiving. Everybody is going to get an envelope with 5 jelly beans. All right. And this is kind of what they mean. We're going to pass them out right now. Remember the colors that you have, the color of the envelope and the color of the sticker, because we're going to tell you what it means after that. And yeah, go ahead and start passing out right now. Magpie or Miles?
Kind enough to take this half of the room.
Yeah. Thank you.
And then remember Sherry.
I got it.
Okay, good. Okay. We're going to start passing out right now.
Were you ready?
All right. Are we ready? All right. I want to make sure that I put a black slide afterward just to make sure I didn't reveal too soon. But get ready. Go back. What?
Are we ready to eat now?
Yeah. Go for it. Sorry. Yeah. No, some people were already doing it. They didn't wait. They didn't wait for permission. Yeah, go for it.
Look at it, right? Not look at it.
Yeah, try not to look at it. Try not to look at them. Oh, and just as a reminder, both the color of the bag and the sticker is going to be for the answer key that's coming up after this. Okay, so remember what it is.
That one's a mystery. I don't know what that was.
So many people whose faces are just like ours. I'll give you a minute.
David, can you do salsa next year?
Can I do what?
Salsa?
Salsa.
David, next to peppers.
Oh my God. All right. Are we ready?
What's the noun classification on the pronouns again?
The noun, so the numbers again, so we have like first operating on last via middle. So for example, if you had, red apple, root beer, and blue and mouse, then the first would be red apple, the middle would be root beer, the last would be blueberry. It's an absolute ranking. Oh, and Jesse thinks she got hers. All right. So listen, we got to move on. Believe me, I know how tough it is. Here is the answer key. All right. By a show of hands, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you basically, did you get right on? Did you get closer? Were you nowhere near? How many people got it spot on? Wow. Holy smoke. As you can see, you're in the minority. That was like 5 or 6 people, but wow, right on. How many of you got close? All right. That's pretty good. And then how many of you were just completely lost and didn't get it at all? So that is about a bell curve. Well, I want to share with you that you are not alone, because after we finished, putting all these things in the envelopes, I mean, Jessica was like, well, I want to try it too. So we didn't do those sentences. We came up with new ones to test each other. This is a photo of Jessie trying her jelly beans, and you can see that look in her face. It's very similar to the look on my face when I was trying her sentence. And when I was looking out in the audience, I saw this look on a lot of your faces too. So I learned something. I mean, we probably should have tested it before I did the assignments, but also like I had to buy the jelly beans and it was kind of expensive and you had to buy them ahead of time because it wasn't like anyway. But so in Conlang and just in language, we have the idea that vowel systems are generally balanced. So if you have three vowels in your language, if you have three vowels in your language, it's most likely they're these, e, and u, because they're nice and balanced. They're spread across the system. If you were to have a language and said, my language has three vowels and the vowels are E, I, and A, that's not really a very balanced vowel system. We find no natural languages that do anything like this. And any conlang that is doing this is obviously like trying to be unrealistic. Well, what I found is that I might have had a bit of an unbalanced flavor system. Because like there were a couple of these where it's like, it could be that, it could be that. As I mentioned, I think earlier, toasted marshmallow and French vanilla end up tasting a lot alike. I mean, I thought they were distinct, but not if you have to pick them out blind. So obviously, this is something that needs to be worked on. It was nice for an experiment, but anyway, this is hopefully, maybe this will give some impetus to those out there who are interested in trying some sort of a flavor-based language. Anyway, so like the book I gave to my sister, this is the end. So thank you so much. All right. Incidentally, we got a lot more jelly beans. So if you just like jelly beans and want some, you can feel free to have them. All right. But now we're going to have a break for lunch. Our next speaker after lunch is going to be Paul Fromer, who's going to be coming to us via Zoom. And that we're going to reconvene here back at 2 p.m. For those of you who are interested in lunch, there is a place called the Epicurean. It's a short walk that is north of here. Yeah. Anyway, some people know how to get there. And so follow the crowd and we will see you back here around 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Check, check. Test.
No, keep going. Tell me where you're born and whether it's.
Sorry. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test. Have the echo here.
Hello. You see, there's no echo. It's just there. It's just there. I wonder if you can use this laptop there And let the other guy join in into this. Hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
Good.
Hello, check, check, check. Hello, hello. Check, check, check.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Test.
Keep talking. Okay, he's on the Zoom now. Okay.
Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test. Test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test, test, 1, 2, 3. Test, test.
Okay, so now I've said unmute. Okay, so can you guys hear me now? Hello? Okay, so now I've said unmute. Okay, so can you guys hear me now? Hello? Okay, so now I've said unmute. Okay, so can you guys hear me now? Hello? Okay, so now I've said unmute. Okay, so can you guys hear me now? Hello? Okay, so now I've said unmute. Okay, so can you guys hear me now? Hello? Okay, so now I've said unmute. Okay, so can you guys hear me now? Hello? Okay, so now I've said unmute. Hello? Okay, so can you guys hear me now? Hello? So, yeah, what I said before apparently has been recorded and it's looping. So, yeah, what I said before apparently has been recorded and it's looping. So, yeah, what I said before apparently has been recorded and it's looping. So, yeah, what I said before apparently has been recorded and it's looping. So, yeah, what I said before apparently has been recorded and it's looping. So, yeah, what I said before apparently has been recorded and it's looping. So, yeah, what I said before apparently has been recorded and it's looping. So, yeah, what I said before apparently has been recorded and it's looping. So, yeah, what I said before apparently has been recorded and it's looping. So, yeah, what I said before apparently has been recorded and it's looping. So, yeah, what I said before apparently has been recorded and it's looping. Can you guys hear me?
Hyundai Santa Fe versus Honda Passport. Hyundai Santa Fe wins. So where do you go?
No.
Where?
Is that who I think that is?
Skipper.
Oh.
5 words you pronounce wrong 2 years before your brain starts shutting down. Dementia is
out of the blue, out of the night, you came along and you changed my life. I'm feeling things I swear I never felt before. It's a ending.
Can you hear me okay? Okay, I was hearing some feedback. Actually, I'm still hearing some feedback now. Kind of an echo when I'm talking. How is it now? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This seems better now. Everybody hear me okay? No echo. Okay, so this is, so we're good? Everything's copacetic? All right. And you can see my screen okay, right? Okay. Let me actually just go to the actual slideshow and let me see if that's working okay. Give me one moment. Okay, so Here, okay, and how are things now? Actually, I can't see the chat at this point, but I'm just going to go through some slides and so on. Okay, and now let me go back to the chat. If I can find it. Okay, so we're good. Okay, cool. So can we assume that everything's fine, and I will be back with you a little before 2:00 your time? Is that good? Hey, David. Okay, very good. So I'm going to close up things here now. I will use the same link that I used before. I guess the link has not changed. Is that right? Okay, very good. So I guess we're good. So what do you think? Should I be back on around 10 to 2 your time, or should I do it closer to 2:00? You tell me what's best. Five to 2 is fine. Okay, I will be there. Hopefully everything will work fine. Look forward to it. David, once again, if I go, say, maybe up to 25 minutes, will that be okay? Okay, good. Okay, see you guys later. Bye.
Language that nearest
The unknown.
Yes. Start.
Yes, why when we play a video here on the YouTube, there's no.
If they felt a certain way about it, but by using Dothraki, it matches the feel of the show and it doesn't take away.
The gifts to the diehard fans and an Easter egg if they actually look up the translation. Anyway, here's the video.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, test 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, test 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, test 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, test 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Test 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Test 3, 4, 5.
Everyone, this is Andrew and Jillian Aversa, and today we wanted to share some music that we've arranged and that Jillian has performed in constructed languages.
I really wish we could have been there in person, but because we're both
Sometimes late when things are real and people share the gift of gab between themselves. Some are quick to take a bait and catch the perfect prize that waits among the shelves. But Oz never did give nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. And cause never was the reason for the evening or the Tropic of Sir Galahad. So please believe in me when I say I'm spinning round, 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 round. So the fly stays like a image going down, 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 down. So sad green like a oh, I never did give nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. And cause never was the reason for the evening or the Tropic of Sir Galahad. So please believe in me when I sail round, 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 round. Oh, the glass stained by going down, 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 down. So by never gave nothing to the Tin Man that he didn't already have. And cause never was the reason for the evening or the Tropic of Sir Galahad. So please believe in me. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. It was so warm, the time when it's blue, coming from northern storms in the sea. Love has been lost, is that the reason? Trying desperately to be free. I want to dance, my dear. Winter's cold, bless you. It was so warm, my winter time.
Test one. Hello, test one.
Well, you know, I get slow, but I've been gambled on. They put it on the go, and I sing a little song. Da, 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 da. And I sing this song. Well, I don't mind that they're lucky, but it seems like they always win. But it's illegal in the state of mind I'm in. And if I had a nickel for each time that I've been put on, I would be. You know, I don't know so many things, but I know what's been going on. We are only putting in our little to get rid of a lot that's wrong. And if we had a nickel for each time that we've been put on, we'd all be go. You know that I'm not a gambler, but I've been gambled on. They put in a nickel and I sing a little song. Da, 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 da,
Don't remember. Sing for your footsteps coming up the drive. Listen for your footsteps, but they don't arrive. Waiting for you. See the hand move. Sorry that I out to you. I was so bad. Come back. I knew I was say. The light is just another side, maybe the light that shines. And I look so down through the door, and I still belong to you. Maybe I hold you to blame.
Close my eyes till I see your surprise, your feelings. Take all my time. Baby, you'll change your mind. Just don't stay long now. This thing is now. It's like I told you out over you somehow. Before I close the door, baby, you'll change your mind. I just found change someone, maybe nobody else could understand. I guess that you knew that I'm someone else's man. But just before I see that you leave, I want you to hold on to things that you said. Baby, I'll try my best. Don't stay long now. Before
Do everything. To everything. Do everything. Will you stay in a love story? If you stay, you won't be sorry, 'cause we believe in you. Soon you'll grow, so take a chance with a couple of kooks. I'm up on romancing. Will you stay in a love story? If you stay, you won't be sorry, 'cause we believe in you. Soon you'll grow, so take a chance with a couple of cooks. I'm up on romancing. We brought a lot of things to keep you warm and dry. Stay on the grid, the page won't dry. I brought you up The trumpet you can blow, and the book of rules of what to say to people when they pick on you. Cause if you stay with us, you're gonna be pretty cookie too. If you stay, and I love the story. If you stay, you won't be sorry, cause we believe in you. Soon you'll grow, so take a chance with a couple of cookies. I'm a balloon. And if you ever have to go to school, remember how they must stop so don't pick fights with the bullies or the cats, because I got much caught at punching other people's stats. And if the homework brings you down, then we'll throw it on the fire and take the car downtown. Will you stay? I love the story. If you stay, you won't be sorry, cause we believe in you. Soon you'll grow, so take a chance with a couple of girls. I'll have one for you. When you stay, story. If you stay, you won't be sorry, cause we believe in you. Soon you'll grow, so take a chance with a couple of girls.
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think I'm gonna be fine, but. Okay. And now. Yeah. Right. Get that slide. It's weird that some of these songs are just.
Since no wasted.
Hi, everybody.
Okay.
Welcome back. Let's try to kind of get back to it. Okay. By the way, Paul, I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can't hear you. All right. So, okay.
You can hear me.
By the way, Paul, I don't know. Can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm getting a loop. I'm getting a loop of.
By the way, I don't know. Can you hear me? Yeah. Can you hear me?
I'm getting a loop. I'm getting a loop of. There's kind of an echo or something. Yeah.
Try to figure it out. All right, everybody, come back in. Try to get right now, but please give us some patience.
Okay. Not sure what's happening right now. Can you guys still hear me? Okay, good. Well, you just tell me when you want me to begin and share my screen, okay? Okay, I'm saying something. I'm ready to begin when everybody else is. So just let me know when I should share my screen. David, you want to do a little introduction?
Okay, I'm saying something to begin when everybody else is. So just let me know when I should share my screen. David, you want to do a little introduction? I'm saying something,
And I'm now hearing what I just said.
everybody else is. So just
And
something
it's
when I should share my screen.
And I'm now hearing what I just did.
Share your screen, start your presentation.
Getting all sorts of audio gibberish.
Share your screen, start your presentation.
All sorts of
share your screen, start your presentation.
Okay, at this point, the audio is silent. Okay, so what do you say? I'm audible now. You tell me when to start, and I'll share my screen and go. Okay. Okay. So what do you say? I'm audible now. You tell me when to start, and I'll share my screen and go. Okay. So again, I'm still looping. I'm still hearing what I just said. Share my screen and go. Okay. I'm still hearing what I just said. Okay, shall I test again? Can you hear my voice clearly now? And if you want me to share my screen to test that, I can do that too. Just you let me know what. You hear my voice clearly now, and if you want me to share my screen to test that, I can do that too. Just you let me know what. You hear my voice clearly now, and if you want me to share my screen to test that, I can do that too. Just let me know what. You hear my voice clearly, and if you want to share my screen to test that, I can do that too. Just let me know what. You hear my. Okay, so I'm talking again, and so far so good. I'm not hearing any looping. Are you guys hearing me okay? Pretty clear? Okay, so I'm talking again, and so far so good. I'm not hearing any looping. Are you guys hearing me okay? Pretty clear? Unfortunately, it's still looping. Okay, so I'm talking again. So far so good. Unfortunately, it's still looping. Yeah, I can continue to talk if that would help, and you can test and see what's happening. But the last time I did it, it was looping still. Okay, so Kyle said this is currently working great. That sounds like good news. Okay. No loop. Okay, that's good. And you can still hear me okay, correct? Okay, global event says go for it. Sounds good. So, David, you still there? Oh, he's away from the mic. Okay, well, shall I wait until he comes back before I begin my presentation? Okay, so start. Okay, I will start. So let me share my screen. To share your computer audio, install Zoom. What? Oh Lord. Okay, let me just. You are screen sharing. Okay, hold on one moment. Okay, so good. Okay, so I am now sharing my screen. I assume that everybody is seeing what they're supposed to see and hearing what they're supposed to see. So let's begin. In terms of the time frame, it is now 11:10. I was planning to talk for, I guess, maybe about 25 minutes. So that'll be until 11:35. Hope that's still okay with everybody. Okay, well, hi everyone. As I think most of you know,
David Peterson.
Okay, hold on a second. David is calling me. Hey, David. Cut all the sound. Okay, hold on a minute. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. Okay, so you tell me when to start next time. Seriously, it should be the only thing. Okay, Paul, go ahead and try to say something. Okay, so I'm now being broadcast over over a live mic, or can is good? Everything's good? Everything's cool? Yeah. Okay, that's good. So again, if I go around 25 minutes, that'll be okay? Okay. Okay. I will hang up the phone now and then I will start. Oh, in other words, the entire time I'll stay on the phone. Ah, okay. Okay, I can do that. I can do that. Okay, everybody. So, once again, so as I think most of you know, I was given the assignment to create the Navi language for Avatar, which came out in 2009. And 13 years later, when the sequel came out, Avatar, The Way of Water, I had a new assignment, which was to come up with a new dialect of Navi, because we're meeting different kinds of Navi people in the sequel, and James Cameron wanted them to speak in a somewhat different way. So at this point, in Avatar 2009, going back there, we had The forest people, they're now being known as the forest people because they lived in the forest. And the original dialect of Navi, we're now calling forest Navi. And now, last year, we had Avatar, the Way of Water. And we met the reef people. They actually look a little different. They're anatomically a little bit different. And therefore, their dialect of Navi is a little bit different. Since we conlangers don't always have a chance to create dialects of our conlangs, I thought it might be interesting to talk a bit about the new dialect. But before that, I want to mention a few things about dialects in general. So what is a dialect? For linguists, dialect is not a pejorative term. It's not like I speak a correct language while you speak a dialect. A dialect is simply a variety of a language. Dialects can arise in different ways. It can be based on geography, on ethnicity, on age, on social distinctions, on occupation, education, and a lot of other things as well. A question arises, when do you have two dialects of the same language, or when do they actually become different enough so that they're different languages? Well, the basic criterion is mutual comprehension. If two varieties of a language are pretty much mutually comprehensible, then we tend to say that they're dialects, but if not, if they're too far apart, we consider them separate languages. However, this is not always clear. The distinction is not always clear. For example, if you take Danish and Norwegian, those languages are very, very comprehensible to the other speakers. There's a lot of mutual comprehension, but we consider them different languages. The other side of that coin is if you take Mandarin and Cantonese Chinese, those are sometimes referred to as Chinese dialects, but in reality, there's very little mutual comprehension between the two, and they should really be considered different languages. One of my favorite quotes is from the linguist Max Weinreich, who worked in Yiddish, and he said, "A Sprache ist ein Dialekt mit einer Armee und Flot." A language is a dialect with an army and a navy. I really like that. Okay. Dialects can differ in pretty much all the units of an elementary linguistic course. They can differ in phonetics and phonology, in morphology, the way words are built up, in syntax, the way words are put together in phrases and sentences, in semantics, in the lexicon, in the cultural aspects, in orthography, and so on. The most obvious differences are often in pronunciation, but there are other differences as well. So, I mean, if you take two very familiar dialects of English, varieties of English that we're all familiar with, say, British and American. We all know some of the basic differences. The basic differences, I guess, that people think of most are pronunciation. I won't attempt to illustrate pronunciation differences between American and British English because my British accent is laughable. But if you think about lexical differences in words, I mean, Americans say trunk, hood, and windshield when talking about a car. The Brits say boot, bonnet, and windscreen. We say apartment, Brits say flat. We say French fries, Brits say chips, and so on. And of course, there are the spelling differences everyone is familiar with. Is color C-O-L-O-R or C-O-L-O-U-R, and so on and so on. There are more subtle differences, though, which sometimes are the most interesting ones. The phrase "to knock someone up" means something very different in New York and in London. There's one kind of subtle syntactic difference which has always struck me as interesting. Okay, here's a question. Did you call your mother? And here's a possible answer. I would have called, but I was busy. Okay. Another slightly different version. I would have, but I was busy. I would have done it, but I was busy. Now, both Americans and the Brits can say any one of these, A1 through through A3. But there's another variety which is exclusively British, as far as I can tell, which is I would have done, but I was busy. I've never heard an American say anything like that, but it's very, very common in English. So that's an example of a syntactic difference between two dialects. Okay, how do regional dialects arise? And the reason I'm focusing on regional dialects is that Forest Navi and Reef Navi, of course, are two regional dialects spoken by people in different parts of Canada. Okay, so there are three main factors that go into the rise of regional dialects. There are three facts about language. One is that living languages are always changing. If a language is not changing, it's dead. The changes are generally unpredictable. And when groups of speakers are separated geographically and don't have easy communication between groups, the changes are not usually parallel, and that means that different dialects can arise. Okay, so let's look at the idea of living languages always changing. Okay, how do languages change? They can change in all the ways that we mentioned that dialects can differ. They can change in phonetics and phonology, morphology, syntax, all of these things. And we can all think of language change that's taken place within our own lives. Some of us have lived longer than others, and we may be more aware of some of the language changes that have taken place. So, I mean, lexical changes are probably the most obvious ones. New words that enter into a language. Think of how English has changed in the last, 40, 50, 60 years. Words like fax, which is short for facsimile. That's a very old innovation. More recently, blog, short for weblog. Janky, terraform, cryptocurrency. I mean, those are all additions to the language, ways that language has changed. Let me mention an interesting syntactic change in English, which I've noticed in my own lifetime. I find rather striking. The word fun, F-U-N, okay. Is it a noun? Is it an adjective? What is it? Okay, so nowadays you can get comments like this. I found this on YouTube. Kevin learns the obstruction game isn't as fun as he once thought. Now, what is fun doing there? Okay, that is filling an adjectival slot, right? You could say isn't as interesting, isn't as obvious, isn't as wonderful, whatever. So fun there is an adjective. Okay, that's a change in the way that word is treated in English. In my dialect, fun, and dialect that I still feel most comfortable with, fun is exclusively a noun. You cannot say fun, funner, funnest, although a lot of people nowadays have no problem with that. To me, it has to be Kevin learns the obstruction game isn't as much fun as he once thought. So that's an example of a syntactic change in English. Okay. Then we said that the changes are generally unpredictable, which means you can't tell exactly how a particular language is going to change. And when the changes in separated groups are usually not parallel, which is usually the case, then we can have different dialects that arise. So the situation is essentially that you have what you might call a parent language. And then if two groups are geographically separated and changes continue to occur in each of those two groups, but the changes are not parallel, then you wind up with eventually two different dialects. And so that's what happened, we're presuming, in the history of the Navi language. So a language that we might call Proto-Navi, which is not attested, has broken up into at least these two dialects, Forest Navi and Reef Navi. Okay, so what I thought I'd do in the remainder of the talk is to focus on some of the differences between these two dialects. Now, there are a lot of differences, but in the interest of time, I'm just going to focus on two phonological differences which have arisen, and I think they're fairly striking. Okay, so one of them has to do with the consonant system. The other has to do with the vowel system. Actually, before I get to that, what was my assignment in coming up with Reef Navi? Essentially very simple. It was supposed to be different from Forest Navi to the extent that people familiar with the original dialect could listen to and examine the new dialect and say, wait a minute,
That's not the way it's supposed to be. Why are they doing that? Why are they talking that way?
It also had to be mutually comprehensible with the original dialect, because the two groups, if you've seen the sequel, you know, the two groups talk, and presumably there's no problem in communication. Okay. And that was pretty much what I had to go, and everything else was up to me. Okay, now, one big change in the phonological system is that unlike Forest Navi, Reef Navi actually has voiced stops. This was one of the hallmarks of the original dialect. There's no b, d, g, there are no voice stops. And I used to say, if you see a word with a B, a D, or a G that's not in the NG digraph, then that couldn't be Navi. But that's no longer the case. Reef Navi actually has voice stops, and they're actually allophones of the ejectives. So this is the consonant system of Forest Navi that Navi speakers are very familiar with. The top line are the ejectives, the sounds like and and then you have more familiar sounds, voice stops, and so on. Notice there's no line for, I'm sorry, voiceless stops. There's no line for voice stops, but in Reef Navi, we introduce the b, d, g. And it turns out that b, d, g are in fact allophones or varieties of the ejectives. And how it works is that at the start of a syllable, the ejectives and in Forest Navi are pronounced b, d, g respectively in Reef Navi. So a few examples. The word for night in Forest Navi is on. In Reef Navi, it's pronounced don. Okay. Hold I is pronounced hold by. The word for death is eat with two ejectives. It's only the first ejective that's changed because that's the only one at the beginning of a syllable. So in Reef Navi, it's geet. The word for moron, which is a word that really doesn't change because the ejective there, the is not syllable initial, and so it's still skow. Okay, this can give rise to some complications. So there's a phonological rule in Navi, which is a kind of a consonant mutation rule, and we call it lenition, where 8 of the 20 consonants will change under certain circumstances to other consonants. And so this is sort of a schematic of what happens. The ejectives change into voiceless stops, changes into 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 and there are other changes as well. So what triggers it is a little bit complicated, but one thing that triggers it is after the word for in, you get that consonant mutation, you get the sound change. So here is Forest Navi. The word for field is ayo. In is me. To say in the field, you have to say metayo, not metayo. So the preposition here has triggered this lenition process. Okay. Now the question is, what happens in Reef Navi? Okay. So field is ayo, but we know it's pronounced dio. How do you say in the field? Is it medayo or is it metayo? And if you think about it, it kind of depends on which process is applied first, which sort of takes precedence, so to speak. Well, the answer is it's actually metayo. In other words, the evolution process has taken place, and the change to the voiced stop is a very surfacey kind of thing. So that metayo has changed to metayo, and there's no chance for that T now to change to a D. Okay, so that's just an example of some of the complications when you introduce that new element into language. Okay. The other phonological change I wanted to mention has to do with the vowel system. Now, unlike forest between high back vowels, and there are two varieties of high back vowels. There's oo and there's Just as in English, we have pool and pull. Okay, so here are some comparisons. In forest Navi, we have these homonyms or homophones. I can never keep that difference straight. So tsun can be a noun meaning heel, and tsun can be a modal verb meaning can. Okay. Run means find, hum means leave. In Reef Navi, these two, which have merged in Forest Navi, are distinct. And so heel is tsun, but can is tsun, and so on and so on and so on. So looking at this kind of schematically, the vowel system in Forest Navi, the original Navi dialect, as you can see, is asymmetrical. There are 7 vowels. There's a distinction, there's a tense lax distinction in the high front vowels, but there's no parallel distinction in the high back vowels. However, Reef Navi has that distinction. And so what we're presuming, our hypothesis to be verified by further research, is that Proto-Navi had that distinction. Reef Navi preserves the distinction, whereas Forest Navi lost the distinction. So a question arises, which would be more difficult if you're a speaker of Forest Navi to adapt to the Reef dialect, or if you're a speaker of Reef Navi to adapt to the Forest dialect? Well, in this particular case, I think it's pretty straightforward. Going from a distinction to a merger is easy, which is to say going from reef to forest in this respect, with respect to this change, is easy. The other way around is much harder. And to conclude, I just wanted to give an example from my own personal experience, which illustrates okay, so I grew up in New York City, and as you might expect, I speak, my original dialect of English is New York City English, which has its own certain set of characteristics. But drilling down even finer than that, my dialect was New York City Jewish English. And why do I mention that? Because there's a certain phonological aspect of New York City Jewish English which is not the same for other New York speakers. So if I ask you to look at these two words, F-I-N-G-E-R and S-I-N-G-E-R, and ask you what is the difference in pronunciation between those two words, well, obviously the first consonant is different. But are there other differences? Well, for most people, yes. So for the first word is finger with a G, which is to say a voiced velar stop. And in singer, there is no such G. It's simply a velar nasal. Finger versus singer. Well, for me, this distinction did not exist because in the particular dialect of English that I spoke, the G is everywhere. So I spoke the stereotypical Long Island dialect. Well, when I began studying linguistics at USC in 1971, and we were taking our first course in phonology, I became sort of an interesting zoo animal to the other students because they would say, hey Paul, how do you say S-I-N-G-E-R? And I would say singer, and everyone would start to laugh. So I decided that I was going to stop being teased and I was going to change my dialect. And so I learned how to say singer. Okay. But that distinction is not at all natural to me and not at all easy for me to make. And I still have to think sometimes. For example, if it's Longer, I have to think, oh, is it longer or is it longer? And usually I get it right. Sometimes I don't. Of course, in this particular case, it is longer because it's an adjective, it's a comparative of an adjective. Somewhat of a far-fetched example. If there is a verb to long, right? I long for whatever. And if you can say that someone who longs is a longer, then you have that the pure Viennese without the stop. So anyway, so that's going from a merger to a distinction. So people who speak Forest Navi and trying to speak Reef Navi have to consider every single U in the language and to try to determine whether it is in Reef Navi it's going to be U or which also means that for the dictionary, to adapt to Reef Navi, we have to go through every single word that has a U and make a determination which U it is in, which high back vowel it is in Reef Navi. Anyway, there are lots of other things I can say about the differences between the two dialects, but I think you've gotten kind of a sense of how this proceeded. So I will simply say in conclusion, Irayo, Otaiwangahu Nuot, thank you, and may Ewa be with you all. Okay, thank you very much. Now,
thank you so much, Paul, for hold on.
My pleasure. My pleasure. I assume that in the interest of time, you're going to want to move on to the next presentation, since it's now 11:35. Yeah. I know, and we kind of blew that, but thank you so much, Paul. Everybody here loved it. My pleasure. Thank you for sitting through all the technical problems. Well, all is well that ends well. Bye, everybody.
As we get back to our next thing, here is and just we don't want him to be left out. So yeah. See, we got for him too. All right. Our next speaker is going to be my very good friend, John Quijada. John has something a bit different for us if you've seen some of his previous LCC presentations, and I will go ahead and let him take it. John.
So our slides are ready to go? Yeah, you should do just, there you go, should be ready to go. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is John Quijada. It's around 2:30, so about now the insulin spiking should begin. And so if any of you want to take a nap following lunch, the only thing you'll be missing is Aiguapsh Kong Tishpan, which is what I call the course traveled by the Ithkuil language in its development. It's just similar to the course being traveled by this guy as he tries to break one tackle, an obstacle after another, stumbling his way toward a goal, which is exactly what that word means. And we're going to analyze it as to how it can do that. I've spoken at several Conlang conferences before. I've made a point of never speaking about my own work. So today is an exception. I'm going to actually talk about my own language, Ithkuil, which has become a little bit notorious and infamous. Let you know how it all came to be. Anyway, it started back in the 70s when I was a teenager. I was introduced to the music of the French jazz rock group Magma. I had read Tolkien and I admired Elvish and all that, but that's not what gave me the bug. It was listening to the music of this band and their lyrics in the Kobayan language, de ansik kontarkos kunkarman shtodamelekam uzorkband, et cetera, et cetera. It's very pseudo-Germanic, kind of pseudo-Hungarian thing. And the way they sang this so unabashedly just, I don't know, touched a nerve in me. I said, if they can do it, I can do it. So that made me go to my local library and read the Learn a Language section. And the first book I grabbed was one on Swahili. And so that introduced me to Bantu phonology, which I merged with Relexified Spanish to create Mbozo, my first little sketch lang. This is about age 14 for me. This next language was Skeoj, which I basically closed my eyes and started banging randomly on a typewriter to create long strings of gibberish, which I would then parse to see where the cool looking syllables were, which gave the name of the language, Skeoj. And that was the next language that lasted for about a week. And then the number 3 was the Scandinavian inspired language, Hjuln. And let's see, I was also inspired by the reruns I was watching at the time of the old 1960s Mission Impossible TV series. And they would have these episodes behind the Iron Curtain in these fake countries like the East European People's Republic, each of which came with a conlang. You know, I just used to think this was cool. Zona restrict. No, so I decided to make my own version of a kind of an authoritarian language. Let's go. Pardon? Okay. And that language was called People's Unlimited Express Mode, which actually the real name of it in the language is here, Lokaz Kadu. That's what it meant. I just happen to remember that. I don't remember how the language worked at all. But it came with my first conscript, which you can see up there. It's, I think, some kind of a abjad or abugida of some kind. So this is all from my notes I found in a drawer of my old work from, oh my gosh, 40 years ago. I then, by 1978, I was a freshman at university studying linguistics. And of course, I had a new library to raid. And this was the linguistics section at that library. And this is one of the books I came across right away, The Grammar of Taste by John Anderson, in the Cambridge series. And it was a book-length analysis of Charles Fillmore's work from his seminal paper from 1968, The Case for Case. Some of you may have heard of that paper before. It's basically, as far as I know, it's the first non-Chomskyan look at syntactical relations and essentially started the cognitive linguistics movement as the primordial seed. And I was just blown away by what this book had to say about how language could work. That plus this other book or other paper I discovered, Catford's 1977 paper on the Caucasian languages, which included pages such as this, the phoneme inventory of Ubik. And I just looked at this and this is truth is stranger than fiction stuff. 20 uvular phonemes. And this was actually spoken by human beings up till 1992. And I just looked at that and said, anything's possible. I don't, Indo-European, goodbye, So I started on this route to create a language that was going to be the ultimate kitchen sink language. It was going to have the coolest features from all languages around the world, all in one language. Of course, the definition of what was a cool feature was going to be my own subjective aesthetic sense. And the first one was Imran. This is the primordial ancestor of Ithkuil. Every language beginning with this one has just simply been an improvement and an expansion of the one since. So this is Ithkuil in its absolute embryonic stage. Sentences in Imran. I found this page in a drawer, as I said. Siene que ad Imran. You can see it still uses that same script that I had created. And at this point, we don't see any sentences about clowns. So at this stage, my psychology was still in the normal range. You can see I was now getting into ejective consonants. The small animals are afraid of the larger and stronger ones. So that's the surviving record of that. By the next year, this excuse me, pardon me. This had turned into a language called Azkaran, which was a little more sophisticated and had a new script, which my brother at the time, I remember, called the chicken scratch script, because that's what it looked like to him. That's what it looks like to me now. So the language itself, Azkaran, was a word that meant now it is real. And I found this page too. This was the script, or a piece of the script. So this is the kind of thing I was spending my free time doing around the age 20 or so, instead of, dating. So needless to say, I'm getting a little weird all the time. By the next year, this had turned into something called Elanika, and I had no idea at the time that I had reinvented the native ethnonym of the Greek language. But it was kind of a pretty language. Nice sound to it. I haven't the slightest idea what it means. But again, just a paper I found in a drawer, but I had kept a list of each language's name as I made them. So that's why I'm able to remember the names and what year I was working on them. By 82, this had become Saantikas. And at this point, I've got sentences like, you are stupid and really uncoordinated, sentu ponchelu. And I like this one, the last one. Their mother gave birth to a fish. Anyway, the third sentence has a story behind it. Not to be born is best. I forget which Greek philosopher that was who said that, but I decided to translate that sentence. And you'll notice that I took the liberty to put it into the script at the time. And the reason for that was that I ended up making a bumper sticker of that phrase, and I put it on my car at the time. So I was the only person driving around the freeways of LA with a bumper sticker on a car that said not to be born is best in their own Conlang. This kind of tells you that my psychology had now taken a dark turn. So again, it was dating related. So by 1984, I had moved to the San Francisco Bay Area, and the language was now called Sayarima. And I was getting more and more sophisticated all the time. And I had totally forgotten until I researched these documents for this presentation, that this language had a new script that I forgot all about. And it was really cool. Look at that. I mean, this surprised the hell out of me 2 months ago when I found this in a drawer. I said, wow, I had no idea I created this. Here's a bit close up. I should have done something with this. This is a cool looking thing, isn't it? I don't even remember doing it. It was just, I came across this. I came across this page, which was definitely from my notes on Sayarima, and I noticed there's a conscript. Where'd that come from? And then the next page in my drawer was this. I said, that's my handwriting, so to speak. And so sometimes I even surprise myself. Anyway, but mid-80s, this had kept going, evolving into first Andarima, then a language called Ulchalda, a name of which I stole from a board game. At the time, it was the name of an alien race in a sci-fi board game called Star Force Alpha Centauri. And I just thought it was a cool name, so I stole it. And that turned into Alarekul, which by the next year, 1987, reached the culmination of my efforts. Dikalpa. This is when I thought I was done. I had reached the ultimate kitchen sink language, and I was done conlanging. Dikalpa was a phrase in the language that meant, let's do some talking. And because I thought it was all done, I wrote it all up into a formal presentation grammar. Here we go. Here's a page from that grammar just to show off some of the sentences. We'll talk about the script in a second. But as you can see, I'm now starting to get sentences like clowns don't like to play by the rules. And I'm very proud of sentence 79 here because I have to be the only conlanger in the history of the world who would actually have the nerve to put an example sentence in their grammar. Does his home smell like shit to you? You know, again, my psychology is obviously going down the drain here. There's the script. I found a page of it. It was based on the Tibetan script, which I had seen, but the very first time I ever saw the Tibetan script written out, the book was turned sideways. So I saw the Tibetan script sideways when I first saw it, and it looked so cool. So I basically took a bunch of the Tibetan letters and turned them sideways, and that was it. And this again is either an abjad or abugida. I don't remember which. All of my scripts were at that time. And as I said, I thought I was done conlanging at this point, but then something happened. I discovered these books, Lakoff and Ron Laniker's books, and plus the fuzzy logic stuff from Zadeh. And when I read these books, I realized, oh my gosh, I've only been working with the tip of the iceberg. And so I had to rethink my whole conlanging world and start all over again. I had to throw out about 75% of it, because what I realized now was my goal was no longer to create a kitchen sink language. My goal now was going to be to create a language that actually expressed verbally all the things going on in our heads that the cognitivists were showing is occurring, but never makes it out of our mouths because of the limitations of natural languages. Well, I was going to create a language that did express all that extra stuff going on our head. And so my whole goal changed. And so part 2 of the whole Ithkuil experience began. At this point, the language was called Hialith now, but I got sidetracked for 2 years on a science fiction project with my brother. We decided we were going to write the report of the first xenoanthropological expedition to another world, the Eta Cassiopeia 4. Eta Cassiopeia is a G-type star about 19 light years away, and the story was that we had received radio signals from them of a newscaster saying weather reports, and of course they were broadcasting in my language. And so it was going to be part of a whole con world. And we ended up creating this con world. We had maps, histories. Here's the map of the languages, language families. There's Kialith there, spoken in the central region and all of its related languages. There was an Eastern language family. There was an island continent on the other hemisphere that had its own languages. And I started to create all these things. And while my brother was writing about the history of their wars and their dynasties and all that. And we had population maps and climate maps. We even did plate tectonic and rift zone maps. We had ocean currents. We had a folder this thick of drawings of the flora and fauna and everything. It was quite a project. I abandoned it because we realized that we were just recreating Earth. It was just the same old stuff, wars, politics, dynasties. There was nothing innovative about it. And so we kind of got disillusioned with our own work and just stopped. So at that point, about the mid to late 1990s, I discovered these 2 other cognitive linguists, Guy Fauconnier from UC San Diego and Leonard Talmy. And when I got exposed to these books, it kickstarted me into the final drive to finish what I'd been working on all these years. And so through the late 90s and to the early aughts, I basically was spending as much of my free time as I could trying to finish this project, including during this time, the creation of the morphophonemic script. As I told you before, up to this time, all my scripts had been abjads or abugidas. And I'd always been enamored of the Klingon looking scripts from Star Trek. So I decided to systematize those and use them as a basis for a script. I had also planned for a long time to use the mutational principles from the Brahmi and Ethiopic scripts, if you're familiar with those, where they're Abjads or Abugidas, I forget which, and pieces of the characters mutate to show the different vowels. So I started to do the same thing with Klingon-esque looking letters to make these little mutations. When suddenly it hit me, the morphophonology of the language, which at this point was called Ithkuil, as I recall, Ithkuil, its whole morphophonology was based on mutational principles, consonant and vowel mutations, whole series of them. And it suddenly occurred to me, wait a minute, why don't I just do a one-to-one mapping of the characters to the morphophonology rather than go through, make them be just phonetic, phonological in nature, skip the phonological part and just map the mutations to the mutations of the morphology itself, the morphophonology, I should say, which is what I did. And therefore created or independently created the morphophonemic script, which Carl talked about a little bit in his presentation. And I just wanted, I don't expect you to, we're not going to go through all this. This is just an excerpted page from the Ithkuil website showcasing how the morphophonemic script works. The example sentence, if only the physician wouldn't eat his food in one gulp like that. I'm not capable of creating a normal sentence when it comes to examples. It's got a lot of morphology in it, all captured in 6 characters. How is this possible? If you start analyzing these, you'll discover that the only phonetic information, only phonological information, purely phonological information, is 4 consonant groups. G, r, gl, and n. The rest of everything you see there is entirely morphological, grammatical information by which the reader reconstructs the pronunciation based on their knowledge of the grammar of the language. What it allows for is an extremely abbreviated writing system. The downside, of course, is it's impossible to read the script until you know the language, because you have to know the grammar of the language for it to work. So that's how the morphophonemic principle works. Lends itself very well to a highly inflecting language like Ithkuil. By January of 2004, I was ready to spring it on the world, which I did, version 1 of it. And I thought it was going to get about 15 minutes of fame and get commented on by maybe 5 people on the Conlang mailing list, and that was it. But its 15 minutes kept getting extended and prolonged. And then someone in Russia wrote a big article about it, comparing it to Robert Heinlein's speed talk language from his novella Gulf, Language of Supermen. And it was in a Russian language technology magazine that was about 75,000 subscribers. So suddenly I'm being inundated by emails from the Russian speaking world, wanting to know everything and anything about the language and twisting my arm to give them a more pronounceable version of the language, because this being a total thought experiment, and I never gave 1 ounce of thought that anyone would try to learn this language or try to speak it. So learnability was never an issue. This was all an experiment to see if, all that stuff in our heads, the cognitivists tell us is going on, could be actually verbally expressed. And that was the sole goal. So anyway, they basically talked me into producing a simplified morphophonology and phonology, which was Ilaksh, which was presented in 2007, massively streamlined and reduced phoneme inventory, but I compensated for it by introducing all kinds of tone rules, so it's a massive tone language, which I can't even pronounce because I'm useless at tone languages. It also featured a nonlinear 2-dimensional script, which we'll actually look at a little bit more closely later. Anyway, Ilaksh was a flop. Nobody hardly got any reaction from anyone, and I didn't like it either because of all the tones. So I withdrew it after a year or so. But the lessons I learned from creating it, such as figuring out how to do STEM incorporation, I then used to revise the first version into the 2011 Ithkuil version, which is the for up till this year was considered the definitive version and what I thought was going to be the last version of the language. This is the language that I ended up publishing the grammar book in. It's the language in which the music that I create with David, my lead singer. Those of you who may know, I compose music as well. We put a bunch of videos on YouTube, sung in Ithkuil, and this is the version used. And here's the same sentence in all three versions of the language. The incompetent tailor began to cry after learning about the clown's new directive on nakedness. To me, clowns have it's like, I'm fascinated by all aspects of life that have a truth is stranger than fiction quality. And to me, clowns are like top of the list, you know. If clowns didn't exist, you couldn't make them up. Nobody would believe you, you know. So to me, they're just, you know, it's not that they're evil. It's just that they don't mesh with what I would think of as, you know, reality. So, I want to attempt the elach because I don't remember how the tone system works. Looking at that elach script, the two-dimensional script, I really wanted to do something with this further. Every part of this has meaning. The shapes of those container-looking things, which I called cartouches for lack of a better term, the shape is meaningful. It tells you what stem, the vertical versus horizontal orientation, the color scheme, light, medium, dark, and textured, carries meaning. The pattern of overlapping of the shapes indicates syntactical relations. The left, right, top, bottom placement of the glyphs within the containers is meaningful. The vertical versus diagonal versus horizontal orientation of the glyphs themselves is meaningful. The glyphs are made from two back-to-back trapezoids in order to form a hexagonal shape. I stole those shapes, the idea of those shapes, from a Star Trek Next Generation episode. Some of you may recognize them. It's an obscure episode called, I forget which episode, what the name of the episode. It's the one about the Shellyak and who they think they're very superior to humans. And they have a language that the universal translator can't translate. Well, there's about a 3-second clip right at the beginning of the episode where they show the Shellyak language flowing past. It's like a variable flow script where larger hexagons move slower than the smaller ones as they go rolling by. Really cool looking thing. Anyway, I said, that's a great idea. So I stole the glyph shapes for elach. What I wanted to do with this was not only just create wall hangings out of wood and metal and stuff. I wanted to create mobiles, like Calder style mobiles that would hang independently, and they'd move like independent of one another, so that people walking around it would see a different message, different sentence, because the shapes change, and when the shapes change or reverse, that's a different stem, and the left-right orientations change, and so I wanted to explore that, but I never did. And now I'm too old. Oh, well. Anyway. Those Russians, the adventure with them was not over. I got contacted by a group of people who were associated with something in Russia and Ukraine called psychonetics, which is a movement there, or some kind of pseudoscience, so that they're trying to change the world by changing the human mind. And the reason, number one reason they think the human mind is not used to its full potential is because of the limitations of natural language. So they were looking for a language that that does more than natural languages, that doesn't have those limitations. And yoo-hoo, what had I been working on for 30 years? So they found my work, and I ended up going to Russia and also to Kyiv, Ukraine twice, 2 years in a row, and all expenses paid by the Russian government. It was just surreal. And it was all written up in an article in the New Yorker magazine back in 2012. If you Google my name and the word New Yorker, you'll find the article. Or you can Google the name of the article, which is Utopian for Beginners. And it tells you all about the adventure and misadventures I had there. Really, really wild, surreal situation. It turned out to have a sinister twist to it. It turned out their interest in my work and the language was all part of a plot, a centuries-long plot they had to take over the world, literally. And I'm not exaggerating, it's wild. I assume they're all under arrest right now. So anyway, what is it about this language, Ithkuil, that continues to interest people? That why is its 15 minutes not going away? What's so unique about this language that people keep latching onto it? From my perspective, I think of it as basically the fact that the language makes so many things transparent. It's the language itself, its grammar and its morphophonology is very transparent in conveying all kinds of things, and such as Gestalt conceptualizations, so that you can have a word for a particular tool, and by just tweaking the morphophonology, turn it into gestalts, a tool into a tool set. Discrete components can become hierarchies, so that leaves become branches of leaves, become trees, become forests, all by just tweaking the morphology. Objective versus subjective phenomena, so that a sentence describing a woman walking down a staircase can then be used to describe something subjective, like a description of Marcel Duchamp's nude descending a staircase, number 2. Linear empirical phenomena, like the astronomer looking at the stars through a telescope, can be shifted purely at the morphophonological level to describe, a couple stargazing. Reductionist versus holistic, analytic versus synthetic phenomena, all just tweaking of the morphophonology, so that a reductionist style description of something like photosynthesis can be transformed into its natural embodiment very easily. The work of Zade had a big influence on the language, so that prototypes and prototypical categorization schemes are very, very systematized in the language, so that something like a ball can then be tweaked to refer to a very atypical member of the category, and then all the way to the fuzzy version of it, so that you are now approaching an object or an entity that is actually closer to a different set than the prototype. The whole Zade's whole idea of a fuzzy set. The work of Ptolemy had a great influence on the language in terms of its causation dynamics, so that the case system, version 3 of the language, the 2011 version, has 96 noun cases, 12 of which, or 11 of which are devoted simply to the dynamics of what we usually use, nominative versus accusative, or and dative, or ergative and absolutive, depending on which scheme we're looking at. So that a sentence like, I'm angry because of the clown, using these 3 words, asbalti exoil, just by changing the noun case on one of the words, can convey very different things. So the language is extremely flexible that way. Let's look at that word that we saw at the beginning of the presentation, Aigwapshkanti spand. it's based on a root, the gua part, that refers to any rapid ambulation, so running or a shark going after something, or any kind of rapid ambulation. And we can use all this morphology, which is described and listed here, to create a word which transparently translates as one manages to achieve a goal despite hindrances and obstacles while, and I just used a bunch of words here, but while rapidly ambulating in a manner that's, like this. That's what some of that morphology is, which I translate as running / jumping / stepping, stumbling, etc. So that shows you how the morphophonology can work. Similarly, the language is rather oligosynthetic in that words are made up of pieces and parts that are transparently put together. And one aspect of it is that there is no single definitive word for any given abstract concept in the language. The oligosynthetic nature of the lexicomorphology allows a speaker to craft a word for something based on their own relationship to the word. Let's look at the word, a word or two words for philosophy. They're both based on the same root. We're going to analyze these in the next slide here. The root here is the CA part, sa, in the middle of each word, which is a stem, actually, I should say a stem, not a root, that means literally, epistemological basis for the ontological and or metaphysical existence of a thing. What does all that gobbledygook mean? Basically, it's a stem that means how we know what something is and what it's for, right? So this stem sa means how we know what something is and what it's for. Well, since philosophy as a field tries to answer the question of ontology, what something is in reality, metaphysics, our relationship to what that thing is, and epistemology, how it is we know all that, it makes for a great root to base a word for philosophy on, which we then use all this other morphology around it to create a word that is usable. The first one you can think of as the neutral word for philosophy, translating something like everything having to do with a set of formal theories to which people adhere that explains how we know what something is and what it's for. Now, the second word uses the same root, but it uses different affixes and morphology. And this is what a cynic would say is the word for philosophy, someone who thinks philosophy is bunk. And this word is saying everything having to do with a set of so-called theories, which people don't really adhere to, that purports to explain what something is and what it's for and how we know it. So you can have two different words, and this applies to words like war. This could democracy, anything. If a dictator were to be asked, if a dictator were an Ithkuil speaker and were asked what the word for democracy is, he's going to give you a different word than someone like Barack Obama. So the language allows this kind of flexibility. Also looking at the oligosynthetic construction of words, the language allows you to create words for a phenomena for which there has never been a word before, and which you can then make up as a word, which a hypothetical speaker of the language would understand based on the transparent morphology. Here's an example. This is one that one of the fans online created. This is a word describing a situation where one lets a normally unavailable opportunity pass them by because it's not seen as being the optimal instance or form of that opportunity, despite the likelihood that such an optimal instance or opportunity is never going to arise. So, for example, letting a bottle of expensive wine go past its prime because you never know when it's going to be the right moment to drink it. Or more importantly, letting an opportunity for true love pass you by because you think, well, maybe someone better will come along. So it's quite possible someone in this room has experienced all captured in one word like that. For the past 6 years, I've allowed the online fans to twist my arm yet again into creating a fourth version of the language, which I introduced in February of this year. I didn't want to, I was not very motivated to do it, but I promised them I would, so I've been working on it. And because what happened was there was about a dozen people on these online forums, maybe a dozen and a half people who essentially convinced me that they really, truly want to speak this thing. They want to learn it and speak it and have it be real in the world. You know, I think they're crazy, but hey, that's what they want. And they also, more importantly, they also identified, because they were actually trying to learn it, some problems with the existing version, some ambiguities and some difficulties they discovered when, you know, diving deep into it. And they offered suggestions and ideas for how it could be improved. So this new version essentially is like a collaboration between me and those fans to create a version that is actually learnable. And all the principles of the language are the same. It's just the morphophonology is far, far more systematic and logically produced. The language is now completely agglutinative, for example. It got rid of most of the synthetic morphology. I also use the opportunity to vastly expand the lexicon. So it's got 6,000 roots now or more. Anyway, the last thing I want to do is show you one aspect of the new version of the language that I'm proud of, because no previous version of the language had done this, was able to do this. I've always admired, or actually maybe just been blown away by, the ability of the English language to string prepositions one after another into long strings where the prepositions function as locative adverbs to describe various subtle trajectories. As far as I know, English is the only language that does this. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Imagine we're outside of a basement nightclub. We're out on the sidewalk, and the owner of that nightclub is talking to a friend outside the club, and he invites that friend to come to the balcony in back of the club. Now, to get to this balcony, we have to go down into the club, cross the dance floor, up a flight of stairs, down a hallway, out the back door. And how does this nightclub owner convey that invitation to his friend in English? He says, "Come on down inside, up along through, out back to the balcony." Now, everyone in here who is a native speaker of English can parse that. That just comes across to we native speakers of English as a mundane sentence that anyone might say. And yet, look what's going on in there. On, down, inside, up, along, through, out, back, to. When I say it that way, you think I'm just saying a bunch of words gibberish. But I'll suddenly put it into a real sentence. Come on down inside, up, along, through, out, back to the balcony. I mean, you try and put this sentence into Google Translate for French or Spanish, you're not going to get anything close to this. So I wanted to see if I could get the new language to mimic this, to accomplish the same thing, essentially, create these trajectories, these moving image pictures in language. And I found a way to do it. These roots for anything that implies a position root in space, or a translative motion root, any kind of trajectory. The language has lots and lots of roots for these. These roots, TR, KR, KF, I discovered I could use them to also be affixes with some morphology attached to them, little trailing Y's and W's, which tell you the particular orientation of the trajectory, coming versus going, up versus down when it comes to ascending, descending, curving to the left, curving to the right, front, back, those kinds of oppositions, as well as the vowel in front that further defines, I won't get too technical, but it further defines the nature of the trajectory. So I could use each one of these motion or positional roots as an affix to string along the same way that English does. And so we get a sentence like, watch me. Oh. Translation. Come on down inside, up along through, out back to the balcony. Thank you for your attention.
Questions or? No, we're gonna have to save them for later. All right, we're going to take a short break right now, and then when we come back, we're going to try to have some music, which I'll introduce then. If we have some extra time, we might be able to bring some previous speakers up for questions, but go ahead and take a break right now. Thanks.
District one. So we'll take a look. You come like this.
Got a black magic woman. Got a black magic woman. Got so I can say. That's in the black magic. Got a black woman. Turn your back on me, baby. Don't turn your back on me, baby. Yes, don't turn your back on me, baby. Stop messing about with your tricks. Don't turn your back on me, baby. You just might be on my mistakes. Got to spell it, got to spell it, baby. Yes, you got to spell on the baby. Turn it back into stone. I need you so magic woman, I can't. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. She once was a true love of mine. Tell her to make me a celebration. The deep forest green, parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Child of wishes of she once was a true love of mine.
I don't believe in words again. Here I am trying to find your love again. Here I am down on my knees again. Praying for love, if we must know. Oh, the snow, what it is. Love, let it go. Both of us know. Go on. And so, stand with me. Oh, love. So Lord, I must reply. Lord, I must reply.
But a voice of real and not believing to live in a life and never trusted to give all you know and never feel hold back each day till it dies away. Both of us know Lord, let it go. And both of us know now it's so beautiful to understand what it means. All in love. So beautiful. I come up from a cannon fair and the rain came pouring down. The umbrella standing there with a silver apple crown. Yeah, the full of a fishing rod and the tackle on our backs. We just stood there getting wet with our backs against the fence. Oh, the water. The water. Hope it don't rain all day. Yeah, it's strong to my soul. So we just like the road, and it's strong. Yeah, it's strong to my soul. So we just like going home. Yeah, it's strong. And the rain let up and the sun came up. We were getting dry. Almost truck nearly passed us by. So he jumped right in the driver's van and he dropped us up the road. Yeah, we hit the swim and we jumped right in. Not to mention pushing pole. Oh, the water. Oh, the water. Let it run all over me. Yeah, that strong name to my soul. Oh, it's just like Kelly Road. Yeah, that strong name. Yeah, that strong name to my soul. And it's not song, but our throats will get dry. Every song from across the road with the sunshine in his eyes. I'm falling on with a great down jaw. There were questions for me and you, and he said, hey, there you are. Oh, the one. Oh, the one. Get myself from the mountain stream. Yeah, it's on me, so my soul. So just like and it's on me. Yeah, it's on me, so my soul. So be just like on home. Yeah, it's on me. If I could save time in a bottle, the first thing that I'd like to do is to save every day till eternity passes away, just to spend them with you. If I could make days last forever, if words could make wishes come true, I'd save every day like a treasure. Then again, I would spend them with you. But there never seems to be enough time to do the things you want to do once you find them. I looked around and hope to know that you're the one that I want to spend time with. If I had a place just for wishes and dreams that had never come true, the box would be empty except for the memory of how they were answered by you. There never seems to be enough time to do the things you want to do once you find them. Looked around enough to know you're the one that I want to go through.
It doesn't just leave my mind and turn on when I approach.
A winter's day.
Hey, a quick thing, about 2 minutes, we're going to try to get the music started on video. And so 2 minutes, get ready. You heard me, 2 minutes. John, I see you.
It ain't deep and dark December.
All right, everybody, let's kind of get on back now. All right. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, it looks like there still are cookies in the back. So yeah, if you have to sneak up during somebody's talk and go grab another one, we'll understand. But I want to mention a little something. I'm going to advance one slide. 1 second. Okay, so I want to tell you, fill in a little bit more of the history about LangTime Studio. Some of you may have been thinking this, but when we saw the timeline at the beginning, our first episode for LangTime Studio was February 27th, 2020. Does everybody remember what happened in March of 2020? Yeah, so what happened is that LangTime Studio it originally started as kind of like this cool cookie idea, and then it kind of became part of our sanctuary during lockdown. But of course, I mean, it wouldn't be a true LangTime Studio event if it weren't affected in some way by COVID. So we had planned for you a wonderful music performance by Andrew and Jillian Aversa. They do some amazing music. They've done music for actual video games, but then have also done like video game and kind of fan-inspired music that they put on YouTube that is quite popular. And they were going to be here and perform for you live. As it happens, they had a child. The child got COVID, brought it home, gave it to the father. He got over it, but then it went to Jillian, and she is now actually over it. But of course, Jillian is a singer, and so she really just is not up to singing right now. However, they put together a video for us on the fly. They have 2 of their music videos, which they've given introductions to. And so we're going to play that for you now.
Hey everyone, this is Andrew and Jillian Aversa, and today we wanted to share some music that we've arranged and that Jillian has performed in constructed languages.
I really wish we could have been there in person, but because we're both recovering from COVID, unfortunately, it wasn't in the cards this time. We didn't want to spread it, and also my voice is not quite up to par, but maybe next time.
Now, both of us have been huge fantasy and sci-fi fans ever since we were kids, so we've been exposed to Klingon and Elvish and things like that for a long time. And that's why the first song that we're going to show is from a little-known fantasy TV series called Game of Thrones.
This is an arrangement from the main theme of the show, and the lyrics are in Dothraki, which is a language that Daenerys Targaryen.
I think you mean Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, the first of her name, Queen of the Andals and the First Men, Protector of the Seven Kingdoms, the Mother of Dragons, the Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, the Unburned, and the Breaker of Chains.
Yes, that. The translation of these lyrics is, correct me if I'm wrong, my sun and stars, moon of my life, I love you completely. The stars are charging for you. Under many blood moons, the earth never ends. It is known. I picked the Dothraki language because not only is it important to the character, but we wanted the lyrics to enhance the feel of the music and be a focus on that.
Yeah, and these are all lines that Daenerys actually says in the show. Because the main theme is so well known and you hear it so many times, but it's also instrumental, people have their own emotions and feelings about it. If we had used English for the lyrics, it might have been jarring if they felt a certain way about it, but by using Dothraki, it matches the feel of the show and it doesn't take away from the way people might be thinking about it.
Plus, it's a gift to the diehard fans and an Easter egg if they actually look up the translation. Anyway, here's the video.
So we hope you enjoyed that. And the next one is from a popular video game called World of Warcraft.
This one, called Night Song, is in the language of the Night Elves in the World of Warcraft universe, and that language is called Darnassian. So the translation is as follows. Crown of the heavens, glory of Ashara, children of noble birth, crown of the heavens, Elune be with you, Elune be with you. Crown of the heavens, Illumine, glory of Ashara, be with you. So compared to the Game of Thrones lyrics, these ones are from the soundtrack itself, and they feel more like a Latin chant or a prayer.
Right. This one has more repetition of the words, and then the pace of singing is also slower, more like a prayer. Plus, there's more wordless singing, like ahs and oohs, which you're going to hear. But it really matches both the music and the visuals very nicely, I think.
So here's the arrangement. Enjoy.
I hope you enjoyed these two arrangements. We really wish we could have performed them live for you, but maybe next time.
Yes, thank you so much to all the organizers for this event, for putting this together, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the con. Bye.
Bye.
So yeah, we were really excited about them being here, and they were really excited to be here too. So we will be sure to let them know that you all loved what they had to share. So next up, we have my partner and co-organizer and also fiance, Jessie Sams. Jessie is a longtime language creator. She is a professor of linguistics. She's one of the best language creators I know, and she has done something that she's going to reveal here that really, absolutely, totally blew me away. And so I cannot wait for you to hear what she has to present. Jessie Sams.
Okay. I'm gonna get that in. No? You know what? It's fine. It's fine. I was really not going to hold it because I'm still kind of shaking from being so cold. But the coffee did help a little bit. So I feel like the shakes are down to the point where I'm not going to throw the microphone into the audience. And so I'll be fine. Okay. So yeah, so I am doing the first presentation of what has been my passion project for a while. I first kind of got this idea a couple years ago, and I've been working on it ever since. Brainstorming ever since. There we go. Really, I started hardcore working on it in July. So that's more honest. But it is a Conlang venture, so be ready. First, I'm going to talk about why I did the project before I unveil what it is. And so there's going to be a lot of drawings in here, longtime followers will recognize. I had 2 points of inspiration that are really questions that I get asked quite a bit, and I'm sure a lot of other conlangers get asked these same questions. One question, the first question though, I usually get from other conlangers, or like students, beginning conlangers especially, I get asked a lot, how can I make my conlang unique? There's this concern that it's like, but I'm using this feature that I know is in Spanish. That means my language isn't unique. And so it's this sort of fear of I'm just doing something that I've seen before. But there are some facts that you just have to face when you're dealing with human or humanoid languages. The first one is that there's really only so many language features to go around for a human or humanoid language. And so you are dealing with a subset. Another fact is that there are more languages than there are features. There are, which means that any given feature is going to occur in many languages, and in most cases, they're going to occur in hundreds, maybe thousands of languages. And so those features are going to show up in a lot of language. So really, it's the total combination of all the features when you bundle them together that actually make a language unique. So, I say this to people and they kind of go, okay, but I still don't feel good about it. So here is an example to kind of illustrate how, what I mean by features being bundled to make a language versus thinking about each feature individually. We're going to look at 2 distinct languages. One is English, a Germanic language, and the sample text here is actually the first page of The Westing Game by Ellen Raskin, which is one of my favorite books ever. And then we're also going to look at Tamil, a Dravidian language spoken in South Asia. And then this is a page of text there, and I don't know what it says. I'm sorry. And then I'm going to use an incredible typological resource called GramBank. If you don't know about it, look it up. It's really amazing. What it is that linguists around the world have sort of teamed up and are working together to contribute to this giant project where they're looking at grammatical features typologically, and then they're answering questions about the language. And so, for instance, the first 5, altogether there's 195 features on GramBank. The first 5 are here. So are there definite or specific articles? Do indefinite nominals commonly have indefinite articles? Are there prenominal articles? Are there postnominal articles? And so these first 4 features give you a taste of what most features are worded like. All of them are questions, and almost all of them are yes/no questions like this, which means a language is coded as either yes, there are definite articles, or no, there are not definite articles. There is a third option for all of them for we're not sure because the documentation isn't clear. And so there is that third sort of, the documentation doesn't mention it, so we're not sure if this is actually in the language. The 5th feature that's listed in GramBank is also a question, but it's a slightly different kind because there are some questions about order. So here, what is the order of numeral and noun in the noun phrase? And the answers for, that you have for those options are like numeral noun, noun numeral, both. So if a language can use both orders, then that's an option. And then of course, there's the not sure, documentation doesn't make it clear. And so linguists have coded both English and Tamil for all 195 grammatical features on GramBank. Of those, they are coded the same for 133 of them. And so English shares these typological grammatical features, these patterns, these structures, different words, of course, but the structures, the patterns are there for 133 out of 195 features. As our followers might say, Oze Yamosa. And yet I've never heard anyone claim that English is like Tamil, right? Like nobody is going to claim that. You don't have to know very much about the languages to be able to say, yeah, probably not. And so you can use the same building blocks to create very different systems. And even after giving an example like this, there are still conlangers who say, but I really feel like my language still isn't unique enough. It's not different enough. So David and I have actually done workshops to illustrate that you can use the exact same building blocks to build very different systems. And so we've done these workshops where we give the attendees the same starting points. They have the same protoforms. They have the same starting sound inventory, expectations for phonotactics, and so on. So they're given all of this information up front. And then we walk them through a series of steps where they make decisions about, word order, grammaticalization, and so on. And then at the end of it, their goal is to get the language to a point where they can translate 2 sentences. One of the sentences they translate is foxes dance happily in the grass and flowers. These are results from the workshops, the different groups of people that we have worked with over 2 years now, I guess, from a lot of different groups of people using, again, the exact same building blocks. And we're going to see if audio works. And if it doesn't, then I'll just read aloud. There are 3 that I'm just going to pull out as samples. No. And so I'm just going to read these. It's fine. It's fine. As long as I can see here. That's 1. Again, that means foxes dance happily in the grass and flowers. Ki kif tabi hain halasa nut pesa pesa. That's another one. And then the third one I'm going to highlight. Ki inora tabi se balelen pa iba I kigi. And that's another one. So again, all from the same building blocks, and that no one's going to say, oh, those sound the same. You see some similarities, like obviously the word for fox shows up, but it shows up as chi or chief in one language, kif in another language. And so you see some of the differences in how they're showing up. It's actually kigi in that last language. But you see really, really stark differences among the results, even though everybody started with the exact same pieces. And so in other words, your language can share features with others and of course still be unique. So that is the first half of what inspired my project. The second half is I get asked this by everybody who's never tried. How do you even go about creating a language? And if you have ever been a conlanger, tried to create a language, if that matches you at all, and you tell somebody else, I feel like you have to have been asked this question. Because we get asked this question at like birthday parties, conferences. It's everywhere we go. They're like, but how do you even do that? And so that was the other half. I'm not going to try to give a short answer to that one. And so that led to my little Conlang venture experiment that I was trying to do, or that I did do rather, not trying. I did it. Got to be more confident. I did this. I love the pre-clapping and you still don't know what you're getting. All right, so in the style of a choose your own adventure book, I created a Conlang creation guide. Here are the first 100 pages. Oh, no, go back. Go back one more. There we go. Yeah. I was going to get the whole thing in a video, and it's well over a minute of this, a minute and a half. Was it 700 or 800 pages? It was a lot of pages. All right. So, but specifically what this guide is I wanted to highlight common features for beginning conlangers. So they could see like, what are some common language building blocks that you work with? And then I also wanted to demonstrate some of the basic principles of conlanging. So that way people who wanted to know, well, how do you do this? What if I want to try it? Well, they could use sort of a pre-made guide to sort of ease them into the process so they could see the behind the scenes work, and then they could get started if they enjoyed what they saw. So in the guide, everyone has the same starting point. By the way, you will get a copy of this guide at the end of this presentation. I was going to do it during the presentation and then realized even if the Wi-Fi is really good, 100 people trying to download an 800-page PDF may not go well. So we'll get there. So what this means with the same starting point is everyone starts with the exact same sound system and the same glossary of protoforms. These are all things I've created, I put together, and so that's what everyone is starting with. There are also 5 sentences that get translated. So every time you make a decision, it's like, hey, here's what your 5 sentences look like now. So it's the same 5 sentences done in every single decision point along the way. There are 5 decision points, each with 3 different options that you choose from. So everything is pre-selected for you. You're just deciding which one do I like best? Which feature do I like best? Does this look good? And you're selecting the one you want. And then you're essentially turning to the page, or in true digital fashion, clicking the bookmark, the link to take you to that page so you don't have to turn anything. So the 5 decision points, which by the way, was narrowed down from my original 10 decision points that I wanted, with more options for some decisions than others. But my original resulted in 2,841 options at the end. That wasn't going to happen. So 5, you get 5 decisions, 3 options each. The first one is sound changes. And so I give these 3 bundles of sound changes. They're again pre-selected. They're ordered sound changes. There's 5 changes per bundle. And it says, here they are. And then I named them because then that sort of gives you an idea of the flair of the results of the sound changes. The names of these bundles actually mean bundle in the language. So the protoform is phaeton, which becomes phaeton in set A, phaeton in set B, and phieron in set C. And so you can, again, kind of get a sense for which one this is. And that was way easier to keep track of than I was confusing myself with, wait, what was set B again? So once I named them, I could keep them straight. The second decision you make is word order. So do you want SOV, SVO, or VSO? Yes, I limit you to the 3 most common. We are not doing OSV. Sorry, Sally. The third decision point is, do you want nouns to be marked for numbers? So in other words, do you want couvé in one of the set of sound changes as the word for bear? Is that going to mean both bear and bears, any number of bears? Or do you want to have a number distinction? If you do want a number distinction, you have these 2 options. One is to mark the plural form with either a prefix or suffix, depends on your word order. Or do you want to mark the singular form? So in other words, like couvé unmarked would be bears, and then you actually have to mark it with a prefix or a suffix to turn it into the singular bear. So those are your options. Note that those inflections, those prefixes or suffixes that you're going to get for the inflections are grammaticalized from the same lexical sources for all the different roots. So that way you can kind of see how they would turn out through all the different ways that you would do it. For the 4th decision point, you're doing case. So you've decided whether you're going to mark number on nouns. Now you're going to decide, do I want to mark case? One is nope, no, I don't, not at all. Word order is going to rule the day, and that is one option. The second option is to have 2 cases where you have one that marks, or it's really the unmarked form, is for arguments. So subjects and objects are unmarked, but then everything else that is a noun is marked. So like if it's an object of an adposition or something like that, it's going to be marked in this non-argument case. It's actually the genitive case. And then finally, the other option is to have many cases. And I don't define how many there are because in the 5 sentences that I have, there's really only need for being able to distinguish the subject, so nominative, the object, accusative, and then genitive, dative, and locative. And so we know for sure that if you choose that, you're going to be distinguishing those cases. Potentially there could be more if it were expanded. Finally, the last decision point is on the verbs. And the only thing you're deciding on verbs, we're keeping it simple, is tense or aspect marking. First is nope, no tense or aspect marking. And so once you have a verb like Osho means swim in one of the forms, it could mean is swimming, it could mean swam, it could be either. You got to look at context to figure it out. The second option is to prioritize tense and mark past versus non-past marking for tense. The third option is to prioritize aspect and mark incomplete versus complete. So, imperfective versus perfective. So even though I narrowed myself down and thought I saved myself a lot of work, which I did, there are still 243 different results based on all the options, because once you get into option one was really easy to do. You just got 3 landing pages. You either chose A, B, or C. Woo! But from there, suddenly A, B, and C is now A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3. So now there's 9 pages of results. Doable. Well, from there, you get to 27. From there, you get to 81. And then you get to 243. So my eyes went crossed a little as I copied and pasted, but had to change features. It was a very weird mental exercise for me. Of those 243 different final results, some are, of course, more different from each other than the others, right? So you're essentially creating this very weird kind of language family. And I say weird because, like, in no natural language family would you be like, yeah, the same forms are totally grammaticalized across all of the daughter languages. It's not going to happen. So it's like sort of a very weird language family, but in that, thinking of it like a language family, some of the results are just like regional dialects where it's like, oh, your accent's a little different, but I can figure out what you're saying. And then others are like, oh, no, you're a different language. And so as an example, I'm going to pull out some results. I'm going to show you 9 of the final results of one of the sentences. The fox stole the wolf's den. I really like to write about foxes. John has his clowns. I have my foxes. All right, so here is the table, which I'm going to work through individually. So eventually we're going to get through all of this information. And audio should be good, so we'll find out. And so what you're getting here, I've narrowed it down to like basically a set of very particular features, and then I'm showing you the results through the different sound change bundles. And so we've got the Fedon, Phaeton, and Fiedon results. And each column then represents the same bundle of grammatical features that you selected on the way. What you're seeing when you look down the columns is actually kind of cool, because what went into these final results were all the same pieces. And so all of them come from the same protoforms. And so every single one of these in the first column, you get fox. Atef is the protoform. Wolf is OU in its protoform. Of is a kind of shortened version of seko. De is amti, and steal is we'e. The protoforms are the same. The only difference. It played. The only difference is the sound changes were applied. Now I'm going to go back a slide, and we're going to do that again because the sound surprised me. David said it was going to work, but I did not believe him. And so what you're going to hear is each set of sound changes working through this first set of bundles, or first bundle of features, which is SOV word order, no number marking, no case marking, and no tense or aspect marking. So that's Phaedon. Here's Phaeton. And finally Fiedon. And so very different. And it's like, all you have to do is, they were only 5 sound changes. Like, think of what you would do if you introduced 1 or 2 more. It could be crazy. For the second column, the features here are SVO word order, singular marking on the nouns, 2 cases, and tense marking on the verbs. And the protoforms that went into the making of these, I have the slides sort of separated. Notice that none of the nouns or verbs have changed. Atef, we'e, amti, ou. They're all there. They're just in different orders. And then the little bits that are in italics have been grammaticalized from these lexical sources. And so like the singular marker comes from iti, which means one, and that turns into a suffix in this case that is normally the form of T. And so those are all the grammaticalized bits. I'm not going to go into more detail than that because you'll get the guide and you can see more. But here we go. Let's listen to the 3 examples that result in fedon, feten, and fiedon.
Dafi chegewe e ojichi shuyuchi. Tafe te kwe antite seyute. Davi tegewie ke atiri siyoyudi.
All right, so those are the 3. And by the time you get down to that last one, you start seeing who the fox was named after in that language. And finally, the last column, you see VSO word order, plural marking on nouns, many cases marked, and then aspect marking on verbs. Again, same noun and verb forms, but this time we're getting a lot more prefixes and so on. And the lexical sources are all here. So for instance, olo is a verb meaning to end in the protoform, and that gets used for the perfective aspect marking on the verb. In this case, it's a prefix. And so let's listen to those 3.
Ove etche ada longi oboyu. Wed ata flante pollo. Ove quiere ada flati oboyu.
And so those are the 3 results from those. And those are 9 of the 243 final results. And they feel pretty different to me. But imagine how different even these results would be if, for instance, sound changes actually applied before grammaticalization. So as I mentioned, I sort of normalized it all and said, you know what, if it's got a prefix, it's going to be this form. If it's got a suffix, it's going to be that form. Then I ran it through sound changes. And so, for instance, the suffix T, it was T for all options, but then it became chi in some, and it became, you know, something else in others because of the sound changes. And so imagine though, if I had done unta instead of saying, oh, it's just going to be the prefix ut for all forms before I run it through sound changes. If I'd actually applied sound changes to unta first before reducing its form, the prefixes and suffixes would be very different for especially all those different sound change bundles. Imagine too how different the results would be if the affix is reduced even more. And a prime example of this is that this is especially important in the SVO options when both number and tense or aspect are marked on the verb in the same prefix position. And so you get a string where you get number marking, tense or aspect marking, and then the verb root. And so in something like kolorosho, which actually breaks down into like they swam, it could be reduced to klosho or even klosho, right? So it could be reduced a lot more. I didn't do those because that wasn't really the purpose of this, but they could be reduced again, which would create some very different results. But what if users introduced more sound changes? What if you as a reader were like, you know, I'm going to add a sound change. I'm going to add 3, 4, 10 more sound changes. Or if you're like LangTime Studio, 28 more sound changes. What if users chose different forms to grammaticalize? So instead of olo, to end being the perfective, they chose to die, to bury, to end, or to end is what I just said. But anyway, but what if they chose something else? What if users created their own root protoforms from the same vocabulary? So instead of bear being, you know, from kufe is the protoform, what if they were like, nah, bear is going to be ano? And suddenly it's like all of it's going to change. But these are all from the same protoforms. And so again, just having even the same structural buildup along the way would give incredibly different results. And so one of the things I'm most excited about this is that this could be used as a really cool teaching resource. Using it with the students, even if it's only used for like one day and it's, you know, just work through the adventure once, have some fun. It could lead to some fun discussion topics like basic steps of conlanging, looking at chain reactions of how one decision affects the next, which affects the next, which just keeps going. It doesn't stop. And also it could be a jumping point for talking about grammaticalization process, which can be a really difficult thing for students of, linguistic study at all levels to really wrap their heads around. And so, for instance, consider the choices I made for the 2-case system. And so I chose to grammaticalize the verb to shade as the genitive marker. And so to say something like the wolf's den, you would say the den that is shading the wolf. And so that became the genitive marker. And so in other words, it sort of became the of the language. And then this is why the genitive is that case marker for all the objects of the adpositions. All the adpositions came from nouns. And so here, for instance, belly became grammaticalized as the adposition in or inside. And so to say something was in the lake, you say it's in the belly of the lake. Well, essentially, if you take that back a step, it's the belly shading the lake. And so that's, doing the whole step. But it's a chain reaction, and it's an example of how grammaticalization can work. And having, students come up with more options for these could be quite exciting. Other activities that you could do with students, or even if you're just a reader working through it by yourself, you could still do these activities. You could trace the evolutions, because while I give you the results, I say, here you go, here's what your forms look like now. I don't take you step by step how they got there. And so that means there's a lot of like behind the scenes. And if you've ever used Graham's amazing Lexergy, when you can trace evolutions, it's amazing, but that would be what you're doing. Like, hey, you don't get to push a button. You got to figure it out. How did these forms get here? And two exciting things can come from that. One, students are going to learn and be like, yay, I found where this thing, why this happened, why the sound change works. Are they going to find my typos? And then you're going to tell me about them so I can fix them. People could also create new sentences from existing vocabulary. I only created 5 sentences, but there's a lot more vocabulary that went into the making of this, that new sentences could be formed. Could create new vocabulary altogether, showing that there's a basic understanding of how phonotactics work, how to create a protoform, how to run it through sound changes, how to apply it to all the grammatical inflections, and so on. Could also create new sound changes, add to that inventory. Could grammaticalize more forms. For instance, I have a very small set of adpositions, could create a whole lot more. Could grammaticalize new forms to replace existing ones. So, replace those tense markers with your own grammaticalized prefixes or suffixes. Do some of your own grammaticalization there. Could also create strategies for more complex clause structures, because all of the 5 sentences are very basic structures. And so you could work on actually making that into a more complex system. For, say, a group project or class project or student project in general, you could actually treat this as sort of the skeleton language and treat the results as the start of a conlang to get students sort of into the process, and have students then turn that into writing grammar, detailing the features of the language in its current state. So use what's provided to do things like describe how the grammar works, but with new examples where they have to write new sentences to show the examples, provide inflection charts for nouns and verbs, create a full glossary. At no point do I give you the full final glossary, although I have them. You don't. You can create a full final glossary with all the inflected forms. You can then build on that skeleton to turn it into a more fully functioning language. So you've got all these little bits. Well, once you run with it, you're going to be, you can use that to create something brand new as you keep moving forward. And so that could end up being a really cool project or idea for any teacher who's like, how do I get my students interested, dip their toes into this, and have them see how far they can take it. And then maybe then they'll be ready to start on a brand new thing of their own. And so thank you. And if you go to this QR link, you're going to find that Conlang venture, as well as an article about using GramBank to document your Conlang, get it documented and shared so we can all see features of really cool languages.
Okay, so right now, we're going to leave this up to make sure that everybody can get it, because once you see it, it's 800 pages. Everything links together. It's mind-boggling. It is absolutely incredible. So what we want to do is something different on the schedule. We have a break, and by all means, if you do need a break, I encourage you to take it. But, due to kind of like technical issues, we had to skip a lot of the question time. I would like to invite all the speakers who have presented thus far, please come up to the front, and that includes Jesse. And we're going to have a bit of Q&A time. And in fact, I think if you can bring up microphone number 2, I'll send a mic around the audience if you want to ask questions. And so, yeah, again, speakers, please come up here. You can ask it of anybody. Please ask who you're at or say who you're asking, okay?
I'll give you a minute to get settled, but this will be for Jess.
Jess, I think the question is actually for you.
Oh, what? Sorry.
Hi, are you settled?
There we go.
It's for you. So I'm John Scott. I actually teach at UMD. For those of us who teach courses on Conlangs, which I have done, is this something you're looking to develop into learning an LMS format such as Canvas or D2L? Because if not, I'd be happy to collaborate on that. So we could plug it into courses around North America.
If you have that kind of energy, I do want to warn you that by the end of it, my bookmark link list was so long that like my computer kept trying to shut down.
Right.
And so like, I feel like having some sort of web-based friendly system would definitely be a way to go and could send people to the exact pieces they need. And in some cases would be even more manageable because what you'll see in the document, I have to say, oh, you're here now, but if you want to go back to that previous decision, like you can't hit a back button. You got to like build in a back link. And so some of that was difficult. And so, yeah, I'd be like super stoked to support somebody else doing that work.
Right. Well, there is some self-interest there because I have taught a course like this. And I think this should be a great like first 5 weeks exercise.
Oh, yeah.
Beginning course in Conlangs. That's what I've done. It's like we try it out by the end of the semester.
And that would make me so happy. Like that's the whole reason I'm putting it out there.
Yeah, it's about the rights and the sharing. I would love to collaborate on that for the sake of Conlang courses in the future.
Perfect. And yeah, on that link tree, my email address, get in touch with me. Okay. Let's do it. But again, I will support you as you do it.
Raise your hands high for Alex so she can see.
Hello. I have 2 questions, if that's okay. First is for Jesse.
Yeah.
So Conlang, there were, I think, 23 features. 33 were shared between Tamil and English. Could you like realistically or semi-realistically have a language in which every feature was different from English?
That's a really good question. And that's, oh my God, jinx, David. We said that at exactly the same time. Yeah, it's got to be possible. I don't know what language it is. But yeah, I mean, it's got to be possible because of the way that the questions are worded. I mean, it's really about those really basic features like articles and structures. And you've got to imagine there's, languages where it just operates on such a different scale that none of them would end up getting coded the same as English. So yeah, but that would be like really cool because that would be, the other end of the spectrum. There could, of course, be something coded for all 195 same as English and still be a very different language. And so like, that's the cool thing though, is like all the building blocks could be the same and you could end up with something very different on the surface.
Right. Thank you for your answer. This is to me an interesting idea for Conlang. My second question is for John Chiada. And it's just, what is the etymology of the word Ithkuil?
In the original 2004 version of the language, the word meant hypothetical representation of a language based on the root, F plus K. So th was the root for linguistic expression, verbally or written. And then the rest of the morphology put it into what was called the representative format. and not format, a category called essence, which basically meant a hypothetical representation of whatever the stem is. So it meant a hypothetical representation of the language. And I called it that because I never expected anyone to ever want to learn it or use it in the real world. So that's why it was hypothetical. And then I just kept that name out of a sense of continuity.
We're also monitoring YouTube. I'm just going to mention there's a question for Paul. I don't know if Paul is still on Zoom anywhere, but there is a question for Carl from Veronica Hamilton. What features of a language make it appropriate for a particular type of orthography?
As I mentioned during my presentation, the phonotactics, the phonological structure of the language are what typically influence the writing system that develops. Some writing systems, or excuse me, some languages diverge. Vietnamese is a good example. It no longer uses Chinese characters. It uses the Latin alphabet. But typically the phonology and the phonotactics are what drive the primary direction.
Hi, so this is a question for Sally. So I was curious, you mentioned during your presentation that when you were, when you wrote your book in 2006 about Hildegard and lingua ignota, that you're feeling differently about it now. And I wondered if you could tell us a bit more about what you mean. Like, so you think that she was trying to do something different? So if you could tell us more, that would be great.
Thank you. It's a subtle change in opinion. As I said, I watched this really young, prettier, younger version of myself going on and on about how much Hildegard was our first conlanger. Essentially, and in my book, I stressed how much she reflected or what we recognize in our own conlanging. I mean, she went to the Sumaria, which were basically encyclopedias or dictionaries for priests who were a little insecure about their Latin, so that they could go and look the Latin word up and see the vernacular. They were the Sumarium Heinrici was the one that they were all based on. And there was one near Trier. And so I talked about how that was like how we look at say textbooks on different languages. And I talked about her making up a script, and I talked about her making a kind of a dictionary and that sort of thing. I was drawing her into the contemporary world. And recently, the more I started teaching this class and the more I started thinking about Hildegard, I began to realize that her philosophy for making this is very different, basically, from Conlang. And in a recent article that I have been writing, and it's in progress now, I emphasize how much more it is part of a kind of an adulation for the list. Okay, there's even a term for it in German, Listen. Wissenschaft, okay, Listenwissenschaft, that there is the science of the list that was very much part and parcel of the names for God, for instance, that the Middle Ages, far from being this barbaric age, was incredibly systematized. And Hildegard herself, when you look at her, because she was so accused, when she was rediscovered by the 19th and early 20th century people of doing something that was glossolalia and dreamlike and oneric, and I despised a particular article which wanted to say that she was developing some kind of dreamlike language. I wanted to stress that she's very much part and parcel of this making of lists. She's disciplined. She's a polymath. But when she speaks about her visions, she says, I am not at all like those ecstatics who lose consciousness. And her first book, Shivyas, was a list of her visions. So she'd have the illumination, and then she would list what she saw, and then she would identify what each of these items meant. And maybe this is a little bit like our adulation of system and that sort of thing, but we would never say that it was divine. We would, and so one thing that in reading her, if you read her Liber Divinarum Operum, okay, her book on the divine works of God, and also the text that's attributed to her, Causae et Curae, Causes and Cures, both there, in both texts, she talks about, and it's not an original idea, but she talks about how the living humor, the viriditas, turns or makes mankind into a kind of microcosm of the macrocosm. All right. In other words, from top to bottom, humanity reflects the natural creation of God, and she talks, and so her list, I wondered what it was. I mean, because when you sing it, O Orskis Ecclesia, O Orskis Ecclesia, you know, her 5 words in it make sense because they're sung and they're in context. And then you look at the list, there's no context for it except this taxonomy. And so I was thinking that each word in a way is kind of like a name for God. In that if every part of us reflects God's creation, down from the top to the bottom, and even the things that that we do that are not so holy, like whisper and chatter, the chatterer, the whisperer, the basin, the grape steak, and that sort of thing. It's part of the world that needs healing, because one of the things that she is best known for, and this is becoming very apropos, what with the development of eco-critical theory, is an emphasis on Hildegard's healing and her herbs and her lists of things in the physica of, and their different properties. Again, the systematization and that sort of thing. So I'm seeing the lingua ignota more in that context than in the Conlang context. So I'm returning her to the Middle Ages.
Okay.
Hi. So I'm relatively new. So my question was going to be to kind of anyone. But I kind of feel like I don't really know what I don't know. So it's wanting to know if you guys on your journeys have had strategies or resources to make sure you're not either making a wrong turn or missing something. So I feel like I have to learn everything that there is before making decisions. And short of asking all my friends to just start using my languages and, figure out the mistakes that way, which I can't do because they're not going to do it. So, yeah.
Make mistakes. Mess up. Start over. So when I was about 9 years old, I found a dictionary that was for Chinese Mandarin, and I fell in love with the Hanzi, the writing system, but I had no freaking clue how to pronounce the words. And when I looked in the back, it had some phrases to use, some common phrases, and very, very abstract, grammatical explanations. I had no idea what it meant, but I practiced writing the symbols, and I kept practicing writing the symbols. And I was probably well into my 20s before I actually understood that Chinese didn't work like English. So I kept making mistakes, and I kept going back, and I kept learning more. Making mistakes is the quickest way to learn. Don't be afraid to revise. Don't be afraid to go back and start over from scratch. I probably have thrown away more languages than I've kept. So that's my answer to you.
Yep. By the way, also think about how many iterations John's language went through.
I just want to
steps forward, 2 steps back.
It was that extra step forward that counts. But to just build off what Carl just said, one of my childhood friends said a phrase once that I will never forget, and I put up on my office wall at one point: blunder boldly, do it. And so, yeah, just do it, have some fun, and learn from it.
On a more practical, specific level. But aside from everything they just said, the other trick is to just apply your language to all kinds of different situations and texts. Translate anything you can think of. Song lyrics, proverbs, recipes, directions of how to get to the store, anything, and see how it works.
This might have been said already, but the also thing is just get yourself involved in a community. I mean, writers join writers groups and artists they take painting classes. And so get on Facebook or the many of these different groups that are out there and just throw it out and see what people say.
There is, of course, our conlangs on Reddit, but also what's kind of proliferating now is there are a number of different conlang discords, which can be really cool for getting feedback. A lot of them have a lot of kind of different feels. So it might take a minute to find one that's right for you. But like I found one that I just absolutely love. And I know that a number of people here are on it. So.
Oh, just one other thing I'd like to add is that in my own case, I did something that, as far as I can tell, is a bit uncommon with conlangers. I actually got into studying and exploring other people's conlangs. While many conlangers appreciate other people's conlangs and laud them and encourage them, I've never seen a lot of people really getting into the weeds and studying their grammars and picking them apart and being wowed by them. And I love doing that. For a while I was writing a column for the Language Creation Society, in which I was doing exactly that, showcasing other people's conlangs. And I didn't do this out of any desire to like steal somebody's ideas, but purely as A, inspiration, and B, really enjoying it when I discovered how someone had solved a problem that I had. There was a guy who was very famous in the 90s and aughts in the conlanging community at that time named Rick Morneau, who wrote an incredible treatise whose name is, what was it? The Interlingua, Translation Interlingua. Yeah, and I discovered it very late, like in the early aughts when Ithkuil, the first version of Ithkuil, was almost finished. And when I discovered it, I just was very exasperated because he so elegantly gave solutions to problems that I had struggled with for years. And I said, why didn't I find this earlier? He would have pointed me in directions that would have just saved me months and years of work, and it would have been great inspirations to me. So picking apart other people's conlangs can be both very inspiring, can get the ideas in your own head going, can be jumping off points, like standing on the shoulders of giants to take your own leaps. And conlangers share ideas among each other and are inspirations for each other that way. And I don't think enough of that occurs.
Very good answer. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, this is a question for Sally, a longtime fan of Tana, by the way. But I was interested in what you had to say about your course on magical language in the Middle Ages. And I wanted to ask if there is anywhere that information about the syllabus or the resources that you drew on for the course available.
Yeah, they're online, but they're in Blackboard, but I can give you a copy if you're interested. I mean, anybody can write me or email me and I'll send it to you. I have never, ever liked any syllabus I ever wrote. Okay? In fact, somebody asked me, you know, they were going to do basically a book on people's syllabi. And would I contribute my syllabus? And it was something really specific, like teaching Celtic languages in a class not devoted to Celtic. And I thought, what the point? What's the point of that? And so and she said, I said, can I make you an ideal syllabus? And she said, no, it has to be a real syllabus. And I said, I'm sorry, I'm out. Yeah, so definitely I can give you a syllabus. I mean, but which one do you want? Do you want the one I taught in 2021, 2023, 2019, 2016? The very first one, which it's developed, and attending this conference has given me grand new ideas for teaching it again. So if you want it, sure, I'll give you my email.
We got a question online for Sylvia. Sylvia, what is the most surprising thing that you've learned about language while working on Kalin over the years? Just dropping that in your lap.
I don't know. Language is weird.
It shouldn't work, should it?
It shouldn't.
No.
No. I don't know. Probably verbing weird's language. Okay.
Okay. This is also a quick question. A quick question from online. There was a question that was asked about in the Avatar: The Way of Water, the Tulkun. They said, do they actually have a language, or was it just whale noise? So I texted Paul. Paul said the Tolkien have a language with which they can communicate very specific thoughts, but I don't know anything about its structure. So I asked the follow-up, did anyone actually create anything for it, or is it just something that exists as part of the fiction of the film? And his response was, I don't know the answer to that. I can only tell you that I wasn't involved. So, I mean, if I can guess, having worked on films and stuff, it was probably the sound guys. Okay.
This is for, oh God, this is for Carl, I think, but everyone is welcome to contribute. So you said something that I think historically is really interesting, which is thinking about the way that human hands motions will change. But what about a society, and I don't think it's that far from now, in which we don't write by hand ever again? And how would that change the way that you would find something that, like, how would that impact, I guess, the evolution, the shapes that we're working with to come up with something that is so consistent, but that isn't necessarily evolving based on becoming lazy to create shapes faster, but is rather a more computer-based shape. Does that make sense?
So what are you touching your keyboard with?
Well, I'm touching it. It's coming out the same way, whatever I hit it with, right? So that would be my nose if I want to. I've done that actually.
I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend it. I think what you're asking is a much longer historical arc kind of question, right? What is the future of writing going to look like? That's a very difficult question to answer, but I think that if it remains in a digital state, it has it's more likely that it will remain more static, right? The letter X, right? What did the Romans use X for? It's not a trick question. It was X. Good try though. Well, what did the Greeks use that same symbol for? Chi, right? So the thing is, it's not just dependent on the symbols, it's dependent on the language, right? How does the language change? That is what's going to determine what symbols change and how those symbols change. It's not just the method of writing, it's the language that influences the writing, okay? So let's put it this way. 100 years from now, somebody decides to go back to Twitter or X or whatever you want to call it and look at some of the tweets, right? And you got TBH and some weird emoji and then maybe an eggplant or whatever, right? Whatever it is that person 100 years from now going to be able to look at that and immediately know what it says? No, but are they going to be able to pull up Sally's syllabus and be able to read it? Most likely, yes, right? So it's not just that the writing has changed, it's the language, right? Will there still be records and recordings of English? Will people still be speaking a version of English that we speak now? Probably so, right? So the writing will be mostly static if it remains digital.
I don't know that really answered what I was asking for. So you spoke about when you start with something, right? And then the motion of writing that evolves. And what I'm saying is, let's imagine, like we also talked about Vietnamese no longer using a writing system it used previously. So let's imagine a society that is 500 years from now that has decided that its writing system needs an update and is no longer restricted by the motions or the tools that we've considered as part of a fundamental piece in the evolution. We had these tools in the past, so we evolved. If we're no longer constrained by that, if you were creating a writing system for a conlang that was from a society in which those restraints were no longer imposed, how would you come up with something that is consistent that you think would mesh with that society, I guess?
Well, I want to answer this question in a slightly different way. There was a gentleman who realized that language was illogical and was ill-suited to scientific pursuits. He was like, it's too irregular, it's too metaphorical, we need something better. His name was John Wilkins, and he created a language, a perfect language that would be that would eliminate all this ambiguity and irregularity. And he did it. So he did it. Now what happened? Nothing, because nobody wanted to use it.
Lot to say about that.
Wait. I still don't need this. So I think the definitions of some of the words.
It's for online.
Okay. We're going to have to define in society, this hypothetical society, okay? Then we would have to, just from my perspective, what language are they speaking? Again, I cannot stress enough, the way a language works influences the way it is written, okay? Do you text TBH to your friends? Serious question. Plenty of other abbreviations or acronyms, correct? All right? But do you say them out loud? You say them out loud? That's very strange, but you do. And maybe I do have white hair, so that's okay, great. Here's what I'm saying to you. And unless or until we define what language they're speaking, I can't substantively answer your question.
500 years ago. Okay, hold on a sec. Now, I mean, we're getting very close to our next talk. We're probably going to have to cut it off, but I'm glad that we were able to have some Q&A, and probably we're going to have Q&A after the next two talks. So, and then of course, we're all still going to be here. Find each other. We can get to the bottom of this, and then between now and the next 500 years. So, big hand for all of our speakers. Thank you so much. All right. I know. Okay. By the way, I just wanted to mention, as we head to our last two talks, there are, if you wanted one of these cool Copicon t-shirts that has, all the speakers on the back, it's not like we came with a whole bunch, but basically there are exactly three. There are three mediums. If you are interested in having one of these three mediums, I will sell them to you for $40. So there we go. So grab me. It's first come, first served by the time you get up here. Also, there are some stickers up here, including Copicon stickers. Very nice. Anyway, that I made, and you can just grab them because I'm too lazy to do anything else with them. Okay, so our next speaker is very, very special, because I think that at this point in time, it's kind of like there are two groups of people. Either you've heard of Biblaridian and you haven't heard of any of us, or the opposite, because it's like there is, how to say this, there is kind of like, there are the YouTube people that watch YouTube, and then there are the non-YouTube people. And basically, if you are a YouTube person, you know who this is, because basically Biblaridian is the biggest thing to happen to conlanging in the past 13 and a half years. I'm just going to say that. But also, it's true. It's true. 14 and a quarter. Will you accept that? Okay, but also like before I'm well, first here's big woo, but I also wanted to mention, and this is really more of a kind of aha moment for the people who watch on LangTime Studio. Yesterday was a very special day because it was actually the 6-year anniversary of the first time that Biblaridian and I met. And they had no idea. This was kind of before what comes next. And so now I leave it to Biblaridian to tell you the rest. Yes.
Oh my God, your faces, you look like clowns. Again.
How many times? This picture, by the way, was taken in Edinburgh, Scotland. Yeah, it doesn't come off so well when it's that big. Okay, anyway, all right, one time for all of the fish, Biblaridian.
How do I make this work? I press just that button. This one. That would be. All right. Is this working? All right. Yes. Hello. Good evening. I'm not quite sure there's a way to follow that, David. I guess I'll just crack on with it. So, yes. Hello. I must confess that I'm not used to being able to actually see my audience. So this is I haven't given a talk in person in at least 10 years now. So this is new territory for me. I've never spoken at a conference, certainly. So basically I have no idea what I'm doing. So we'll just see how this works. Oh, bugger. We'll get to that. We'll get to that in due course. So this is me. This is a picture that Mark Simmons did of me at a conference I was at a couple of years ago. He just busted this thing out in a couple of seconds. It was really cool. So thank you for that, Mark. But yeah, so through a very strange series of coincidences that I still don't fully understand, things have transpired such that currently my primary source of income is making YouTube videos. And even saying that out loud is still very surreal to say. But yeah, this is my channel. For the vast majority of people who are aware of my existence, they know me as Biblaridian, which is a name that I somewhat regret by this point because I picked it at the time, however long ago, just because I thought it was a cool sounding Greek word. But it was a very bad branding decision. Far too many syllables. It's difficult to spell. Even David spelt it wrong in the intro slide. So, yeah, I would probably do things differently if I could go back. But whatever the case may be, yeah, I have a channel. It's currently sitting at something like 130,000 subscribers, which in the grand scheme of things really isn't that much, but it is enough to support me, at least for the time being, which is kind of cool. I make videos about a variety of different topics, including conlang and linguistics, but don't let that deceive you, because I'm at pains to point out that I am not a linguist. I don't pretend to be a linguist. I haven't had no formal training or background in linguistics of any sort whatsoever. I'm a biologist, so I'm here under the wrong pretense altogether. So basically, feel free to completely disregard everything I have to say today. So, if I am not a linguist, then what am I doing here? So, these are what I consider the 3 sort of stepping stones that got me into linguistics. Number 1, it seems that Sylvia and I share this in common. I imagine a lot of other conlangers as well, was this book, The Silmarillion by J.R.R. Tolkien, which I read in second year of university. I was halfway through getting my degree in zoology when I resolved to read this book, because I'd read Lord of the Rings before, and I was aware that Tolkien had done fairly extensive linguistic work. I knew Elvish was a real language, you know what I mean. But it was something about the way specifically that it was handled in this book, because the Silmarillion spans several thousand years of history, and just something about the effect of having these words and names and phrases that Tolkien uses pretty consistently throughout the whole thing. It just lent this very nice sort of historicity to the whole thing, which I sought to emulate in some of my own creative stuff. And so I set about making my own first conlang, which in its earlier stages was essentially just a relax of Latin, and a very bad one at that. But that changed with the second step, the one on the top right there. That is a photo I took at the Blue Mosque in Istanbul. I went there on holiday, and I just learned a smattering of Turkish before I went. And it just struck me that it worked so differently than any of the languages I had known up to that point, which admittedly very few. You know, I took French and I took Latin, and I had a very Eurocentric, I suppose, idea of how languages could work. And Turkish totally threw me for a loop. And so I decided to basically take all of the new stuff that I've found in Turkish and just brought it over into my conlang that I was working on at the time. And that also just sort of broadened my horizons as to what I thought languages were capable of. And so it got me curious into looking into other languages. I just thought, oh, if Turkish works like that, then how does Finnish work? How does Tamil work? How does, Hungarian work? And that culminated in this third and last one there. Does anyone know what that is, out of curiosity? Aztec, there you go. That is the symbol of Tenochtitlan, which is the capital of the Aztec Empire. This is what I'm choosing to represent, classical Nahuatl, which remains my favorite language to this day. Absolutely blew my mind. It was my first exposure to head marking, if you know what that means. Just worked in a way that I was so used to using cases at that point, and just to have a system that worked without case and just these monstrously complex verbs that just sort of cross-reference everything and tell you how to enter it, and no word order either. It was just amazingly awesome. So that's what got me hooked. And so I started, after my first conlang, which is terrible and that needs not concern us in this room today, but I've had at least a few dozen conlangs that I've worked on over the years, and of those, the vast majority of them were destroyed or abandoned in some shape or form. But these are the four that I still maintain to this day, plus a couple of other ones that are in dire, desperate need of reworking. But at some point, while all this was going on, I honestly can't for the life of me remember why I decided to make a YouTube channel. It seems very out of character for me in retrospect. I'm not sure why I would do that, but just one day it just occurred to me to do that. And specifically in 2018, I believe, I started making my first conlang videos. This is the sort of introductory series I made. It's not very good. I don't recommend it. It's very, very far below the standards that I hold myself to today. This is the curse of every YouTuber, by the way. Every single YouTuber that I've ever spoken to has this problem where their early work very rapidly becomes obsolete and cringeworthy, and they want it gone, but for some reason it keeps getting views, so they sort of have to maintain it. It's a real shame. But so I was content with that. I just made this series not really expecting very much to come from it, and I had a couple hundred views, and I thought that was fine. But then everything changed on December 12th, 2018, when I made this video, which was about my first conlang that we're not going to talk about and why it was so terrible. And I didn't think it was a particularly special or interesting video, but something happened exactly 1 week after I posted this video. Now, I've never been very good with numbers or data analysis, but when I woke up on the morning of December 20th and looked at my computer, I couldn't help but notice there was a slight change in the trajectory of my views. Yeah, so went from a couple hundred to over 10,000 views in the course of 1 or 2 nights. And the reason for this remains completely elusive to me. Just the algorithm works in mysterious ways. And so once that happened, yeah, because of that bizarre quirk of the algorithm, that is the direct reason why I achieved any kind of success or notoriety or whatever you want to call it. And ultimately why I'm here today. So thanks, I guess. This is, again, I hate the fact that this video is my most viewed video. I mean, this is almost certainly going to be the first video I've ever made that's going to crack 1 million views, which is just sad. But yeah, so I got some traction from this video and I just decided to sort of keep it going. And yeah, I'm not broke yet, so I'll keep on doing it. But enough about me specifically. What I actually wanted to talk about today was this particular language that this series that I call Conlang Case Study, which makes it sound a lot fancier than it actually is. It's basically the same thing as David and Jesse's LangTime streams, where I just record myself as I work on my latest language. The only real difference is that I don't have a co-host, so it's just sort of me talking to myself. There's, I think, something like 35 episodes out at the moment. So if you want to, you can subject yourself to like 50 hours worth of me just babbling incoherently as I try and make decisions. But I thought I would sort of present something of a progress report, I suppose, of just how it's going. But not just for the sake of self-indulgence, because I have actually had a couple of sort of epiphanies along the way that I thought would be worth sharing. Specifically, I don't know if David and Jesse have experienced anything like this, but for me, having this particular format where I am forced to vocalize my whole decision-making process, there's something about that number one, it forces me to be a lot more attentive to all the different possibilities because I have to explain everything I'm saying, but also in so doing, it's made me, it's difficult to articulate, but it's helped me spot directions that the language could go in that I otherwise wouldn't have noticed. And I hope to show you what exactly I mean by that as we go forward. And I think it sort of forms a nice example of the benefits of thinking about a language's history, where your grammar actually comes from, and the implications that has on the rest of the language. So, first of all, just a little primer, I guess. The language is called fanir. We're not going to talk about the phonology all that much in this talk, but it looks like that for what it's worth. Pretty small consonant inventory. Weird vowel system. It's got vowel harmony. It's got cases. It's got a bunch of stuff. But really, none of that's super important. The important thing is this. So for me, usually, the inspiration from a conlang comes when I find some specific feature, whether it's grammatical or phonological, from a natlang, and I think to myself, that would be a really cool sort of signature branding feature to organize a conlang around. I sometimes call it the conlang's gimmick. And in this case, the gimmick for fanir came from Basque. So Basque is a wonderful, amazing, beautiful language, by the way. And in this random example sentence that I have, which is pronounced, I'm going to try, Suek egunkariak erosten diskilaswe, I think. Any Basque speakers here? How was it? Oh, wow. I wasn't expecting that. Wow. Thank you. See, as much as I absolutely adore Basque, it's one of those languages that I've only actually studied from a purely grammatical perspective. So I still have no idea how it's actually pronounced. But it's wonderful. And specifically, the thing that grabbed my attention about this was that in Basque, like this sentence means you all buy the newspapers for me. And specifically, the way verb phrases work is you've got this word, erosten, which means it means to buy, and it's rendered as a sort of gerund or non-finite form or whatever you want to call it. And then you've got this big word at the end, diskidaswe, which doesn't actually really have any semantic meaning, but it encodes the subject, the direct object, the indirect object, the tense, the aspect, and a bunch of other stuff. So basically every verb phrase in Basque works like this, where you've got these two different sort of verbal elements that need to be in place for it to make sense. And I really liked that idea and wanted to try doing something similar. Not exactly the same, but something similar. Since this is the sort of the gimmick that I'm going for, it only made sense that this would be the first point of grammar that I nail down and figure out how it actually works. So starting off with the auxiliary, this was the easy part really, because it was easy enough to say that in the earliest form of the language, thinking about things from a historical perspective, way back in the day, there would have been these two simple verbs, this one, akya, which is basically just the copular, just means to be, and this other one, han, with a pharyngeal, that means to exist, but it's also a sort of locative copular type thing. And just cross-linguistically, it's extremely common for these sorts of verbs to turn into auxiliaries anyway. So then if we, just for example, if we attach a subject pronoun, so in this case, nida, which means I, as the first person pronoun, and then apply a whole bunch of sound changes later, we get these four modern forms, nai, nir, nan, and nidan. And I decided to very creatively call those forms 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I used Roman numerals for no other reason that it looked kind of cool. So for each of the 11 different distinguished grammatical persons, there are these 4 different forms. I'm simplifying a lot here because this is a very irregular paradigm, as copulae tend to be, but there's suppletion involved. There's actually an entire separate pattern for the negatives. It's a whole thing. But this is your sort of core set, so that the majority of sentences in the language will require one of these. So that's the auxiliary bit taken care of. That's the grammatical component of the verbs done. But what about the semantic component? And for that, at some point, I came across how Irish handles this. This is a random sentence from Irish. Let's see how I do with this one. Something like, Tá séamus ag levan nuchtan. Any Irish speakers here? More or less? I'll take it. That's better than what I was hoping for. Yeah, so that means Seamus is reading the newspaper. And the thing that I thought was cool about this is the way that this is specifically to show how the progressive aspect works in Irish. You use this word ta, which is the locative copula, and then you take the verb, in this case to read, and you render it as a sort of verbal noun and use the preposition that means at. So it's literally Seamus is at the reading. And I thought that was really, really cool. So I thought I could do something similar. So just as an example, taking this fairly regular verb that would have in the proto-lang been pronounced something like bagya, which means to fear or to be afraid. If we use this postposition, this is a head final language, by the way, so postpositions come after the things they modify. So using the postposition hin, which means at, that sort of gloms together into bagya hin, which literally, etymologically, is at fearing or at being afraid. And by the modern language, that's just coalesced into this single word bayan, which has effectively become an imperfective converb. So while fearing, or in the manner of being afraid, sort of. But we can do this with other postpositions as well. So taking this one, ura, which means for. So by the modern language, what used to mean for fearing or for being afraid has become a sort of purposive converb. So bayar is in order to be afraid. And then one more, the word su, which means from. So from being afraid in the modern language becomes bias, which means having been afraid. So a sort of perfective converb. And so the vast majority of the time, if you have an actual verb root in the language, it will appear in one of these 3 forms, which I call the first, second, and third principal parts. So the way that the verb system or the tense aspect system works, therefore, is you infer the tense and the aspect from the combination of the auxiliary form you're using and the principal part that you're using. So in this example, we use form 1 of the auxiliary, in this case, just in the first person. So nai, which basically means I am, and bayan, which is the while form. So while being afraid. So the whole thing is literally, nai bayan is I am while being afraid, which is just used for sort of present or continuous actions, nothing special there. But if we swap out the auxiliary for form 2, we get I was while being afraid, which again, it's not too much of a leap in logic to see how that becomes I was afraid, is now past tense or past imperfect specifically. And then if we keep the auxiliary the same, but we switch up the principal part, nirbayas means I was having been afraid, which I said becomes this sort of remote past, I was once afraid a long time ago, something like that. So I'm not going to go through all of them, obviously, but those are all the different possible combinations of auxiliaries and principal parts. I did not anticipate the text to get smushed like that, but whatever, that's fine. So that basically is the system that I had set out to create, finished. Like that is the gimmick of the language done, mission accomplished, very well. But this is the interesting part. This is the actual bit that is important, because this is where the ramifications of what I was doing started to sink in. So if we go back to that Irish example I had from earlier, Seamus is reading the newspaper. The thing that I thought was really cool about this, I hadn't seen a language that did this until this point, but you'll notice that the word newspaper, Seamus is reading the newspaper, so the newspaper is the direct object, and it's being marked in the genitive, which out of context sounds really weird. You just, in the progressive aspect, the direct object gets marked in the genitive. That sounds very strange, but it makes perfect sense when you consider that since the verb has been nominalized, the possessor of the verbal noun is interpreted as the object. And I thought that was really, really cool. So I basically just decided to steal that. So at one point in an earlier form of the language, you would have been able to say something like this sentence on top, Irmai vachran akam, which just means the leopard eats the lizard. And the word vachran there is lizard, and it's marked in the accusative because it's the direct object. But then once these auxiliary constructions evolve and become as prolific as they are, then in the second one, the word there, that's just a long vowel, that is the auxiliary, and the verb at the end is turned into one of the principal parts. But the word vachran has become vachras, because now it's marked in the genitive, because it's literally the leopard is at the eating of the lizard. And so, since these auxiliary constructions are becoming mandatory in basically every context, what was the genitive is now becoming a sort of genitive accusative hybrid type thing. Is used to mark both the possessor and the direct object. And what was the accusative is being demoted into a sort of postpositional or general locative type case. It only really shows up marking the objects of postpositions, with one very important exception. This is one of the first big sort of eureka moments that I had, is that imperatives is almost arbitrarily at a very early stage of making this language. I just decided that imperatives were one of the very few situations in which these auxiliaries weren't required, because it seemed to me like the tenses and aspects that the auxiliaries were being used to convey just wouldn't get associated with. Like, there was never a distinction, for example, between do it versus be doing it. You know, that just never happened. And so, because this is the only situation where you can get a verb that doesn't have an auxiliary, by the way, these imperative prefixes, they just come from the second person pronouns that just got stuck onto the beginning. So you have to use this little imperative prefix. So the word watch in the imperative is sirach. But if you have an object of the imperative, because there's no auxiliary there, and the reason why the genitive is taking over the role of the accusative is specifically because the auxiliaries are getting involved. With no auxiliary, you now just keep using the same accusative that you did in the older form of the language. So we end up with this, again, seemingly bizarre situation from the perspective of the modern language, that the direct object of imperatives is marked in the locative. And I did not intend for that to happen at all. That was never, I did not think that was even a possibility, but it just presented itself to me with the decision that I had made. It just fell so naturally out of the system. So I was quite happy with that. But there is something else we need to contend with here, which is that if the genitive is taking over the role of the accusative, if both possessors and direct objects are marked in the same case, then we get a sentence like this, naimilas liches rixi, where both child and friend are marked in the same case. So this could theoretically either mean I saw the child's friend or I saw the friend's child. And granted, I reckon that most of the time context and word order would be enough to distinguish these, but I saw this and I decided that there should probably be at least an optional strategy to clarify things if necessary. So I was thinking about how I wanted to resolve this and specifically what other way we could have for marking possession. And that is when I came across this. Now this will be cool. Any Ainu speakers here? No? No one? Oh, that would have been cool. But yeah, Ainu is another wonderful, lovely language. And at some point I was doing research for a completely unrelated video and I happened to come across a reference grammar that talked about this. So this is the standard way that Ainu marks possession. This sentence, kukorseta, hope I'm saying that right. It's translated there as my dog, but it's more literally the dog that I have, because the way that Ainu marks possession is you just use the verb to have in a relative clause. So yeah, saying the dog that I have sounds kind of clunky in English because we have quite a heavy relative clause structure, but in Ainu it's just as simple as conjugating the verb and just sticking it in front of the noun. So the dog that I have, kukorseta. And as soon as I saw that, I thought that's awesome. And that is exactly the solution to this problem that I'm looking for. So what I did was I said that in the proto-lang, there was this old word, luka, with a voiced uvula stop, that meant something like to carry or to bear. And once subject pronouns glommed on, ultimately it reduced to this word. Honestly, I'm still not even sure what to call this thing. It's kind of like an inflecting adposition, but it's also kind of like a possessive adjective. I don't really know. But the way it works is that you just stick it in front of the thing that's being possessed and conjugate it to agree with the possessor. So in this example here, we've got the word irni, which is rock. And so just conjugating this possessive word in the first person singular, nuk irni, is my rock, or more literally, the rock that I have. And so that, yes, helped resolve this ambiguity to say, I saw the child's friend. You can still use the genitive in both cases, but to be more explicit, you can just use this possessive word, which in this case would agree with the child. I saw the child's friend. So you conjugate it to agree with the human singular class, and you place the possessor in the nominative because the nominative is the head of the relative clause. It's the child. The child has friend. Yeah, that's right. So that was kind of cool. I liked that. But it also occurred to me at that point that while using this word that means to have or to bear or to carry, that made sense to me to use for alienable possession. That's all fine and good. But for inalienable possession, it just didn't feel quite semantically appropriate. If I wanted to say my mother, to say the mother that I carry, that just didn't quite ring true. But that's no problem because all you have to do is use a different verb. So I decided to take this word han, which we saw before as the locative copula, and attach this applicative prefix to it to get a word that basically means to exist with or to be a part of. And then same thing as before, the subject pronouns glom together. And so you get this other possessive word type thing, whatever you want to call it. So that's used specifically for things that are inalienably possessed. That's such a terrible word. I can't believe that that's the word that linguists chose to settle on. So yeah, in this random example, if I want to say my tongue, specifically my own tongue that's part of my body and not like a tongue I have in a jar somewhere, I don't know. That would be Nimhan Mir, so literally the tongue that exists with me. So that's alienable and inalienable possession worked out. But that's when it occurred to me, why stop there? Because if we have this, if we've established this precedent that the language is happy to just use different verbs to describe different types of possession, why not let the floodgates loose and do something like we see in, I just grabbed Fijian as an example here. So in Fijian, there's 4 major different possessive strategies. The simplest one is for inalienable possession. So if you want to say John's father, all you have to do is take this little E suffix and stick it onto the end of the possess John's father. So the possessee, yes. So Natamai Jone is John's father. And that's fine for inalienable possession, but for other types of possession, you have to use one of these little sort of possessive words, and the possessive suffix goes onto the end of that. So if you want to say John's fish, which he specifically has as a pet, presumably a fish that he owns, then you have to use this word ne. Whereas if it's John's fish that he owns specifically with the intention of eating it, then you have to use this other word ke. Whereas if you, and it's changed from fish to soup now, because I guess you can't drink a fish. That would be interesting. Actually, I'm not sure if you somehow liquefied the fish. Is it the fact that it's the fish that's causing it to be? Anyway, so yeah, fish soup, exactly. Any Fijian speakers? Well, one way or another, yes. That's how Fijian, for some reason, chooses to do this. You have inalienable, alienable, eating and drinking. So with the way that our verbs are working in this language with these possessive forms of these verbs, it just felt very natural to just build a system like this. So this one, I took this old word hu, which is just a very semantically weak verb that means something like to do or to make. And it's now becoming this possessive classifier that basically is for things that you possess by having accomplished or participated in them in some way. And I've used the word house in this example as a difference between like nichtduk, using this particular possessive classifier, would specifically mean my house that I built, whereas using the generic alienable one that we saw before, nuk, that would mean my house that I own, but I didn't necessarily build. But it occurs to me, I actually have a much better example. That's right, I've got a prop. I have this. I'm not sure how well you'll be able to see that in the back. This is a book, and it's called The Art of Language Invention by David J. Peterson, who very conveniently for me happens to be sitting right over there. So I can use him as an example for this. So we can all agree that this is David's book. It says his name on the cover and everything. So it's definitely his book, but this is my book because I bought it, I paid for it, I own it. So it's simultaneously his book and my book. Now in English, and I suspect the vast majority of languages, we would be completely fine with having that ambiguity, and context would do enough to disambiguate things. But with this language, we would actually describe those using 2 completely different words. For, in my case, I would describe this as nuk book. But by the way, this language doesn't have a word for book yet, so I'm just borrowing the English word book. So this is nuk book, but it's also, if we want to say it's David's book, we'll look up on the chart there, the human singular to agree with David is vach, so it would be David vach book. So I thought that was pretty fun. And I think one last one. Yeah, so this old word kua, which means or meant to know, is becoming this other classifier that is used for things that are possessed through familiarity, I suppose, or like especially mental states, things like dreams or ideas or memories or things like that. And so A fun thing that happens with these classifiers is that they can actually be used in a sort of derivational sense. So if we take the word lich, which means friend, if we just were to use the standard alienable classifier that we've been using, we've seen up until this point, this word nek, neklich is literally the friend that I have. Whereas if we use this new classifier that comes from the word to know, nakvalich literally means the friend that I know. And that kind of implies you know them, you're familiar with them, but you don't actually have them as a friend. So I've translated it here as my acquaintance. It implies some degree of distance between you. So there's lots of fun derivational possibilities like that. And I think one last example is that, let me put that down. You might notice the first person plural exclusive form of this classifier is takva, which you may recognize from the name of the language. It's called takva mir. And so that, and we saw the word mir earlier, that means tongue. So it's literally the tongue that we know. And the interpretation of mir, meaning language in this instance, is specifically a product of the fact that we're using this particular classifier, the classifier for mental states. So it's like, it's sort of implied that this is a non-physical thing that's being possessed. Whereas if you said tamhan mir, using the inalienable possessive classifier, that would be interpreted as our tongue collectively, as in the actual body part. So that's pretty fun. All right, so the point of all that is that all of that whole cascade of ideas ultimately just came from this one extremely rudimentary starting point of, I want there to be auxiliary verbs. And the entire rest of it just took care of itself. It was just a matter of pursuing the line of thought to its logical conclusion. And like when I started this thing out, I had absolutely no clue that we were going to end up with possessive classification. That wasn't even on the radar, but it just happened so naturally. So I guess, yeah, the takeaway of this is that thinking about the language's history, if you think about where your grammar is coming from and keep an eye out for the other areas of the language that your grammar is impacting, very often the language will just do all the work for you. And all you have to do is just sort of be mindful of the opportunities that are presenting themselves to you and just cherry picking the ones that you like. Because this was never, it was never a, how do I say this? It didn't feel like I was being restricted in any way. It wasn't feeling like I was being forced to make these decisions. It wasn't like, oh, well, the language is going in this direction and there's nothing I can do about it. I could have deviated. I could have found any number of other solutions to any of these problems. But it's just a way, just keeping the history in mind is just a way of, as I say, sort of revealing new paths for you to follow and new avenues for the language to go down. So I hope you got something out of that. And I'll just finish up by saying which thank you very much. Stay grammar, and LangTime watchers will know what that means.
First time we finished on time. So if you have questions for our speaker, we've got time for questions. I don't know if we have that mic, but if you could just repeat the questions.
Yeah, so I found it interesting that you have a background in biology. I studied linguistics and college, and my roommate was studying biology, and we had a lot of interesting conversations between the two of us about the similarities of different aspects of biology and linguistics. For example, how species are classified versus how languages are classified, or how biological species evolve versus language. And I was just wondering if your background in biology has influenced the way that you see language and language creation in any way, and whether you have any thoughts on those similarities.
I mean, the similarities are definitely there. And that was actually, so my flatmate in university was a linguist. And I remember chatting to her in first year about the stuff that she was studying. And she did mention like, oh, this linguistics is actually, it's got some notable similarities to biology, like looking at the diachronic evolution of the language families is a lot like looking at cladograms and the divergence of different groups of species. And I sort of intuitively understood what she meant and kind of agreed with her, but I didn't really properly think about it. But yeah, once I actually got into linguistics, the methodology for doing linguistics and speculative biology is surprisingly similar at various points. In terms of actual applicability, I'm trying to think of a decent example, and my mind is failing me. But there have definitely been points. I'll just say, yeah, there have definitely been points in which either in one or the other, whether I'm doing linguistics or speculative biology, it just sort of occurs to me like, yeah, this is a really similar sort of pathway that I would have done in the other. I hope that answers the question. Thank you. So it will get a writing system, and at this point I only have some very vague ideas for it. I try and get as much of my thought process in these videos as possible. I try not to think about things ahead of time or between videos, but just in my idle thoughts, I'm envisioning the writing system as something like being a cross between cuneiform and glagolitic. I mean, if you can imagine that. I'm thinking it's probably going to be more towards the alphabet abjad end of the spectrum, because I have done a lot of alpha syllabaries and regular syllabaries and other things in other languages. And I kind of want to keep it a little bit more scaled back this time around. It just sort of feels right for whatever reason. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for this illuminating and thought-provoking talk.
Oh, thank you.
I'm fascinated by the possessive classifiers in our language, and I'm wondering how speakers deal with sort of indeterminacy of knowledge, right? So like presumably, if you built your house or if you own your house, and if it's a close friend or an acquaintance, but like, what if you don't know if it's David's house or he built his house, or if it's a close friend or an acquaintance?
That is a very good question, and one that I'm still sort of exploring the implications of, because in case it wasn't clear, this is still very much a work in progress. And these 4 classes that I have, those are the only 4 possessive classes that I've made thus far. But yeah, very often I have to think quite carefully about when I should use one versus the other. Sometimes it's very obvious, but other times it's not. And actually, just a fun little bonus example that I had to omit from the talk for the sake of time. Can I actually go back and... Yeah, there we go. So you'll notice the name of the language, Takva Takva is specifically the exclusive form. So it means our language, but not yours. So that's actually what outsiders call this language, whereas within the culture themselves, they use the inclusive form, which is Tunklomir, our language and also your language. And then that, I haven't even properly worked this out yet, but I imagine there's going to be a long series of disputes about when one name is used over the other. So that'll be quite fun. But yes, thinking about when you've actually done something yourself, what counts as putting effort into something in the case of I really should come up with better names for these things, but the doing class, this one, in the class in which you actually put effort into it. Yeah, I haven't actually decided the boundaries of that yet. But yes, I imagine those will become more evident as I keep the system going. So yeah, thank you.
Hello. If you go back a few slides to when you're the word Seamus reads the newspaper. Seamus is at the reading of the newspaper. In English, at is also used for like locations. What happens if you're specifying like both a present action and a location, or places where those are ambiguous? Like I am building a house at the city, where like I'm at the building of the house at the city, and how do you determine the difference between those in like your language?
That is interesting. So I admit I took a little bit of a shortcut, and I kind of regret this in retrospect. It seems a little bit too simple, but you'll notice the case endings for nouns are actually identical to the postpositions that gave rise to the different principal parts of verbs. So they're effectively the same thing. So yeah, I guess context would probably be the primary way that you would distinguish those things. You would just have the verb that was taking the case ending would just be interpreted most of the time as one of these principal parts, whereas the noun being in this case it would be understood to be a location just because of the way the construction worked, I think. Good evening.
I've watched some of your videos, and I have to say I admire your copious use of examples.
Oh, thank you.
By your admission, though, you are not necessarily a native speaker of many of the languages that you use in those examples. So I'm curious, what resources do you use in order to come up with those examples? If you could maybe give us some links, that would be great. Thank you, sir.
Oh boy, I'm afraid I'm not fully prepared to. So it's many hours of just trawling through whatever I can find. I don't really have a specific process or a specific list of resources, but generally the process is that I'm vaguely aware that such and such a language has some feature that I'm going to be talking about in this video. So I try and find a reference grammar of whatever that language is and just trawl through it until I can find decent examples, which is a lot harder than you might think. And based on some of the comments I get, sometimes the stuff you see in reference grammars is not 100% accurate. Yeah, but that's basically the process. So I'm afraid I can't furnish you with anything more than that. By all means. Oh, yes. Yes, I forgot about the Walls is very, very good. And for sound changes, Index Diachronica is also very good. Those are the big ones that I can think of that you can find online. And I feel like there are some others, but again, my mind is failing me. So that's all I've got at the moment. But
all right. Thank you so much. All right. Skip ahead to the actual end of this program. All right, there we go. All right. We have reached our last talk of the day. Thank you again so much for being here. So you'll often hear people say, oh, this person needs no introduction. I don't believe in that. Everybody deserves an introduction. Our last speaker is the creator of Klingon, the creator of Atlantean. He has a PhD in linguistics from UC Berkeley. And I have the great pleasure of saying that he is one of the nicest people I have ever met. And I now can name him as one of my friends. Please, everybody, welcome Mark Okrand.
All right, and figure out this thing. This whole PowerPoint thing is very new to me. When I wrote the Klingon dictionary, I was pleased that my typewriter was electric. So, thank you everybody for coming, and thank you David and Jesse and Georgetown people for putting this on. This is great. This has been incredible. As I've been listening to the other talks, I'm wondering why I'm talking at all, because the stuff everyone said is a lot more important and interesting than what I'm going to say, and said things that I am going to say in a much better way than I'm going to say them. Nevertheless, here we go. Most conlangs, I think it's safe to say, are the results of the work and the insight and so forth of one person who, whoever made it up. It's their language. They can do whatever they want with it. in terms of the spoken part and the grammar and the written characters, everything else. Or they work in a group, something like that. But there are conlangs like Navi and Dothraki and a whole bunch of other ones that came about initially not because of the conlanger had a desire or a need or an inspiration for the language, but because somebody else did. Klingon is like that, of course. The existence of the language, the reason that it came about at all, didn't come from me. It came from a whole bunch of people associated one way or another with Star Trek. But those people didn't go away after the moment of conception, if you will. They hung around. And I'm sure that this is kind of led to experiences that Jesse and David and some other folks, Paul, have had too. Klingon is hardly unique in this regard. Nevertheless, it's the one I know about, so that's what I'm going to talk about. Klingon, the language began, I guess, when the Klingons began, which was in the original Star Trek TV series in the 1960s. The language is mentioned in an episode called The Trouble with Tribbles, but it wasn't actually spoken until about 12 years later when the first movie came out, Star Trek The Motion Picture. We see at the beginning of the movie, there's Klingons, they have subtitles, they bark out some commands, say "tach," which means evasive. They is one guy. We cha is tactical. That language was invented by a couple of people, John Polville, who was one of the producers, James Doohan, right, the actor who played Scotty all the time, based on a little bit of work that was done earlier than that by a guy named Harmut Scharf, who's the guy who created Vulcan that's in that movie. Polville, one of the creators of this thing, described the language, this is a direct quote here, as nonsense syllables, clicks, and grunts and hisses. That's what Klingon started as. And that was it, language-wise. There was 8 short instances of these grunts and hisses. Actually, there was a lot more, but it's in a scene where you can't hear it because it's way faded low in the background and they're talking English over it, so it doesn't count. So it's just those 8 things. That was it. And then they made another movie. Star Trek, they made 2 other movies. But anyway, they got around to Star Trek 3, and the writer, producer of that, a guy named Harv Bennett, decided that there should be a Klingon language, and he hired me to do that. And we wanted to get beyond the grunts and the hisses of the first language, and we figured out the best way to do that would be to do it via conlanging, although neither one of us had ever heard of that word at the time. But it was kind of conlanging light. And what I mean by that is what I set out to do at first was to come up with what was needed for the film. That's it. Much more came later for other films or TV shows or projects, whatever. But at this stage, if it wasn't in the script, it didn't happen. So I set about doing what conlangers do. Step 1, who was figuring out who this language is for. Why is it existing? Who's speaking it? Where are they? What are they up to? What are they likely to talk about? All that kind of stuff. For Klingon, that was straightforward enough and not up to me. The Klingons were whatever they were on TV and whatever the script said they were. And the language was for them. So now we can go on to step 2, the regular stuff. So it worked out the sound system, starting with the sounds and syllables from the motion picture, and adding what sounds I thought would sound reasonably like a language for aliens, but be pronounceable by human actors. I made up a transcription system, which is that. No, it's not. Where is it? One more. Aha! There it is. This is weird transcription system, again, because I was dealing with a typewriter. And it was made for the actors, not for anybody else, just to help them. And I didn't ever think would go any further. It's kind of arranged here in IPA style, the International Phonetic Alphabet. Well, it should be called the Galactic Phonetic Alphabet, I guess. But here it is. Here's the same thing in IPA. So I worked up enough, hopefully somewhat peculiar grammatical stuff to accommodate translating all the relevant dialogue in the script, and I compiled a lexicon of all the necessary vocabulary, and that was it. You know, nothing more was created at the time. And at the time, I had no reason to believe that I would ever have to do anything more than what I just finished. So my little conlanging project was done. I made a language, good, I'm done. I say I did this. But in fact, I had not been working alone from the outset. The sound system didn't come exclusively from me. It had to incorporate what was in the motion picture. The grammar, though, was entirely mine, had to work for the existing lines. I couldn't change those, but I had to account for them somehow in what I was doing. And the choice of vocabulary was based entirely on what was in the script and in the first film. So this is the writer's contribution to the creation of the language. Anyway, at least I got to figure out the phonological shape of the individual words, or so I thought, but we'll see about that. Anyway, now it was time for me to switch from language creator to language teacher. I flew out to Hollywood to work with the actors and was there during the filming of everything, so I could say, yeah, this came out right. The filming began, and I discovered that I had some more collaborators in making this language. For this film and for other films that I worked on later on, my job was to coach the actors, and after each take, to say, yes, the actor said the line properly, or no, the actor didn't do that. And if the actor said it wrong, then they would do it again, which nobody liked. Which is not to say they didn't care. If it was really, really bad, they would do it again. But I quickly learned that shooting scenes over again, if I was the only one who thought it wasn't very good, made me very unpopular. So I developed a new tactic. At the time, Klingon was a language that nobody knew except for me. So if the actor made a mistake, but it still sounded to me like, yeah, that could be Klingon, I'd say, okay, that's fine. I wanted the word to be to, but it's to. Who knew? Now we know. But I kept updating the lexicon. And I was on the set most of the time when Klingon was spoken, but not always. And not surprisingly, when they shot a scene in Klingon and I was not there, the odds of phonological innovation increased. Because of this, for example, there's two words for the word Lord. They kept calling the main Klingon heavy as a guy named Krug, and they kept referring to him as my Lord. So the word for Lord, the word I came up with is Joch. The word and one of the actors came up with is Jiao. All right, there's two ways to say that. Changes, because he couldn't change the film. Changes based on the actor's mistakes weren't restricted to just pronunciation of the individual words. Sometimes the errors led to brand new words. For example, in Star Trek V, The Final Frontier, which came a bunch of years later, there's a character called Claw, who had a lot of Klingon talking to do, especially in one particular scene. And at one point in that scene, he's supposed to say, according to the subtitle, shooting space garbage is no test of a warrior's mettle. He's shooting at Voyager. I mean, you know, our Voyager, not Star Trek Voyager. Supposed to say that. And then he's supposed to say, later on in the scene, he's supposed to say, that means the Federation will be sending a rescue ship of its own. All right, that's what the subtitles say. The actor said that second line when he should have. He said, Vaj tog dudaj nech bet divit. It's just fine. But he goofed. And he also said that second line when he should have said the first one. Now, he realized that he'd made the mistake, and I realized that he made the mistake. But the director of the film, this guy named William Shatner, liked the take, and I was not about to argue with Captain Kirk. So, as a result, the line, that one, is in there twice, once meaning literally, that's the subtitle, but what it literally means is, so the Federation will certainly send its rescue ship. And once meaning, sorry, according to the subtitle, shooting space garbage is no test of a warrior's mettle. All right, so now what are we going to do? So the second line works like this. Okay, the word order in Klingon is the object comes first and the verb and the subject. So Vaj means thus or therefore. Okay, well, I made a new word, Vaj. It means warrior or warrior spirit or warrior. Can you read that? It's tiny. Or warriorness or something like that. Toduj is the word for rescue ship, but there's another word, toduj, almost the same, a little bit different, that means courage or bravery or mettle, I guess. Dodge is a suffix that means it's. Well, there's another word, dodge, that means to test inconclusively. Nechbej means definitely send, certainly send. Well, now there's a new noun, nechbej, that means the cosmos. Gevit is the name, Klingon way to say federation. Is that there? Yeah. But there's a new word, de, that means litter or rubble. And there's another new word, vit, that means marksmanship or sharpshooting. So cosmos garbage sharpshooting inconclusively tests warriors' bravery. It's not elegant and not what I would have done if I was starting from scratch, but it'll do. Oh, where did that come from? I went too far. Oh no, we have to go through this whole silly thing again. There it is. Right? No, one more. There it is. Okay, that's what it is. Okay. This was accidental vocabulary building. The actor didn't set out to coin new words for the language, but that's what happened. The actors also never set out to change the grammar of the language either. However, in Star Trek 3, this guy Krug, right, the main guy, there's a scene in the film where he has 3 prisoners down on a planet, and to prove he's really tough and all that, he orders his henchman down there, his crew member, to kill one of the prisoners. Okay, and what he says, or what he's supposed to say, is kill one of them. I don't care which. That's what the subtitle says. The way to say that in Klingon at the time was "Ha yechoch vait deshachbe." Ha means one. Kill is the verb. Ye is an imperative prefix. Hoch means kill. Vait means somebody or something like that. And deshachbe, I don't care. Okay. We practiced the filming. The line over and over again, me and Krug. Krug was Christopher Lloyd, right? Back to the Future, that guy. Ha yachok vait deshachbe. Ha yachok vait deshachbe. Over and over again, it's time to shoot the scene. And what he says is yachok deshachbe. The director yells, cut. The director in this one is Leonard Nimoy, right? So I work for Mr. Spock. I've always wondered whether I should put the fact that I work for Mr. Spock and Captain Kirk on a resume. I don't know if that's a... But anyway, Nimoy yells, cut. That was great. And Christopher Lloyd says, I blew it. And Nimoy says, what's wrong? And Christopher Lloyd said, I said the Klingon wrong. And he did. He left off the ha and he left off the vait. Nimoy says, Mark, how did the Klingon sound to you? I said, it sounded fine. Okay, now what are we going to do? The problem is, of course, he left off the word for one because what he said was kill, and the whole point was he's only supposed to kill one. So, all right, well, ye is an imperative prefix. Ye is still an imperative prefix, but it only works with a singular object. So it means kill one, right? And the rest of it means whatever. Let's get into that. Now that's required creating another imperative prefix when there's a plural object and all kinds of other stuff. And so on. If there's any Klingon speakers here, the word for one then was ha. It changed to wa, which is a Klingon word for one now as a result of this kind of stuff, but I don't remember the details of all that. Anyway, kill one, I'm not concerned. Okay. We had to also change this, the prefix j to anyway. Actually, I like the fact that this innovation happened with the prefixes and stuff. So hooray, Christopher Lloyd. I thought when I was done filming with, I went home and I figured that's the end of that. The movie's in the can, so as they say, but no, it's not, because then they go into post-production. And they can do all sorts of things. So, for example, they decided that some of the lines that were spoken by the Klingons when the Klingons were speaking English should be spoken by the Klingons in Klingon. right? They didn't think of that at the time while we were shooting the film, that was shooting the movie. So this gave them the opportunity to do a couple of things. The technique they came up with to do this was to leave the film alone because it was done already. They would just change the audio. They can do that easily enough. So as a result, they could add more Klingon dialogue to the film, which was cool and laudatory. Hooray for them. And they could also change the line to mean something else, since they're putting in brand new audio. So the new Klingon lines had to fit in with the Klingon vocabulary could be new, but the Klingon phonology and the grammar and all that stuff, and had to mean what the subtitle said. But they also had to, when spoken, fit the lip movements that were already on the film. So lip syncing became a very new approach to conlanging, I guess. One easy example, Krug is angry at one of his crewmen, and he yells at him, and he says, animal, okay? But he said that in English. So why is he yelling at the guy in English? So the movie folks had, changed that to Klingon. So in Klingon it became boss. Hopefully you shouldn't be able to tell. When sentences, full sentences, as opposed to just single words, were involved in this lip syncing thing, all kinds of stuff could happen. For example, there was a phrase, "You will find it essential to your mission," and in that phrase, the "to your mission," when lip synced, became "putbej," which means certainly find. Okay, the matches to your mission. It doesn't have to match exactly, it just has to be close. And the whole mission thing got left out of the new subtitle. Another line that was said was "nothing of consequence here." The "nothing of con" part became "nadev kash." Okay, you can see how that fits, which is here, grammatically here occurs nothing is what it comes out. But this is the point for the lip syncing stuff. And the other stuff, junk happened too. In any case, thanks to this lip syncing thing, thanks to whoever came up with the idea that we should do lip syncing, we got additional Klingon vocabulary and grammar, which I hadn't thought of originally. And the clever filmmakers found another way to change the dialogue without shooting over again, which is simply change the subtitle. So there's a scene where Krug is very angry, right, with that guy he called Animal, because the guy was supposed to shoot at another ship and disable it, but instead he destroyed it. That's not what he was supposed to do. So Krug says, "I told you, engine only is what I wanted you to shoot." It was like, right? I told you, kamaput means I told you, jonta is the engine, nech only. The subtitle says, "I wanted prisoners." Now, the phrase jonta nech, meaning engine only, is elsewhere in the movie, because when he gave the command in the first place, he says, just shoot at the engine. So I'm stuck with that. So what are we going to do with the rest of this thing? How are we going to make this say, "I wanted prisoners"? Well, the object comes first. So kama put must be the object. That must mean prisoners. So kama is prisoner and put is a plural suffix, which I invented on the spot there. I already had a plural suffix. Now I had another plural suffix. So I had to make a distinction with what they were all about. So this is a plural suffix for, the way I described it, is beings capable of language. And there's, I said, well, I was at it. I made up a third plural suffix too. But anyway, ta became a verb followed by a suffix. Jon means capture. Ta is a brand new suffix that means to succeed at doing something. Nech I already had floating around meaning want. Okay, it happened to be homophonous with the otherness. So what he's saying here is sort of, I wanted to succeed in capturing prisoners, and he's under duress, so he's leaving out some grammatical niceties. Okay, fine. Now, during the filming of Star Trek III, there was a whole lot of interest in this language, mainly among the movie-making crew. So I came up with the idea, which in retrospect may or may not have been a good idea, of writing a book about it. This ended up being something called the Klingon Dictionary, which includes a brief description of the grammar followed by a dictionary. A lot of words, and the words in the dictionary, when the first draft, was all the words that I made up for the film, whether they ended up in the movie or not. because then when you make a movie, a lot of stuff gets lost. And but it did include all the stuff that came about as a result of this movie making and post-production stuff and all that kind of thing. This was a very small dictionary, a very slim dictionary the movie didn't call for that much Klingon speaking. So I went through the original Star Trek, went back to the original Star Trek TV shows and added Star Trek-y words, such as the word for planet. The word for planet never came up in the movie in Klingon. And warp drive and ship and communicator and all these Star Trek terms. And the word Klingon never came up in the movie too. So I got to make up a word for Klingon and put it in the dictionary. So I added that, and it was still a pretty skinny book. So I added more vocabulary, but in adding more, I avoided adding anything that had anything to do with Klingon culture or anything about their planet or anything about their technology. And the reason for that is I wasn't a writer of the TV show or the movies. I was not the world builder. I'd been given a world to work in, but not a world to construct. That was for other people to do. So I figure I'll just fill in, if they keep doing this, I'll fill in the words later on. That's not entirely true because I put in some other stuff that I just wanted to. I put in the word for cockroach because I figured they would survive into the 23rd century and probably stow away on a spaceship and go out and populate the world or something. I put in the word for chocolate because the editor told me to. Anyway, all these various additions and modifications to the original language that I've talked about came about from the actors or the writers or other filmmakers making mistakes or making decisions that ended up influencing the language. But none of these actions was done with the intent of altering the language. They may have wanted to change a word or something, change a line, but they weren't concerned about what else might happen to the language as a result of doing this kind of thing. This isn't always the case. Not everything is accidental or happenstance. When Star Trek: The Next Generation came around and later shows Deep Space Nine and all these things, the Klingons became very popular, not just as fierce enemies, but now they had this complex culture and honor became a big deal. And it made sense to use the language in these later TV shows, and they did, which is great. But how they did depended on the particular writers or producers or actors or something in the episode. So this created a whole gaggle of conlanging collaborators for me. If a character said something in Klingon in the Star Trek episode, it was automatically legit. It was on TV, it counts, no matter how it differed from the vocabulary or sound or grammatical systems that I'd come up with. Occasionally, to do this, they consulted with me. Sometimes, note the word occasionally, sometimes they used the dictionary. So sometimes everything was fine. Sometimes they used the dictionary, but it wasn't so fine. So, for example, they came up with this new weapon here, which they said that's an honor sword. That's what that is. So what's the Klingon name for the honor sword? So they looked in the dictionary, found the word for honor, which is bat. They found the word for sword, which is et. So it's a bat et. Well, somehow or other, in writing that word into the script and all that kind of stuff, typing it, I don't know, misreading it, it came out like that. And everyone pronounced it batleth, which is not Klingon at all, phonologically. So I kind of Klingonized this. When you're speaking about this weapon in Klingon, it's betleth. But when you're talking about it in English, we're stuck. It's batleth. Another thing similar, there's this food that they had called gach. They spelled it that way, but pronounced it gach and gach and gich, depending on who the actor. All these, maybe that's because of what it looks like. I don't know. Anyway, they said this is. They described this as meaning serpent worms. What in the world is a serpent worm? Well, in the dictionary, there's this word that's defined as serpent, comma, so we've got that. I said, well, what are we going to do about that? I just said, well, since this gosh thing came up so often in the show, we have two words. We have kach, which is serpent worms prepared as food, and the original word, which is the ones out in the wild. The most common technique they developed in making up Klingon words for the show, though, was just that, making it up. But again, all of this counted. And if the word didn't fit into Klingon phonology exactly, I treated it as, well, they just mispronounced the word and would come up with a standard correct way that they should have said the thing. So here's a whole bunch of those. The one on the left was their spelling, what it means, and the way I decided it should be. So this warrior's knife thing is parmakai, is parmakai in correct Klingon. Patach, they spell it all kinds of, that's a really bad thing to call somebody. That's patach. They made up this ceremony called a rustai, which is rushtai in proper Klingon. But that one, I thought that one was pretty good because that gave me two words. That gave me rush, which is a bond, right? A connection, and tie, ceremony. Great, we got two words out of that thing that they made up. And once we have that tie word for ceremony, we could put all kinds of ceremonies. So it helped a lot with vocabulary building. So anyway, I kept track of all this stuff and incorporated new things into the language. As a result, at least when I knew about it, I keep discovering stuff that's in episodes when I watch them. I can say, I didn't catch that before. What's that all about? It keeps coming up. They did it a lot of, anyway. So in addition to being a language creator, if that's what I was also a language curator, if that's the right word, you know, taking care of it, keeping track of things, all that kind of stuff. Well, these movie and TV people kept coming up with more and more stuff. I want to be clear at this point that I'm not complaining about any of this. Okay, I'm not unhappy about it. It's part of what made the whole thing fun and interesting. So hooray. Anyway, the writers of Star Trek were not the only ones who had access to this dictionary. Once the book came out, people bought it, which is nice. And some people, maybe not a lot, but some people started learning the language. And around the same time, the internet was getting going. So people were able to find each other, and a whole new community developed of Klingon speakers. And the vocabulary, as I've said, the vocabulary was limited when the book came out. Maybe 1,000 words, maybe a couple thousand words. It wasn't very much. And very much skewed in the direction of outer space adventure sorts of things. These limitations didn't stop anyone. The Klingon speakers did their best to take this outer space vocabulary and talk about mundane or not so mundane things. They translated songs, they translated works of literature, like some Shakespeare, the Epic of Gilgamesh, all kinds of other things. They wrote original songs, original stories, and as time has gone along, they've been doing this more and more and more and more. And at some point, with all this attention going, all this fuss about the language going on, somebody at Paramount or someplace realized that there was marketing opportunities involving Klingon. So we now have Conlang feeding the needs of merch. And all these products are not for Klingons in space. They're for human consumers here on Earth. So, for example, I don't know, 10 or 12 years ago, they came out with a Klingon version of Monopoly. And I was asked to come up with Klingon translations of the components of the Monopoly game. So we now have a term for mortgage. The word for mortgage is also the word for ransom. And had to come up with the name of the game, the word for monopoly, which means something like absolute dominance. Around the same time, there was a company in England that produced a language learning CD-ROM for Klingon. And it was based on a template that they used for other languages, you know, for other Earth languages. So all of the vocabulary in it was contemporary Earth or human words, not futuristic outer space Klingon or Star Trek-y words. So it was necessary to come up with Klingon words for such non-Klingon things as toothpaste And aspirin, the word for toothpaste really means tooth cleaning fat. Aspirin means coward's medicine. Now, all these new things that came into the language via monopoly and other things, along with what the Klingon speakers themselves were doing, were in some way, a little bit different from what was added from time to time from the films and the movies. And by that, I mean that the world in which the language is being used was a different world, and I guess a different time, different century, which takes me back to step one of language creation here. What is this language for? Who's using it? What are they all about? And when it all began, the answer was, 23rd, I guess, century Klingons doing Klingon-y things in the Star Trek context. So some features of the language or language usage were geared for that. But more and more, the language is being used for things not on TV, not in the movies. And over the past few years, these 21st century Klingon speakers here on Earth have become more and more and more active, both in face-to-face conversations, in person or Zoom kinds of things, and translating things and writing original works. And not surprisingly, over the years, they have found the existing vocabulary to be inadequate. And I'm still considered the source, which is their decision, not mine. So they come to me with requests for new words. And they also ask for clarifications about existing vocabulary or grammar that's either not explained or not explained very well in the dictionary, often because I didn't think about that particular question when I was writing the thing. So, for example, there's a word in the dictionary, the definition is leak. Does that mean, can you apply this word for water, leaking water or leaking gas? Or both? And what about leaking information? Could you use it for that as well? And is the subject of leak the water or the bucket? All that kind of stuff. Those kinds of questions come up. So as vocabulary, I don't know the answer to those yet. So as vocabulary gets added and these uncertainties kind of get sorted out at too slow a pace, for sure, the language development is happening not for the writers or not for the actors, but for people actually speaking the language. A few years ago, somebody translated The Wizard of Oz into Klingon. And the person who was doing that is a guy named Jack Bradley, obviously needed to have a way to say things like Tin Man. This was easy, and he could do this on his own because tin is an element that's found out there in the universe. So Klingon already had a word for tin, which is jate. So Tin Man is jate load, is tin. Man, that's not a problem. What about scarecrow? There was no entry for scarecrow in the Klingon dictionary. And would outer space Klingons have scarecrows or know what that was all about or whatever? If I'm going to make up new words in response to these kinds of questions that I'm getting from these contemporary Klingon speakers, sometimes I just make something up. Just coin a new word. So this past year, for example, they asked for the words for enzyme and be iridescent. So those are new words for that. Dustrocher and nak. But there's other techniques too. You can use description, describe what it is. Chopsticks is shodnak, which just means food sticks, right? Borrowing, pasta is pashta. Borrowing a native vocabulary together. So a pear is a pearnach, which means pear fruit. Okay. There's an animal, a badger is a badger hajvav. Badger obviously is a loan word. Hajvav is the Klingon animal. It's kind of weasel-like. Sometimes you can use the Klingon word along with some kind of clarification. So there's a Klingon fruit that's described as kind of like a cucumber. That's a pebot. Terat means earth. So a cucumber here on earth is a earth pebot, right? Or just use the name of the Klingon word all by itself because it's similar enough. The creature or the thing is similar enough. So the word for shark is norach. Norach is a Klingon sea creature that's very shark-like. So we're fine. And if you're concerned, the word for scarecrow is wijwitnab. That means fake farmer. And if they don't ask, these speakers, if they don't ask the questions or haven't yet asked or are waiting on an answer, they don't just wait around. They talk about the problem, talk about how to deal with certain issues, lack of vocabulary, grammatical questions, all this and that. They sometimes have disagreements, but they come to some kind of a consensus and they get on and do what they need to do. In terms of vocabulary and stuff, for example, little couple years ago, they developed the word for coronavirus. Miv'at javtim. Javtim is the word for virus. Miv'at means a big helmet, right? Because it's kind of like a crown. So they came up with that. I didn't know they'd done that. And someone asked me to come up with a word for coronavirus, and I just had the Klingons just borrow it. Not javtim. I figured Klingons wouldn't be concerned about the etymology of a non-Klingon disease. They made up this other word, Ha'engan, which is an LGBTQ plus person. Hare means rainbow, and Ngan means inhabitant of something else, so inhabitant of the rainbow land, something like that. That's the word that they came up with, and which they use. So adding new words, just making new vocabulary doesn't necessarily change the nature of the language. On the other hand, Klingon was originally designed for, as I say, for Star Trek, Klingons in Star Trek. So beyond what was intended to be alien phonology and sort of peculiar grammar, I guess, the language had some features that I built into it that might be considered specific to or consistent with that world, that Star Trek-y world. So looking again, it's just vocabulary. There are some general words for the verb fight. There's just to fight. Okay, the Rob one is when there's a lot of people fighting. The Shuv one is more general. But fighting is very important. If you're a Klingon, they're a warrior race, we're told. So there's a whole number of words for fighting depending on severity. That last one is the worst kind of fighting you can do. Another thing that's important to Klingons, important in the Klingon world, is foreheads. That's the general word for forehead. Klingons all over the place use that word, but there's also regional variation. There's lots of ways to talk about foreheads in Klingon. Another thing that I thought about for Klingon is that Klingons, given the nature of their culture, they don't have these nice kinds of words. They're just gone. Okay, they don't exist. But when I was working on the film, people kept coming up to me and saying, say something in Klingon. I say, what should I say? They say, hi, how are you? And I'd say, a Klingon wouldn't say that. But I got tired of giving that answer. So I came up with this word, nuknech, which is some kind of it's not really hello or how, it's just kind of a conversation starter or something like that, but it means, what do you want? Okay. So that settled that. In one of the Star Trek episodes, Next Generation's episode, Captain Picard says to a Klingon, the word that in the script is spelled that way, kadlo. It's not subtitled, but it's clear from the context that he's saying thank you to a Klingon, and the Klingon understood him. I said, oh, but okay. So to change kadlo to katro, which worked really well because kat means I do something to you, and klo means thanks. So I thank you. It worked out. Hooray. And the Yorkie goes, I was like, that's to singular you. For plural, yo shatro. It's different. So we got a little bit of something out of that. I sent that a little too soon, but anyway, in a Deep Space Nine episode, the scriptwriters came up with something with the way that they wanted to say good night, which Klingon wouldn't say. But anyway, they wanted to have the Klingon say good night. So they looked in the dictionary and found the word maj, which means good, and found the word ram, which means night. But maj doesn't mean good like an adjective good. Maj means Good, hooray, we did it, well done, something like that. So Majram means yay, nice, or something like that. But as long as you can say that, well, I guess you can say these other things too. Following the same pattern. And these are all in that CD-ROM thing that I was talking about because of that. CD-ROM also introduces the word for please, which is katrobnesh. You see, they wanted all these earth words in there. Katrobnesh, which means I honorably ask you, something like that. And they came up with a word for goodbye. Well, actually, I came up with it. Anyway, they wanted a word for goodbye. Dachjimej, which means I'm leaving now. Okay. So it still kind of fits into the pattern a little bit. So while the basic nature, the character of the language remains intact, the more and more these humans are using it, or the language is being thought about in the context of human contemporary usage, the more and more new words and features are added are added into there, and the language changes in that human earth direction. At the same time, it continues to be used as originally intended for the Klingons in the Star Trek. It's been used in all 5 of the currently available Star Trek shows on TV. They're not on TV, they're streaming, whatever you call that. It's been in all of them, mostly in Discovery, but it's been all of them. Lower Decks, the cartoon one, actually used Klingon in this is the title of the show. They put on, that doesn't mean Lower Decks, it's the name of the episodes. Wedged means 3 ships. So these two worlds seem to have merged somehow. I guess there's a time travel episode in our future, or a wormhole or something to explain all this, but it doesn't make any difference. With this merging, it became a shift. And what this shift is by determining, by the speakers determining what the new words are supposed to be by asking for them, or by zeroing in on the grammatical issues, grammatical little details, and by innovating ways to say things. The Klingon speakers, the ones here on Earth now, have become the main force shaping the development of and the progress of the language. The earlier language influencers, meaning the filmmakers, are still in the mix, but the amount of material that's written or spoken or recorded by speakers here on Earth, far, far, far exceeds the amount of material written or heard in any Star Trek TV show or game or book. So these days, if I get a request for something or other, it's much less likely to come from Hollywood or Toronto now. For things like cloaking field emitter monitor, right, which is the kinds of questions I used to get. And I'm far more likely to get a request from the Klingon speakers when you know something about charcoal or kangaroos or polynomial expressions or parapsychology. These are all real recent requests. Now that it's no longer an artifact of Hollywood alone, the language has not only flourished, the things influencing the language's development have shifted as well, from unintentional influences with mistakes and just popping things in because the writers felt like it, to serving the use of the actual language, the use of the users, yes, is what I was going to say. A common question I would get over the years is, how long did it take you to create Klingon? And if you ask me that right now, my answer would be, so far, 39 years. But a more honest answer and a more complete answer would be, as of now, 39 years, and we're still working on it. And by we, I mean me and the people in Hollywood, but primarily the language users. And that last group is the one that's really, really making progress on it. And I'm actually very happy and grateful to have them aboard.
Okay, so This is the last talk, so ask all of your questions. We'll take the next 7.5 hours for questions.
Thank you so much, Mark, for that wonderful history of Klingon. And actually, my question is rather philosophical. When we started out, I wanted to know whether or not Star Trek was one of the very first who insisted on making alien speech make sense. I mean, the only other thing I can think of is Klaatu Barata Nikto, yeah, where that's pretty simple. But what did they have in mind? What audience did they have in mind? Did they think there were going to be linguists out there or fans out there? Or, I mean, why do it? In other words, why do it?
Well, there's two questions. Well, now, first is, are they the first to do it?
Yes.
And another one is, why do it? So
Yes.
they were not the first to do it.
I didn't think so.
To the best of my knowledge, the first to do it was a Saturday morning kids TV show in the 70s called Land of the Lost. Okay.
Did not know.
Which they redid in the 90s, I think, and they made a movie. But anyway, there was a story about a father and his kids who somehow go to a place with dinosaurs and cave people and stuff. And the cave people have their own language called Paku. And they speak it from time to time. And everybody in the show learns it a little bit. That language was made up by Victoria Fromkin, who was a professor at UCLA. The plan was that they would, as the show went along, they would speak a little bit more and a little bit more, so that eventually, after a couple of years or something, they could carry on a very short conversation in the language, and everybody, including the audience, would know what they were saying. They never got that far. That never happened. As far as I know, that's the first time that happened. It may have happened a couple other times too. For Klingon, this was Harv Bennett. It was the writer, the producer. He decided to make it real in joint conversation with me. He wanted to have a language, but in talking with me, I said, well, in order to make the language sound like it's something real, it has to be real.
Yeah, it's part of the verisimilitude of their culture.
Right. And the thinking was, they could go to a lot of trouble to make the science right and the history right, more or less. So let's get the language right too. Yeah.
So my question is over here. What is the oddest request that you had by a fan to, like, what word to make?
I don't know. People have come up with some strange things. I can't, I'm sorry. I really don't know.
When you were like originally drafting Klingon, you had no idea like what it would become. If you could go back now with full knowledge of like how Klingon is shaped and change things retroactively, what would you change? Alternatively, what are things that like you made decisions on that had given you a lot of trouble because you didn't realize, what it'd shape up into?
Yeah, you've got a half an hour and a half. One thing I did when making up Klingon in terms of phonology is I made up if you saw you did because you were here, the sound system there. At the beginning, it's skewed a bit. It's very unnatural. It violates these universals that were mentioned earlier today. And as a result, it's hard to pronounce if you pronounce it correctly. And that was intentional. It was supposed to not fit comfortably. It's doable, but not fit comfortably in a human mouth because these are not human speakers in theory, right? These Klingon guys. And I knew that going into it, but I figured that's okay. I'd work with the actors. We'd practice and practice. They would finally get it. They only had to say it once, right? It's not a play. They didn't have to say it every night. Okay, so we could get by. I had no idea that people were going to try to speak this thing. I think I might have made the phonology easier to pronounce. That's one of the things. There's a couple of grammatical things I would have done differently. The main thing the idea that sparked, your question just sparked, is because all this stuff is on film. Okay, there it is. I don't like it, something or other. I wish I'd done it differently. I'm stuck. So there's a lot of things I'm stuck with. there's a lot of, particular sentences. Oh, gee, I shouldn't have translated it that way. I should have done it some other way. Too bad that's the role model. That's the way to do it. Yeah, there's a number of things like that. A couple of grammatically. Why in the world did I do that? Because now when I try to translate something, it just drives me crazy. So.
Go ahead.
Hello, thank you so much. I was curious if there was a specific moment when you realized this language was out of your control and if your feelings then have changed from now. So I don't know, were you feeling overprotective, proud?
I guess I realized it was out of control when I went to several meetings of the Klingon languages. Well, about 28 years ago, 29 years ago, I got a call from somebody who introduced himself as the head of something called the Klingon Language Institute. And I said, what in the world is that? I didn't know there was such a thing. And we got together and he said, oh yeah. And we write things and talk to each other and we get together and, come to our meetings and stuff. So I came to one of their meetings and there's people actually knowing this stuff. And I said, what is going on here? Yeah, I had no idea at all. In terms of being protective, I don't feel, I feel a little bit protective and, I don't want to go off all really, really screwy, but I hope I said just now that I'm really happy with the idea that these people, the speakers are doing it on their own and they're much more into it than I am. They can cite stuff. I said that, when did I say that? That kind of thing.
Just completely out of curiosity, do you do any of your own personal content aside from stuff that you do for media?
No. I've only done, as I say, when I started doing it, I didn't even know what this was all about. I knew I knew Tolkien and all this kind of stuff, but I didn't know what's so involved. It's kind of today I've learned 10 times as much as I knew, and I thought I knew a lot. But anyway.
Hi. How has the more distributed authorship of Klingon, with some people contributing things knowingly or unknowingly, shaped how you view ownership of conlangs and languages more generally?
There's a whole thing about ownership. I think it depends on what you want to do with it, and my experience has been ones that have been on television and in movies and stuff. So they're out there. And my feeling is once it's out there, it's out there. It's not owned by anybody. It's to be used by whoever wants to use it. Now you have to be careful. You can't just go changing it around any old which way, because then you won't understand each other and it's no fun and not useful. But as long as you pay attention to what you're doing, it's yours, meaning you the user, you the viewer. It's not mine anymore. It never was mine. Of course, there's a big legal issue about that. So.
Questions?
Hello. How fluent would you say you are in Klingon yourself?
I'm crappy.
All right.
Rather than Klingon, I would like to ask you a question about Atlantean, Doctor. Basically, well, we all know that Disney's Atlantis was not as successful as they hoped, so they canceled the plans for franchise, and nowadays it's a bit of a cult classic, but it appears they're not planning to remake it or anything. Basically, after the movie came out, was there some sort of Atlantean speaking community like there was one with Klingon? Have you received, for instance, requests from fans who wanted to know how to say something in Atlantean? Have you ever been asked to, I don't know, invent some new words, or do you know whether there was some sort of unofficial Atlantean Language Institute?
Yeah, Atlantis, there was a Walt Disney animated feature, is the correct term, right? Called Atlantis, the Lost Empire, that came out now it's about 23 years ago. Do you know this movie? There's a lot of Conlangers tend to know this movie. I just got an email from some people in Denmark who told me that have an annual event, this Conlang group in Denmark, where they get together to watch this movie, Atlantis, because, the hero is a linguist after all, if you know the movie. So I did the language for that, Atlantean, and the movie came out and it didn't do well, which is to say it didn't do well from a Walt Disney perspective. It probably made millions and millions and millions of dollars, but it didn't make billions or something. Anyway, for whatever reason, they decided not to make a sequel or anything. And that was sort of the end of it. And as far as I knew, that was the end of the language as well, that nobody was paying attention to it and so on. It turns out that's not true. There was a little bit more usage of the language in Disney World and places like that. They made an Atlantis ride or something, and there was Atlantean writing on the walls there. I think it was English using the Latin Atlantean characters as opposed to the real language. But anyway, there was a maintenance, an acknowledgement of the language. I didn't know until a few years ago that people were still interested in the language. When I did start getting little nibbles here and there about, when is the dictionary coming out and is there going to be any more and things like that. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. I'm not aware there's been websites and stuff about it, which are actually pretty good. I don't know where they got all the information from because I never put it out anywhere. But they're pretty good. Is anything going to come of that? I don't know. I don't know why there was this resurgence all of a sudden, but actually 3 or 4 people today have asked me about Atlantean. So who knows?
Well, thank you, Doctor. I've been asked to create a language for an audio series, and the creators specifically said they were inspired to seek a conlanger because they had seen Atlantis. So, but partly thanks to you and your involvement in the movie. I've got an opportunity to create a Conlang 2 for work. So thank you, Doctor. And I would like to transmit the thanks from the maker of the series.
Tell him thank you for the acknowledgement. Yeah, we're done.
Thank you so much. Well, we felt it appropriate to end with another little Conlang surprise. This was actually something that was created for us by one of our patrons, Jonathan, who is here. Well, it was a lovely little piece of music, but it was actually a language. So the chords that were in the background, they were added just to, for nicety, but the melody was actually a language created by Jonathan, and what he said, this is something he composed for Copicon. We're going to travel together and talk about languages. We'll talk about languages we made, we'll talk about languages others have made, and we might even talk about languages that weren't made by anyone. So, it's right over there, so thank you very much. And overall, thank you so much. This was a dream come true for me and Jesse. Go ahead. You want to?
Oh, no, I mean, thank you.
Yeah. I can't believe that everybody came together. I can't believe it worked. Thank you to all of our speakers. Thank you to everybody who came. And also we have a very special thank you to the coordinators here at Georgetown. Special thank you to Allison Mackey and Alex Johnston. They gave us the venue. They provided all of the food, the snacks that you had, everything. All right, so now the next order of business. First, we could stay here for a bit, right? Yeah. So I had a very special request, if you would indulge me. I got this banner printed up for Copicon, and I kind of had this idea. I'm going to put it up on the table here. By the way, there's also candy, more jelly beans and stickers for you. Please feel free. Otherwise, we're going to have to take it home. I would love it if you attended. Everybody, just I'll get some Sharpies. Maybe we get some others. I'd love it if you could just sign the banner somewhere. I don't care where. You can write a little message, anything you want. And then we can stay here. We can chat. We can do whatever. And then afterwards, if you are feeling peckish, we can go to the Epicurean. Some of you may have been already. It is up the road. If you don't know where it is, find somebody who's been there. And yeah, after that, it's anything goes. So yeah, thank you. Thank you so much.